Chapter 371. Who Family. At a round table in a small study, 12 people stood around it, each one of them with tyrannical auras. Just how precious is the infinite token? Obtaining it is a lucky chance for my Who family. We cannot miss it. A black-haired old man coldly said. The family faction elders around him all nodded in agreement. The purple-clothed, middle-aged cultivator sneered. Second elder's words are pleasant to hear, but there is only one infinite token. Who should go to the infinite realm? The second elder humphed. The infinite realm is incomparably dangerous and masters from all over gather there. Only the strongest divine soul of my Who family has a chance of going. What, does third elder have an opinion? I do. The third elder didn't give any face. The strongest divine soul that second elder speaks of, that should be referring to yourself. The second elder angrily shouted, So what if I am? Do you want to compete with me? The third elder contemptuously smiled. That's right, you are indeed the strongest divine soul of my Who family. But, the lucky chances of the infinite realm are prepared for young proud children of heaven. You are already over 2,400 years old, and have no potential at all. Letting you enter the infinite realm is a waste. The second elder was enraged. You are seeking death. The first elder, who had his head drooped listlessly, suddenly spoke up. All right, shut up. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused the second elder and third elder to stop and lower their heads in respect. The great elder was the representative appointed by the old ancestor. Although he didn't care too much about family matters, as long as he spoke he would have the final say. Third elder, how do you think we should deal with this infinite token? The second elder was anxious, but he didn't dare to interrupt. His face flushed red. The third elder earnestly said, Great elder, our Who family hasn't been in a good situation these past years. Our income from the outside world has been constantly shrinking. Some time ago, there were even some businesses that were having difficulties with cash flow. If this continues, there will be a major problem. So, in my opinion, this infinite token should be handed over to the auction house for public bidding. It will definitely be able to sell for an astonishing price, and our family's predicament will be easily solved. After a pause, his eyes revealed a cold intent as he swept his eyes over everyone at the table. Moreover, once the auction is opened, it will surely cause chaos. We might even have a chance to quietly take back the infinite token. The great elder nodded. Good. We'll do as third elder says. Tell the auction house that we will only accept spirit stones for the auction of the infinite token. Many precious treasures could not be bought with spirit stones, but sometimes spirit stones were more suitable than some precious treasures. What the Who family needed now was a massive amount of spirit stones to fill the family's deficit. The second elder gnashed his teeth, flicked his sleeves, and left. Unless the grand elder spoke, no one could overturn the grand elder's decision. He could only think of a way to steal the infinite token after the auction. The third elder smugly smiled. Wanting to take the infinite token for himself? Dream on. Send a message to the Paradise Auction House that my Who family will be auctioning off the infinite token. Have them send a master to take it away. In private, the third elder owned 30% of the shares of the Heaven Hollow Auction House. This kind of thing was bound to earn a large commission, so of course, he would leave it to his own people. Soon, the entire Square Wave City learned that the E family's infinite token would be publicly auctioned off at the Heavenly Abode Auction House 3 days from now. Moreover, this auction only accepted spirit stones. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators were excited. Some family clans and influences that had no other way to obtain the infinite token began to move. My son's talent is extraordinary. He reached the 6th level of Divine Soul in 200 years, and his combat strength can compare to a peak Divine Soul. If he enters the infinite realm, he might be able to obtain a lucky chance to break into the Blue Sea realm. Immediately pass down orders. Have the entire family's wealth gather. We must seize this infinite token in this auction. Humph humph. I must obtain the infinite token. Immediately tell teacher and father that I need their help. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry to Square Wave City. We are too far away, and if we are delayed on the way there is a chance we will miss the auction. Damn it, in terms of spirit stones, how can I, a wandering cultivator, compare with those cultivators from families and sects? But I also have a chance. If I kill the person who wins the infinite token, I will naturally be able to obtain it. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. The infinite token was really going to be auctioned off. Otherwise, in such a short period of time, the only way he could obtain it was to brace himself and steal it. Only accepting spirit stones to bid? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He put on a black robe to cover his appearance, stood up, and left the inn. He walked along the main street of the city. Because of the matter of the infinite token auction, the entire city was faintly stirred up. Soon, a black plaque appeared in front of him. Written on it were, "Great Desolate Lake." The infinite token only accepted spirit stones to bid. When he left the Southshine Nation, the old ancestor had given him 5 million spirit stones. In addition to his own savings, he had over 10 million. But Qin Yu didn't have full confidence that he could smoothly obtain the infinite token with these spirit stones. So, he came here to borrow spirit stones. "Dear guest, how are you? What do you need?" Just as he entered, a beautiful female cultivator greeted him with a sweet smile. Qin Yu revealed a trace of his aura. "I want to see your chief steward." The female cultivator's attitude was even more respectful. "Dear guest, please wait a moment. I will immediately pass on a message for you." In the land of divinity and demons, divine soul cultivators were considered powerhouses and had the qualifications to do so. Soon, after obtaining permission, the female cultivator bowed and said, "Dear guest, please follow me." Qin Yu passed through the trading area in front of him and entered a quiet office in the back. In an elegantly decorated room, he saw the chief steward of Square Wave City's Great Desolate Lake Branch Division. This person had a middle-aged appearance, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Dear guest, may I ask why you are looking for me?" Qin Yu lightly said, "You should have a way to contact the high-level figures of the Great Desolate Lake. I would like to speak with revered Ming." The chief steward's heart shook. He respectfully said, "Revered Ming has an exalted status. I don't dare to casually disturb him." Qin Yu frowned. "You can also contact Miss White Fengfeng," the chief steward whispered inwardly. Unless one was tired of living, there really wasn't anyone who would be so bored as to come to a place like this and directly contact revered Ming and the young miss. Perhaps this person had some great background. Contacting the young miss was much simpler than contacting revered Ming. At worst, he would just be reprimanded a bit. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "I will try. Dear guest, please wait a moment." He picked up the red telephone on the desk and dialed a number. The call was soon connected. The chief steward explained the situation and then hung up. "Just wait. If the young miss is willing, she will call." Qin Yu nodded. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Just as the chief steward thought there was no hope and was about to have Qin Yu leave, the red telephone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was a phone number representing headquarters. The chief steward quickly picked it up and respectfully said a few words. Then, he handed the phone to Qin Yu. "It is the young miss. Dear guest, please speak quickly." Qin Yu placed the phone to his ear. On the other side, White Fengfeng's faint voice sounded out, "Which fellow Taoist is looking for me?" This girl, when she put on an act, she really did have the aura of a noble daughter of the heavens. Qin Yu, who had seen her in private, only found it funny to hear her say such words. As her laughter spread out, the other side fell silent for a moment. Then, a scream nearly tore through his eardrums. "Big Brother Baoyu. You are Big Brother Baoyu, right?" Qin Yu moved his ear a little. "Stop, if you continue to scream like this, I'm going to go deaf." White Fong Fong was extremely excited. "Big Brother Baoyu, why did you run all the way to Square Wave City? How about I look for you to play?" The chief steward immediately broke out in a cold sweat. From these words, he could tell that the young Miss' favorable impression of this fellow Taoist Baoyu had broken through the heavens. Luckily, his attitude just now had been good. If he had provoked this person, his good days would have come to an end. The chief steward stood up and took several steps back. He smiled at Qin Yu, turned and left. This person had an unusual relationship with the young miss, so how could he listen to their conversation? This was something that the chief steward understood the ways of the world. Qin Yu didn't care about the ambiguous look in the chief steward's eyes. He comforted her for a while before White Fong Fong gave up on running over and told her that he needed spirit stones. The young miss proudly said, "My family has plenty of spirit stones. Big Brother Baoyu, feel free to take as many as you want. If the Square Wave City Branch Division doesn't have enough, I will have someone transfer it over." Qin Yu was moved. He spoke a few more words with her, and then called the chief steward back, indicating for him to answer the phone. "Square Wave City Branch Steward? I am White Fong Fong and Big Brother Baoyu is my best friend. If he needs some spirit stones, give them to him no matter how much he needs. I will explain this to father and mother." Towards outsiders, White Fong Fong had a lofty and aloof attitude. The manager repeatedly nodded. After asking whether or not Qin Yu needed to answer the phone, he respectfully waited for the other party to hang up. Putting down the phone, his smile immediately brightened. I didn't know your identity before, so please forgive me for my lack of manners. Esteemed guest, please take a seat and have a taste of the spirit tea I've collected. It's not bad." Qin Yu expressed his thanks. The chief steward personally brewed the tea. Soon, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma. As one drank a mouthful of it, it was warm and mellow, causing one's spirits to rise. "Good tea. Thank you for your hospitality." The manager's smile widened. As long as honored guest is satisfied. As the manager of a city's branch, he naturally knew his limit. He put down his teacup and said, "Miss has already given the order. How many spirit stones do you need? Our Bo City branch just happened to have the income of the previous year that we have yet to hand over." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then stretched out 2 fingers. 2 million? Sure, I'll order my men to prepare it immediately. Qin Yu shook his head. No, 20 million. The manager's eyes widened and he violently coughed. 20 million, that's right. Qin Yu nodded in confirmation. The manager was embarrassed. Although the miss was the only successor to the Great Desolate Lake, she still didn't hold any real authority. If it were 3 to 5 million spirit stones then that would be fine, but 20 million was far too much. The Square Wave City branch might be able to take out this much, but if there was an accident with this massive sum of money, the miss would at most be reprimanded. As for him, he would absolutely suffer. Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out a long sword. This sword was broad and heavy, but it exuded an endlessly sharp aura. Just its aura alone caused the surrounding space to emit crackling sounds and countless tiny cracks to appear. This sword can be used as a mortgage. The manager's eyes brightened. The Great Desolate Lake sold pills and had encountered all sorts of transactions, so exchanging magic tools was common. As the manager, he naturally had superb eyesight and was able to judge the value of a treasure. He was able to see just how amazing this long sword was. Just the aura it emitted could tear apart space. This was at least a peak divine soul treasure. To some sword cultivators, this was worth tens of millions. With this treasure sword as a foundation, 20 million spirit stones was acceptable. As the manager thought this, he revealed an astonished expression. How can this be? Qin Yu shook his head. I have a good relationship with Miss White Fong Fong, but I still have to abide by the rules. I ask the manager to check it. If you agree, Then I will leave this sword here as a mortgage. Ha, thank you for your understanding, but I have no other choice. The manager waved his hand. I naturally believe in your reputation, but there is no need to check it. He flipped his hand and took out an encrypted metal box from his storage ring. After verifying his identity and the key, he opened it and took out 2 deep purple spirit stone cards. Honored guest, these are spirit stone cards issued by the Southshine Nation. Each one has a balance of 10 million. Please check them. Qin Yu received them. After probing them with his divine sense, he stood up and bid his farewells. The manager tried to persuade him to stay, but to no avail. He personally escorted him outside and waited for Qin Yu's figure to vanish before hurrying back. He picked up the long sword and carefully poured in magic power. Sword light instantly gushed out, shattering the entire space around him. A nearby desk was accidentally sucked in. Without making the least bit of sound, it was smashed to pieces. The manager's eyes widened. This might was far greater than he expected. Looking at the long sword in his hand, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly sought out the guard commander that oversaw the branch division. This person had an 8th-level divine soul cultivation and was the #1 master of the Square Wave City branch division. He had also practiced the sword for over 1,000 years, so he should be able to accurately judge the rank of this long sword. When the guard commander casually slashed out with his sword, the sword light split the entire lake in half and then crushed half of the garden. Both he and the manager were stunned. The former was so excited that his body shivered. The might of a blue sea, this is the might of a blue sea. After the divine soul realm, the rank of a magic tool depended on the strength of the rules it contained. A divine soul level magic tool contained the rules of the divine soul realm. A blue sea level magic tool contained the rules of the blue sea realm. A single sword strike had split the lake, cutting it thousands of feet deep into the ground and destroying a garden for 100 miles. Such a terrifying might could only be achieved by the rules of a blue sea. The manager regained his composure. He suddenly slapped his head. This is bad. I thought it was only a peak divine soul treasure and 20 million spirit stones was enough to buy it, but I never imagined it would be a blue sea treasure. 20 million spirit stones isn't even enough to buy half of it. This is bad, I might have already offended this honored guest. The guard commander was on good terms with him. After he asked about the situation, his complexion also darkened. You fool! Since he is a friend of the miss, just give him as many spirit stones as he wants, but you actually accepted his magic tool. If he can casually take out a blue sea treasure, how could he be an ordinary person? Immediately return the treasure sword, otherwise there will be a great disaster. The manager nodded again and again, a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. But what left him in despair was that even though the branch division was operating at full speed, they still couldn't find the mysterious honored guest. This person seemed to have vanished. Chapter 372. Qin Yu had only casually taken the ancient god sword from the Southshine Nation's treasury, so he didn't understand its true value. Although he cultivated the way of the sword, his strongest weapon was the 5-element swords that had fused into his body. He had no use for the ancient god sword, thus he pawned it to the great desolate lake and took away 20 million spirit stones. In Qin Yu's heart, he had given the ancient god sword to the great desolate lake and didn't plan on taking it back. In truth, strictly speaking, Qin Yu hadn't suffered too much of a loss. The ancient god sword's true value might have been around 50 million spirit stones, but since he had to urgently sell it before the auction, it was normal for the price to be pushed down. In addition to my own spirit stones, there's a total of 30 million. That should be enough to bid for the infinite token. Qin Yu relaxed. He patiently waited in the inn for the auction to begin. 3 days later, the heavenly grotto auction house was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Although this was only a small and rushed auction, the streets were crowded with people and carriages. It was clear just how enthusiastic the auction was. Qin Yu spent a great deal of time before he arrived outside the auction house. After paying a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones, he obtained a random seat plate. The Heavenly Grotto auction house was truly worthy of its name. Underneath its ordinary appearance, there was a completely different world inside. At a glance, the space inside was definitely much larger than the outside. Space array formations could expand space with the power of array formations. This could greatly increase the intensity of space and prevent cultivators from teleporting or using secret space techniques to sneak in. This was also to ensure the auction house's safety. Otherwise, if a master took a treasure and directly teleported away, it would be extremely difficult to catch them if they were prepared. Qin Yu found his seat and sat down. He closed his eyes and meditated. Several eyes swept over him before turning away. A second-level divine soul cultivation wasn't bad in normal times. But now that powerhouses had gathered in Square Wave City and the number of divine soul cultivators had skyrocketed, a mere second-level divine soul was nothing at all. Soon the auction began. Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Grotto auction house. Today I will be the auctioneer. If no one has any objections, then the auction will begin immediately. On the round stage, the charming woman waited for a moment. After a moment of silence, she turned and clapped her hands. The first auction item. This auction had been rushed and there weren't any precious items. In addition, most people had come for the infinite token, so the auction proceeded quickly. The beautiful female auctioneer obviously had also received instructions, so she didn't care about the cold atmosphere. Half an hour later, she took a deep breath, and her calm face became a bit flushed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item of this auction, which is also the most precious treasure that our Dongtian auction house has handled since its establishment. It is the infinite token. 4 cultivators carried a silver metal box onto the stage. Each of them had shackles on their hands that were connected to the metal box. Their eyes shined with a sharp light. Even the weakest among them was at the 4th level of divine soul. Walking to the center of the round table, the 4 of them each took out a key and inserted it into the metal box at the same time. Kacha, 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 the metal box opened automatically. But within it, there was also a transparent round cover with the palm-sized infinite token within. Qin Yu couldn't help but sit up straight. This was the first time he had seen a treasure naturally condensed from the world's rules. The infinite token was black all over. The front had the word infinite written on it, and the back was covered with complex patterns. Looking carefully, these patterns were like living creatures, constantly wriggling about. There is no need for me to elaborate on the function and meaning of the token. Everyone here should be well aware of this. The charming auctioneer loudly said, 1 infinite token, the base price is 3 million spirit stones. Each bid cannot be less than 100,000 spirit stones. The auction begins. From the first second, the competition entered a white-hot stage. 5 million. In the VIP seats in the front row, a black-clothed old man shouted out. Before his voice fell, 2 seats to the left, another VIP bid, 6 million. This silver-clothed youth clearly wasn't frightened by the black-clothed old man's bid. He directly raised the price by 1 million, his face filled with determination. 5 million. The third bid came from behind. The surrounding cultivators all gasped in surprise. They never thought that there would be such a ruthless character hidden in the scattered seat. Several female cultivators that approached the bidding youth had particularly commanding looks in their eyes. The heat in their eyes made it hard for others to look straight at them. Every time there was a large-scale auction, there would be this sort of female cultivator that would appear. They didn't buy anything, but came to the cultivators participating in the auction. If they were lucky enough to bump into one, they would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Moreover, with a powerful backer, they would be able to live a stable life. Qin Yu didn't care about any of this. It was all for the sake of survival. It was just that their methods were different. But as he looked at the young cultivator bidding, he secretly shook his head. This person looked calm, but he was barely holding on. To him, 5 million spirit stones should be nearing his bottom line. And indeed, after 2 more bids, the youth's bid of 3 million spirit stones was broken through. His entire body was instantly soaked in sweat. He slumped down in his seat, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness. When the price broke through 10 million, the number of people still bidding had decreased by more than half. There were only a few people still competing. For instance, the black-clothed old man in the VIP seats, the silver-clothed youth, the gorgeously dressed woman, and a large one-eyed man. These 4 people increased the bid the most fiercely. The lowest bid was still 500,000 spirit stones, as if this wasn't anything at all to them. Qin Yu secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he had exchanged the ancient god's sword for 20 million spirit stones, otherwise he could only stare helplessly on as the infinite token was won by someone else. However, besides these 4 people, there seemed to be several other people in the VIP seats who hadn't made a bid since the auction began. It was clear that these people weren't here to watch the fun. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a heavy look. It seemed that the competition for the infinite token hadn't reached its true climax yet. The black-clothed old man frowned. 16 million. This infinite token is something that my family's master prepared for the young master. I ask that everyone give me some face. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a token. Beneath the light, it shimmered with a mystical light. It clearly contained a profound strength of rules. The county city's iron-armored army. It's that guardian general. That is a character with true authority. He is also a Blue Sea Realm powerhouse. The silver-clothed youth sneered. So what if he's a Blue Sea powerhouse? Do you think he can scare us away? Today is the auction house, not the barracks of your iron-armored army. 17 million. You! The black-clothed old man was enraged, a vicious light shining in his eyes. A rune appeared between the silver-clothed youth's eyebrows. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from his body. If it weren't for the fact that the infinite token doesn't allow revered Blue Sea Masters and above to compete for it, do you think this token could still be auctioned? You are. The black-clothed old man hurriedly shut his mouth, as if he didn't dare to say anything else. He lowered his head, no longer increasing the price. The silver-clothed youth clearly had a great background. A single rune had scared the black-clothed old man away. The gorgeously dressed woman smiled. Little brother, you are quite impressive. This big sister will add another million, right? You won't be angry, right? The silver-clothed youth coldly coughed. Since this is an auction, everyone should speak with spirit stones. It seemed that he feared this woman a bit. The one-eyed large fellow hesitated for a moment. He laid down the number token in his hand and chose to withdraw. Seeing that there were only 2 people left to compete, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He looked up towards the VIP seats and saw that the silent cultivators were beginning to move. An incomparably handsome youth with shoulder-length hair opened his eyes. His voice was so cold that it was frightening. 20 million. He directly raised the price by 2 million. However, this high price was broken in the blink of an eye. 21 million. Another silent VIP made a bid. 23 million. A third VIP interfered. In several breaths of time, the price soared once more. The silver-clothed youth bid 23.5 million. The woman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and laying down the number token. Although an infinite token was incomparably precious, over 20 million spirit stones was clearly too high a price. As the Hu family's third elder was quietly watching the auction, he was both excited and regretful. It was already beyond his expectations that the infinite token could be sold for over 20 million spirit stones. But, to bid with over 20 million spirit stones, he absolutely wasn't an ordinary person. If the Hu family wanted to take back the infinite token, it would likely be impossible. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He originally thought that 30 million spirit stones was a lot, but he never imagined that the cultivators of the land of divinity and demons would all be so heroic. If he didn't bid now, he wouldn't have another chance. He didn't dare to wait any longer. He raised his number token and said, 30 million. The entire auction house fell silent. The surrounding cultivators, whose faces were flushed, were all startled by the extravagant spending of money on the VIP seats. Big brother, it was 30 million, not 30,000. Are you sure you aren't confused? But when they saw Qin Yu's calm and steady expression, they knew he was absolutely sober. In other words, he really did bid 30 million. In the front and back rows, there were several well-dressed female cultivators who could see Qin Yu. At this time, their eyes had turned into small suns. Who would have thought that there was such a thick thigh hidden right beside them? Moreover, he was so young and handsome. If they could have an affair with him, they wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Look at me, look at me, look at me, I'm so beautiful. If you want, then let's go roll in the sheets tonight. Qin Yu was expressionless, as if he didn't feel the attention of the entire auction house at all. His calm and steady performance caused many people to believe that he was absolutely a great figure playing the pig to eat the tiger. 30 million spirit stones, this honored guest has bid 30 million spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding? On the round stage, the charming auctioneer's face was flushed red. She looked at Qin Yu, her eyes so charming that they seemed as if they were about to cry. At this time, Qin Yu didn't care about her eyes at all. He wished that he could hurry up and take back the token. He only had 30 million spirit stones. The reason he bet everything here was to scare off his competitors. If the number increased a little, then he would have no hope. 30 million going once. 31 million. The one who bid was the silver-clothed youth. The corners of his eyes twitched. It was clear that this price had nearly reached the limit of what he could bear. The incomparably handsome youth with long hair frowned. He raised the number plate and said, 32 million. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He leaned back in his chair, a bitter smile on his face. If he failed, then even if he took out all the spirit stones in his storage ring, he still wouldn't be able to increase the price. However, his eyes remained calm. He originally didn't want to do this, but now he couldn't care about it any longer. The silver-clothed youth glared at her. He clenched his teeth and said, I request to suspend the auction. The auctioneer was startled. She quickly said, Honored guests, according to the rules of the auction house, if a bid exceeds 10 million spirit stones, the participating cultivators will only have one chance to request to suspend the auction. The maximum period of time cannot exceed a quarter hour. She gestured and the 4 cultivators guarding the metal box behind her pulled out their keys and closed it. The silver-clothed youth waved his hand to lay down a soundproofing spell. Then, he took out his handphone and dialed a number. He hurriedly said a few words and then revealed a smile. All right, let the auction continue. The auctioneer nodded. Honored guests, the auction will begin again. The silver-clothed youth directly bid 40 million. Amidst countless shocked gazes, he coldly said, This is my bottom line. If you bid again, I will give you the infinite token. The handsome cultivator frowned. He thought for several breaths of time and slowly said, 41 million. Whoosh! The entire audience was shocked. Everyone's jaws dropped open. They never thought that he would bid again. The ground beneath the silver-clothed youth's feet instantly cracked. His complexion paled and he closed his eyes. He kept his word and didn't bid again. Of course, he didn't have the courage to continue increasing the price. 40 million was already his limit after paying such a great price. The charming auctioneer was also frightened by this price. She didn't think that anyone else would bid again. She gulped and said, If no honored guests continue to bid, then this infinite token will be won by honored guest number 16. At this time, a voice sounded out, I request to suspend the auction. Schwa, schwa. Chapter 373. The charming auctioneer was stunned. Her body shivered. There was only one reason for the auction to be suspended at this time. 41 million spirit stones wasn't the limit, heavens. Her legs trembled and an inexplicable heat surged out. Her voice trembled as she said, Honored guest 1937 requests to suspend the auction for a quarter hour at most. The handsome youth's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. But soon he closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair to rest. He had obtained an ancient inheritance and obtained an entire spirit stone vein. He wasn't afraid of competing in wealth at all. He had to obtain this infinite token no matter what. The silver-clothed youth's eyes shook. He bitterly smiled. He thought he was fully prepared, but he never imagined the price would reach such a terrifying degree. He didn't lose unjustly. Qin Yu stood up. Please prepare a quiet room for me. The auction house master personally appeared and led him to an appraisal room. Honored guest, please rest assured that this place is absolutely safe and no one will spy on you. The person turned and left. Qin Yu's palm flashed with light and a token appeared. This was the token that Qin Wushang had given him before he left the South Shine Nation's capital. It represented his official status. Originally, before the good fortune tablet completely recognized him as its master, Qin Yu didn't plan on appearing in the South Shine Nation's old ancestors' line of sight again. But for the infinite token, he had no choice but to change his original intentions. Qin Wushang represented the will of the South Shine Nation's old ancestor. As the true ruler of the entire nation, if he was given a token, his status shouldn't be too low. His thoughts stirred and he poured magic power into the token. The token flashed for a moment before returning to tranquility. A message was sent out in an extremely secretive manner. Qin Yu put away the token. If it was useful, then the person who received the message would soon arrive. Several minutes later, there was a knock on the quiet room's door. Qin Yu said, Enter. The auction house master's face was filled with shock and awe. He respectfully bowed. Honored guest, the city lord requests an audience. As he spoke, his body trembled. The city lord of Square Wave City represented the government and ruled over this territory. He possessed supreme authority and a transcendent status. For hundreds of thousands of miles, all families, sects, and influences had to rely on his breath to survive. But now, the dignified city lord had arrived at the auction house and even respectfully requested an audience with the guest in the quiet room. This guest had just applied to suspend the auction, and the city lord was about to arrive. He wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between them. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Invite the city lord in. Yes. The auction house owner retreated to the side and a scholarly middle-aged man walked into the quiet room. The owner of the auction house closed the door and retreated far away under the cold gaze of the guards. A trace of surprise flashed in the city lord's eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, Please show me your proof of identity. Qin Yu felt a bit strange. Not too long ago, he had managed to escape from the clutches of a noble from the Chu Empire, but now he was being called a noble as well. This world was indeed strange. With a flip of his hand, he took out the token, and the suspicions in the city lord's heart instantly dissipated. As the city lord, he could be considered a high official, so he could naturally recognize that this was an item issued by the imperial family. There was no way it was fake. Square Wave City Lord Kong Mingxin pays respect to your highness. It seemed that the status given to him by the South Shine Nation's old ancestor wasn't ordinary. Qin Yu put away the token and said, I need to transfer some spirit stones to participate in the auction. Kong Ming said in his heart, All right. He didn't even ask and directly agreed. Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked out. Kong Mingxin followed 2 steps behind. As the guards outside saw this, they immediately lowered their heads in awe. The auction house master's heart shook. He could see the respect in the city lord's eyes, and he felt that this honored guest's status was even more unfathomable. How could he dare to allow Qin Yu to return to his original position? The auction house master personally led Qin Yu to the VIP seats at the very front. City Lord Kong stood behind him, like a steward or guard. But most of his body was covered in darkness and his head was lowered. For a time, no one discovered that this low-key middle-aged man was the formidable existence that controlled the entirety of Square Wave City. Seeing the auction house master's gaze, the charming auctioneer hurriedly said, "Everyone, honored guest 1937 has returned. The auction will continue." Qin Yu lifted his hand. 42 million. The handsome cultivator's complexion didn't change. 43 million. 44 million. 45 million. The two people increased the price without any pause. Soon, the price broke through an astonishing 60 million. There was no sound in the entire auction house except for the calm voices of these two people. In the shadows, City Lord Kong frowned. He leaned over and whispered several words into Qin Yu's ear. After several breaths of silence, Qin Yu slowly nodded. City Lord Kong stood up. He lightly said, "No matter how much anyone bids, my young master will bid 1 million higher." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Just how much confidence did one have to be to dare to boast like this? If someone casually bid 100 million, would he dare to add another million? The handsome youth fiercely clenched his fists, anger in his eyes. He coldly said, "What big words! I have 93 million spirit stones. If you can take out more, then the infinite token will be yours." City Lord Kong looked up, a sharp light flashing in the darkness. "Good, my young master bids 94 million. The handsome youth stiffened. A terrifying aura had already locked onto him. Several figures quickly approached. Although they were all wearing casual clothes, the cold and murderous aura they exuded made it obvious that they were from the army at a glance. Moreover, they were military masters that had killed countless people. If you have 93 million spirit stones, then you will be safe. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today." The handsome youth's complexion paled. He angrily roared, "What do you want to do? This is Square Wave City, a place covered by the laws of the land. You are not allowed to be insolent." City Lord Kong stepped forwards, his figure appearing beneath the light. "In Square Wave City, I am the law." Just how arrogant were these words! But in the entire auction house, no one dared to reveal the least bit of contempt. Everyone groaned inwardly. City Lord, as the highest official, he controlled the territory of Square Wave City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the incarnation of the laws of the land. As they looked at Qin Yu again, endless awe filled their eyes. To casually summon the City Lord here and be as respectful as a servant, this young cultivator's background was absolutely unimaginable. All sorts of cries of alarm entered the ears of the handsome youth. His face was devoid of blood. His body shivered as he took out 9 deep purple spirit stone cards from his storage ring, as well as 3 black spirit stone cards. He didn't dare to resist at all, otherwise he would definitely be killed on the spot. Several army cultivators coldly seized the cards and inspected them. After several breaths of time, they tossed them back to him. "City Lord, there are indeed 93 million spirit stones." City Lord Kong nodded. "If that's the case, then forget it." He looked around. "Is there anyone else who wants to compete with my young master?" Silence fell. With the City Lord personally taking action, let alone 94 million, even if it were 94 spirit stones, no one would dare to bid. City Lord Kong nodded. "Little girl, since no one has bid, you should announce the result." "Ah, yes. The auctioneer was frightened. She hurriedly said, "The infinite token was won by distinguished guest 1937. The final price is 94 million spirit stones." As this price was spoken, Her complexion paled and her heart filled with fear. City Lord. 94 million spirit stones was clearly far too much. But, was this sort of cheap advantage easy to take? If she wasn't careful, she might lose her life. Beneath the stage, the auction house master also had a look of fear. The Hu family's third elder, who was secretly watching the auction, was also stunned. He never imagined that the auction would attract such a terrifying existence. With your status, it should be simple for you to obtain the infinite token. Is there a need to harm others here? The third elder wanted to cry. The infinite token belonged to the Hu family. Did he really dare to ask the city lord for 94 million spirit stones? That was simply seeking death. As for fishing in troubled waters and taking back the infinite token, he couldn't even think about it. With the city lord supporting him from behind, even a revered blue sea super powerhouse would have to bow his head. This was because this represented the will of the South Shine Nation officials. A massive number of cultivators with ominous intentions suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. All of their excitement and killing intent were instantly extinguished. All of them hurriedly sent out messages. Stop all preparations and hurry up and leave. This person isn't someone we can provoke. Don't speak any nonsense. Hurry up and leave the city. Even City Lord Kong has appeared. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Everyone run away and don't come back for 100 years. We must have been blind this time. We actually wanted to move against someone with such a terrifying background. Outside the auction house, a large number of suspicious cultivators with ominous eyes revealed looks of shock and panic. They turned and left without hesitation. In several breaths of time, they had all vanished. The auction had already ended. In the highest level VIP room of the auction house master offered up the infinite token with both hands. He could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and fell to his knees. Noble one, City Lord, I was blind to have offended you, but today's auction was not intentionally manipulated by us. What he feared the most right now was that the City Lord would use this handsome cultivator as a scapegoat. If so, then their auction house would truly be beyond redemption. The crux of this matter was that there was no need to investigate at all. The result was completely up to the City Lord. As for this seemingly gentle and refined City Lord of Square Wave City, he had been ruthless and cruel for many years. This caused the auction house master to feel incomparable despair. Qin Yu frowned. He slowly said, City Lord Kong, I don't like to be involved in karma. Since we are participating in the auction, we should follow the rules of the auction. City Lord Kong sighed inwardly. They could consider themselves lucky. He never thought that this highness would actually be such a kind-hearted person. Of course, the City Lord didn't reveal any of this on the surface. He gently smiled and cupped his hands together. Young master is right. I originally planned to follow your rules. He turned his hand and a 7-colored spirit stone card appeared in his palm. Fellow Taoist Mao, there are 100 million spirit stones here. Please take a look. Not only was the auction house master not happy, but he became even more panic-stricken. If the City Lord reneged on his debt, then he would still have a chance to live. But if he really took these spirit stones, then all he could do was wait for his family to be exterminated in the future. Sir City Lord, this infinite token can be considered an apology from our auction house to this noble person. We cannot accept a single spirit stone. As for the Hu family, they should be happy that they were able to escape from this maelstrom. Would they still dare to spout nonsense? Even if there was trouble afterwards, it would be better to fall out with the Hu family than to be remembered by the City Lord. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't want to delay any longer. He directly said, Let's go with 40 million spirit stones. You can rest assured that no one will come looking for trouble with you in the future. City Lord Kong smiled. If the young master asks you to accept it, then accept it. The auction house master's lips moved, but he didn't dare to say anything else. With a nervous expression, he received the 4 purple spirit stone cards that the city lord had taken out. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. City Lord Kong, I must thank you this time. You can report the matter of using spirit stones to the capital city, and no one will make things difficult for you. Since the South Shine Nation's old ancestor had given him this status, he naturally wouldn't care about 40 million spirit stones. City Lord Kong smiled. With the young master's status, this is all within the scope of permission. I will just write a report and everything will be fine. He cupped his hands together. The infinite realm can open at any moment. Young master might as well give me a chance to entertain you so that I won't be disturbed by some small fry. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. I'll have to trouble City Lord Kong. Soon, under Kong Mingxin's arrangements, Qin Yu entered Square Wave City and lived in a beautiful garden. After the steward of the Great Desolate Lake reported to headquarters and learned of what happened in the auction house, he immediately guessed Qin Yu's identity and hurried over to seek an audience. Qin Yu received him. The steward repeatedly apologized and offered up the ancient god's sword with both hands, begging him to take it back. But in the end, Qin Yu refused and told him to rest assured and accept it. Since he had taken 20 million spirit stones, he naturally couldn't take advantage of it. The steward had a bitter expression. With no other choice, he could only call White Fengfeng's cell phone and let the young miss decide this matter. White Fengfeng's first words were so aggrieved that she nearly cried. She said that her big brother Baoyu didn't love her and hadn't revealed his true appearance all this time. After spending a great deal of effort to appease her, White Fengfeng agreed to accept the ancient god sword. But she requested that if Qin Yu had a chance in the future, he would definitely visit her. Qin Yu waved his hand and sent the Great Desolate Lake's steward away. Then, he smiled. Although this White Fengfeng was a bit of a troublemaker, she still gave him a warm feeling. Perhaps if he had a chance in the future, he really would go and see her. But right now, the most important matter was to enter the infinite realm and find Ningling. The South Shine Nation's old ancestor clearly knew of Qin Yu's whereabouts, and yet, he didn't send anyone to disturb him. It seemed that everything was completely under his control. Towards this, Qin Yu sneered, happy to be at ease. 10 days later, as Qin Yu was quietly cultivating in his chamber, he suddenly felt a fluctuation from the infinite token in his chest. A smile lit up his face. It had finally opened. Chapter 374. Brilliant lights flashed in front of him, condensing into a space channel. Although he couldn't see the outside world, his intuition told him that this transmission speed was much faster than before. In several breaths of time, he reached his destination. Space violently twisted and Qin Yu's figure appeared. He vigilantly swept his eyes around and subconsciously frowned. The cultivators that were assigned to this entrance weren't too lucky. No one knew where the infinite realm truly was. Every time it opened, it would randomly form multiple entrances in the land of divinity and demons. The positions of these entrances didn't follow any rules at all. If one was lucky, they would appear in a desolate area. Besides cultivators that were sent here by tokens, no one would discover them. This was because even if someone sent a message, the entrances would only last for an hour. After sucking in the cultivator with the infinite token, they would vanish. But if one's luck was bad, the entrances would appear in densely populated areas. All the cultivators that were sent here would face great trouble. The special characteristic of the infinite token was that it couldn't be placed into any storage space. In other words, as long as one defeated or killed a cultivator holding the token, they could directly replace it. At Square Wave City, City Lord Kong knew that Qin Yu would soon enter the infinite realm. He couldn't guess his identity, but in order to be on good terms with him, he specially sent people to collect information and send it to Qin Yu. This information contained records of similar events. 3,000 years ago, when the infinite realm opened, one of the entrances was located in the skies above a county city of the Song Empire. Even though the entrances near the Infinite Realm didn't allow any Blue Sea Realm cultivators to fight for them, corpses still littered the land. In a short hour, several hundred divine souls had died on the spot. Every infinite token had changed hands more than once. The fates were extremely tragic. Qin Yu swept his eyes around. The entrance he was at was also located above a city. Luckily, although it was large, it hadn't reached the level of a county city, so the number of divine soul cultivators here should be limited. As Qin Yu was thinking this, his eyes suddenly turned icy cold. This was because at this moment, several icy cold auras locked onto him. Kill! Seize the infinite token. If you don't want to die, hand it over. 4 figures instantly approached. The one in the lead lifted a palm and slammed it down. Countless ripples stirred up in space, causing it to shake like a lake. These ripples contained an extremely formidable imprisoning strength that directly suppressed Qin Yu. Haha, he only has a 2nd-level divine soul cultivation. It looks like he's just lucky enough to obtain an infinite token. Hurry and kill him. If others are drawn here, things will be troublesome. The dagger-wielding cultivator's body instantly dispersed and disappeared. In the next instant, a cold aura descended from above. Qin Yu coldly snorted. His aura was like a rising volcano, instantly erupting. The spatial ripples imprisoning him collapsed and he punched out. Bang! The sneering cultivator's face paled. His body was like a ball as he was sent flying. A large hole was blasted open in his chest, and his dagger flew far away. Shwar, his soul appeared. He looked at Qin Yu with panic in his eyes and then fled in a panic. Not good, there's a problem. Damn it, he's a vicious character who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's go. The remaining 3 people turned and fled. Qin Yu coldly snorted and didn't chase after them. Instead, he swept his icy eyes around. These 4 people wanted to kill him, so he naturally wouldn't be lenient in killing them. At a time like this, he had to display his strength so that the people watching in the dark wouldn't dare to act rashly. And indeed, as Qin Yu killed a 5th-level divine soul with a single punch, most of the gazes on him instantly faded away. But there were still some eyes that didn't leave him. Qin Yu frowned. He looked up and saw 3 figures rapidly flying towards him. After they stopped, the light faded away to reveal 2 men and 1 woman. The man in the middle was tall and burly, his body like a small mountain. He loudly said, "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed strong, but you are only 1 person and there are 3 of us. Hand over the infinite token and we will let you leave." Bang! The auras of these 3 people erupted at the same time. They were all 8th-level divine soul cultivators. Moreover, looking at the sharpness in their eyes, they should still be hiding their methods. This wasn't a county city, and yet he still encountered 3 8th-level divine souls working together. Qin Yu was left speechless. In truth, this was a complete coincidence. The 3 people in front of him belonged to the same sect and had been sent here to escort a precious item. They just happened to run into the opening of the Infinite Realm. The 3 of them were overjoyed and immediately decided to seize the token. After all, although the Infinite Realm was dangerous, there were also countless lucky chances. Because there were only 3 of them, even though they weren't weak, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking a group of people. They had killed 2 cultivators that were transmitted here and obtained 2 infinite tokens. Now they were only missing 1. Qin Yu just happened to deliver himself to their doorstep. Although he wasn't weak, they were confident that if the 3 of them joined forces, they would be able to suppress him. They naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, the ruthless man on the left roared out, "Senior apprentice brother, why are you wasting words with him? Let's kill him and take the token." The large fellow nodded. "Since you won't hand it over, don't blame us if you lose your life. Attack." He was the first to step forward. He spread out his arms and the phantom of a mountain appeared above his head. A terrifying suppression came crashing down. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had stepped into the divine soul realm, and his soul could sense the rules of the world. Naturally, he knew the secrets of this boundary. Divine soul sensing, perceiving the rules, condensing supernatural powers, the spatial ripples from the cultivators that attacked him, and the mountain phantom above the large fellow's head, were all manifestations of the power of the rules. If it weren't for this, then how could a divine soul cultivator possibly roll over a nascent soul in terms of magic power? In terms of the rules, Qin Yu was still naive. He hadn't formed any supernatural powers of the rules, but his combat strength had already reached a degree where he could roll over these simple rules. This was what it meant to break through all methods with one's strength. So at this time, facing the suppression of the mountain phantom above the large fellow's head, all he could do was lift his hand and punch out. The entire mountain phantom violently trembled. The mountainside caved in and the earthy yellow divine light wildly circulated, but it was still broken in the end. Kacha, cracks appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions. The large fellow's face paled and fear filled his eyes. Bang, the mountain phantom collapsed. This represented that his rules had been directly broken and the strength of the backlash affected his soul. With a pitiful scream, he lost his breath and fell to the ground. With a loud bang, a large house was smashed to pieces and everything for several miles collapsed. It could be seen from this that this cultivator's mortal body was incredibly strong and his weight was astonishing. Unfortunately, in terms of the soul, he was indeed a bit weak. The backlash shattered his soul and he died for good. Senior apprentice brother. The ruthless cultivator cried out in grief. He howled as he rushed over. Bloody light erupted from his body, creating a horrifying scene. The ruthless cultivator punched out. Qin Yu coldly snorted and met it without dodging. Two fists collided in the air, and there was the sound of breaking bones. Ah! As he screamed, the man's entire arm twisted like a fried dough twist. He tumbled to the ground, cutting the entire street in half. Fortunately, most of the ordinary people in the city had already fled. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have been killed by the shockwaves of the battle alone? The female cultivator screamed, and a poisonous scorpion phantom appeared behind her. It opened its mouth and spat out a black poisonous mist. She turned around and rushed to the ground, picked up the heavily injured man, and quickly fled. Qin Yu avoided the poison fog. Killing intent surged in his eyes, but in the end he didn't chase after him. It wasn't that he had good intentions and held back twice, but that there were countless eyes staring at him. If he continued to chase after him, he would inevitably expose more of his strength. Before entering the infinite realm, this wasn't a good thing. He only wanted to find Ning Ling and didn't want to stir up any more trouble. Qin Yu took several steps forwards and landed in the city. Amidst the chaos, he found a tea stall on the side of the road. The water was still boiling hot and the tea leaves were scattered all over the table. Qin Yu picked up a teapot and began to brew some tea. In the two battles just now, he had already displayed a sufficiently powerful cultivation. There shouldn't be anyone who dared to have any ideas about attacking him. In fact, although Qin Yu's 2 consecutive battles had lasted for a short period of time, they had left many people secretly shaken. That large fellow that descended from the mountain shadow had an astonishing defensive ability. The rules should have an extremely strong weakening attribute, but he was actually killed by a backlash from breaking the rules with a single punch. His soul cultivation is indeed too poor, but that black-robed cultivator's strength is absolutely terrifying. This person's strength is astonishing. What he's revealed is that he has a peak divine soul combat strength, so he might be hiding something. If we can recruit him, he will be a great help to us. Hurry and get in touch with that person. As long as he can help me obtain the secret sword heart technique from the infinite realm, I will satisfy all of his conditions. Just as Qin Yu drank a cup of tea, a cultivator quickly walked over. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please. I am from the county city's Wang family. My family's young master invites fellow Taoist to join us. As long as fellow Taoist agrees, we will immediately offer you 5 million spirit stones. Fellow Taoist will also have a share of the infinite realm's harvests. 5 million spirit stones in addition to a share of the harvests was a bit sincere. But Qin Yu didn't enter the infinite realm to search for good fortune. So, he shook his head in refusal. The Wang family cultivator tried to persuade Qin Yu several more times. But as he saw that Qin Yu wasn't moved at all, he could only sigh and bid his farewells. Just as this person left, another old man walked over. His steps were shaky, as if he would fall over at any moment. He said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist, how are you? I am from the Fangtian family. I ask that you join us and venture into the infinite realm together." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had looked through the information he had and gained some understanding of the infinite realm. This spatial fragment only allowed cultivators at the divine soul realm and below to enter and obtain good fortune. But, because there were many risks within the infinite realm, in order to prevent accidents from occurring when they sent out proud sons of heaven, influences with deep backgrounds would often send out guardians. These guardians were mostly old and no longer had the potential to make breakthroughs. But their cultivations were all at the extreme peak of divine soul. If they went all out, they could even erupt with strength that surpassed the limits of divine soul. Once they faced a life or death crisis, they would protect the proud sons of heaven no matter the cost. In order to obtain an infinite token, Qin Yu's bidding price finally reached 94 million spirit stones. Although he only paid 40 million in the end, this was enough to prove just how precious the token was. This was why it was said that those that had the qualifications to send out guardians were all extremely powerful influences with deep backgrounds. Although Qin Yu didn't know who the Fangtian family was, he could tell from their guardians that there were many people in their group, and they were also tyrannically strong. If he really was a solitary master that entered the infinite realm to obtain lucky chances, then joining such a group would undoubtedly be a good choice. This was because the more powerful an influence was, the more they cared about their fate. They wouldn't easily break their promises, so their safety was generally high. Unfortunately, this didn't appeal to Qin Yu at all. So, he shook his head in refusal. The old man revealed a look of surprise but didn't say anything. He turned and left. The Fangtian family had their own dignity. Since they refused an invitation, they wouldn't ask a second time. Following that, 2 more groups sent out invitations to Qin Yu, but they also returned without any result. At the same time, within the scope of the entire city, thunderous booms erupted from time to time. Massive swathes of buildings were swept up in terrifying strength and torn to pieces. The competition for the infinite tokens continued, and it became increasingly terrifying. This was because the 1-hour time limit was quickly approaching. Separated by a long street, there was a perfectly preserved restaurant in the midst of the ruins. There was a table of people sitting by the window on the 2nd floor. They emitted a terrifying aura, causing countless cultivators to make way for them. Entering the infinite realm alone is extremely risky. If this person refuses so many groups, it seems he is waiting for a better choice. If he can remain so calm, he must have something he can rely on. A young cultivator at the table slowly said. There were 2 people standing behind him, both of them middle-aged, their eyes shining with a sharp light. Let's go. Let's go take a look and see whether or not this black-robed brother is willing to join us. The young cultivator tossed down several spirit stones and then led his people downstairs. But he didn't know who would have the courage to collect their wine money. Cousin, although this person has a peak divine soul combat strength, he isn't worthy of you personally inviting him. How about I go instead? A beautiful female cultivator humphed. The young cultivator wore a purple gold crown on his head. He faintly smiled. Those with ability are usually arrogant. Since we want to invite him, we naturally need to show enough sincerity. Good, good, I want to see just what sort of ability cousin has that person you've taken a liking to. Soon, the group arrived outside the tea stall. Qin Yu looked up, a dignified look in his eyes. There were 11 people in this group, and each one of them had a strong cultivation. In particular, there were 2 middle-aged men. Their breaths were long and deep, and their every movement gave off an invisible pressure. Besides them, there was also a white-haired old woman. She leaned on a walking stick, and her aura was so weak that it was nearly impossible to sense her. But the feeling she gave off was the most terrifying feeling to Qin Yu. 3 Tao protectors. The young cultivator with the purple gold crown smiled. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if you would be willing to join us? The harvests in the infinite realm will be distributed according to how much effort you put in. Qin Yu laid down his teacup and stood up. I am used to being alone. Thank you for your kind intentions. For this group to personally invite him, it was worth it for him to stand up and return the greeting. You don't know what's good for you. My cousin inviting you is because he thinks highly of you. The beautiful female cultivator's eyes widened as she fiercely said. The young cultivator with the purple gold crown frowned and scolded, Shut up. Everyone has their own aspirations, so how can you force them? My cousin has been spoiled since childhood, so I ask fellow Taoist to forgive me if I have offended you. Qin Yu shook his head. It's fine. If he attacked with his full strength, he could even fight a revered blue sea. Towards this little girl, he really couldn't bring himself to be angry. But his calm appearance nearly caused his cousin's lungs to explode with rage. She viciously glared at him. The cultivator with the purple gold crown said, The infinite realm is filled with dangers. If fellow Taoist travels alone, you must be careful. Just as he finished speaking, the vortex in the skies above the city suddenly released a suction force. This person faintly smiled. Fellow Taoist, we will be leaving first. Shwa shwa, the 11 people shot up into the skies at the same time, vanishing into the vortex. Qin Yu looked up at the vortex in the skies, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Ningling, I hope you will appear in the infinite realm. Shwa. Chapter 375. In the distant Qi Empire. In a great hall of the Qi Empire, a vortex quietly spun. It seemed to fear the unsurpassed will that this palace represented and didn't dare to make too much noise. This was an entrance to the infinite realm. With the might of the Qi Empire's emperor, he was able to forcefully shift it, turning it into a channel exclusively used by members of the royal family, nobles, and ministers. But today, amongst this crowd of nobles, there were several dozen young cultivators that were still incomparably dazzling. Facing the hundreds of proud children of heaven that represented the unsurpassed status of the Qi Empire, they were calm and composed, their eyes shining with confidence. This was because they were disciples of the immortal sect, one of the most formidable sects in the land of divinity and demons, a transcendent existence that stood above the 7 great empires. Amongst these young immortal sect disciples, Ning Ling stood silently. Even in the immortal sect, her appearance and temperament could be described as a crane amongst chickens. Countless envious and burning gazes looked at her from every corner of the hall. But her expression remained cold and indifferent, without the least bit of response. Suddenly, the vortex in the hall spun faster, releasing a swallowing strength. Yubai smiled and turned. Junior apprentice sister Ning Ling, follow behind me. You will be safe. Ning Ling nodded. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Shwa shwa in the hall, the young disciples and a large number of guardians released control of their bodies, allowing the vortex to suck them in. The endless darkness was so thick that it seemed solid. As one walked through it, it was like they were wandering in a sea of eternal darkness. The surroundings were deathly silent, without the least bit of life or death. It was like the entire world had died and there was only him left. Qin Yu silently walked forwards. In this world of eternal darkness, his mind was calm and tranquil, as if he weren't affected by the outside world at all. This was the first test of the infinite realm, the Sea of Darkness. Only by having a firm will and a powerful belief that wouldn't be affected in the slightest could one leave. Otherwise, if one lost their mind and lost their faith, they would forever be trapped in the Sea of Darkness. If they couldn't leave before the infinite realm closed, they would forever sink into oblivion. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was only a moment, or perhaps it was the endless years from the birth of the world to its end. Finally, a bit of light appeared in Qin Yu's line of sight. Then, this light spread out at an astonishing rate, condensing into a gate that stood in the endless darkness. It was so large that standing in front of it was like a tiny mayfly in the world, a grain of sand in the world. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he already knew of this gate, he was still shaken by its towering size. Every cultivator that stepped into the infinite realm would see this gate. In the legends, this gate truly existed in the infinite realm and contained endless good fortune within. Unfortunately, for the last trillion years, even though the infinite realm had opened millions of times, there had never been any news of anyone finding this gate. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu reached out a palm and pressed it against the door. His field of vision darkened and his figure appeared in the skies above a rolling mountain range. The mountain was like a dragon, crawling on the ground, extending as far as the eye could see. But not far away, the towering mountain ridge was broken by some kind of terrifying power. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it still retained a terrifying aura. There was not a single plant growing on the bare stone walls. As he looked at it, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He quickly closed his eyes, tears already flowing down his cheek. His heart trembled. It was just the remnant aura of an attack from the distant past, yet he was actually unable to look straight at it. The strength of the person who attacked back then was inconceivably powerful. Roar! A loud roar echoed out from the mountain range below. Qin Yu's eyes glazed over for a moment. In the next moment, he broke free from the influence and a black shadow appeared in front of him. This was a lynx covered in patterns. It was only around half a meter tall and its jade-like eyes flashed with a cruel and cunning light. It stretched out its front claws. The claws shined with a cold light as they reached towards Qin Yu's chest. If he didn't wake up in time, his chest would be torn apart and his heart would be crushed. Humph! Qin Yu punched out his fist. The lynx cried out miserably as its body exploded. It only had a third or fourth level divine soul cultivation. Its speed and sound wave attacks were its advantages, but once it couldn't display their usefulness, all that awaited it was death. After casually killing this lynx, Qin Yu didn't relax at all. In the infinite realm, this lynx was a relatively small and weak existence. The crux of the matter was that he was randomly transmitted here and was immediately attacked. This was enough to prove that there were likely a terrifying number of monster beasts in the infinite realm. At this time, a wisp of smoke emitted from the lynx's corpse and directly fused into Qin Yu's body. His eyes brightened. Because of some special reasons, the monster beasts of the infinite realm contained the aura of certain rules of this incomplete world within their bodies. When a cultivator killed a monster beast, they could obtain the aura of these rules. After absorbing them, they could strengthen their ability to sense the rules of the world. The more powerful a monster beast was, the more aura of rules they contained and the better the strengthening effects would be. Thus, to the cultivators that entered the infinite realm, hunting monster beasts was a lucky chance in itself. But the truth was that no one was willing to spend too much time on monster beasts. This was because the amount of time they could stay here was limited. The longest they could stay here was a year. In such a short period of time, even if they killed monster beasts, the strengthening effects they could obtain would be limited. Moreover, there was a great deal of risk involved in killing monster beasts. If they weren't careful and encountered an ancient variation bloodline, they could lose their life. It was better to obtain other good fortunes. Whoosh! Qin Yu landed and hurried forwards along the mountain range. He needed to find a landmark in the infinite realm in order to determine his position so that he wouldn't accidentally stumble into a dangerous and hopeless situation. It had to be known that in the beginning, the infinite realm allowed Blue Sea Realm martial artists to enter. Even though the rules had collapsed and many terrifying life forms had been destroyed, there were still some slumbering existences in certain places. They were restricted to an extremely limited range. There wasn't any danger if they didn't step in, but once they did, there was no chance they would survive. Qin Yu was cautious the entire way. He would rather slow down than rush forwards. After killing the 16th monster beast, he stood atop a mountain. At the end of his line of sight, a ruined city appeared. Qin Yu hesitated. The infinite realm was a fragment of some great world. Since there were monster beasts here, there were naturally native life forms that were left behind. The infinite realm was extremely strange. The native life forms within had a cultivation system that was completely different from the land of divinity and demons. They didn't focus on magic power or rules, but instead focused on cultivating the mortal body. The native life forms of the infinite realm had incomparably powerful bodies. Every punch and every kick had the strength to shatter mountains and sunder rivers. They didn't perceive the rules, thus the shattered space fragments didn't affect their cultivation. Because of this, many powerhouses were born amongst the native life forms. Of course, once the strength of their mortal bodies surpassed the limits of the infinite realm, they would be forcefully erased by the broken rules. This was the survival instinct of the space fragment. Otherwise, if the super powerhouses of the native life forms were allowed to continue growing, the infinite realm would soon be destroyed from within. These native life forms mostly lived in the cities of the infinite realm. They relied on the defensive abilities of the cities to resist the countless monster beasts outside. Thus, if he stepped into a city, it was likely he would encounter them. But there weren't many cities in the infinite realm. If he could find one recorded on the map, he would be able to determine his position. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu stepped into the shadows. His figure instantly vanished, and he appeared in another shadow 10 miles away. It was unlikely there would be any great dangers near the city. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have dared to use Shadow Step. Soon, Qin Yu approached the edge of the city. This city wasn't too large, and there were many places that were in ruins. The energy protecting the city was rotten like a sieve. From the looks of it, this was an abandoned city. Qin Yu relaxed a little, but he still didn't dare to be careless. He carefully probed the city with his divine sense. He didn't sense any danger. Qin Yu's figure moved. He flew through a hole in the energy protecting the city and swept his eyes around. As he thought, the city was extremely dilapidated. The ground and buildings were covered in a thick layer of dust. It was clear no one had come here for a long time. This was for the best. Qin Yu hurriedly moved. He shuttled through the city, looking for signs that he could recognize. A moment later, Qin Yu stood in front of a tower. There was a giant bell on the roof. Most of the bell tower had collapsed and the bell was exposed to the outside world all year round. Its surface was covered in rust. His eyes brightened, revealing a bit of joy. He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. He probed it with his divine sense and soon found the information he needed. Bronze Bell Ancient City. It is located in the southeast branch of the Endless Mountain Range. It is suspected that a large number of native life forms once lived here, but because of some reason it was abandoned. Behind this was a list of cultivators from the land of divinity and demons. Qin Yu skimmed through all sorts of information regarding this ancient city, but he didn't find anything noteworthy. However, if he knew this was Bronze Bell Ancient City, he would be able to determine his position and avoid stepping into a dangerous danger zone. This was the most important point. Qin Yu took out a jade talisman. He dropped a drop of blood onto it and refined it. The jade talisman released a mottled black, white, and red map phantom. As Qin Yu lifted his hand, a green dot of light appeared in the white area. This green dot represented his position. The map phantom wasn't complete. It was only a circulating map of the infinite realm. White regions represented areas that had already been discovered and controlled. Black regions represented areas that had yet to be explored or weren't recorded on the map. As for the red regions, they were dotted with white regions and represented terrifying danger zones. Although this map wasn't too good with its guidance, his safety would still rise. Qin Yu smiled. Now he could set out to search for Ningling. However, the infinite realm was extremely vast. Wanting to find a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, the best method was to find any immortal sect disciple. They came from the immortal sect and had incomparably noble statuses. Their methods were astonishing, and they might have a way to contact each other in the infinite realm. If so, the chances of finding Ningling would be much greater. Qin Yu turned and walked away. He had already determined his position and naturally didn't want to delay in Bronze Bell Ancient City any longer. After all, this place was likely to attract other cultivators. Although he didn't fear them, Qin Yu didn't want to provoke unnecessary trouble. As Qin Yu arrived at the edge of the ancient city, his complexion changed. A group of cultivators flew out from a breach in the protective energy barrier and immediately saw him. It was them. This group of 11 people were the ones that had sent out an invitation to Qin Yu before he entered the infinite realm. Neither side expected to meet here. After a brief moment of shock, the group of people all had gloomy complexions. Qin Yu frowned, a bit puzzled. Since he hadn't obtained any harvests, why were these people so hostile? The delicate female cultivator's eyes widened. She suddenly said, "Cousin, no wonder this person didn't respond to your invitation. So he also knew." She suddenly stopped speaking, revealing a nervous expression. The purple-gold-crowned young cultivator frowned. He cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Taoist, I never thought that we would meet again here by fate." Qin Yu nodded. "I also didn't think so." The purple-gold-crowned young cultivator was silent for a moment. Then, his voice became low and gloomy. "I wonder if fellow Taoist can tell me why you came to Bronze Bell Ancient City?" Qin Yu said, "I inadvertently discovered this place. I only rushed over to confirm my position." The delicate female cultivator coldly sneered. "Stop quibbling. The infinite realm is vast and boundless. If you weren't prepared, how could you have been transmitted here? Cousin, this person cannot be trusted." A middle-aged cultivator said, "Young master, what the young miss said is correct. After we entered the infinite realm, we rushed here without stopping, but this person was even faster than us. If he said he wasn't prepared, then I don't believe it." Another middle-aged cultivator had a cold and gloomy expression. "Young master, this matter is far too important. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him escape." Chapter 376. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator was still silent. One could see that he was also fiercely struggling with his thoughts. This left the two Tao protectors puzzled. With their strength, they could even easily kill a peak divine soul powerhouse, so why was the young master so cautious? Qin Yu took a deep breath. The 5-element nascent souls in his Dantian Sea began to shake with waves of magic power. His heart violently beat in his chest as he prepared to attack. The 11 people in front of him were indeed formidable, and the 3 guardians were even more terrifying. But, if he went all out, he had a combat strength of 48 dragons, which was enough to compare with an early Blue Sea powerhouse. He might be able to escape. Moreover, if he truly used the power of the burning heavens, his combat strength would rapidly rise. He would even be able to fight a revered Blue Sea. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator's eyes fell. There was a flash of hesitation and confusion in his eyes. Finally, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you agree to come with us, once we leave Bronze Bell Ancient City, I will let you leave." "Young master," the Tao protector called out in a low voice, his eyes cold. The purple gold-crowned cultivator raised his hand. I have already decided. There is no need to say anything more. Qin Yu was also surprised. Hesitation rose in his heart. He swept his eyes over the old woman and made a decision. All right, I agree. Once there was a conflict, even if he could escape, he would have to pay a tremendous price. If his injuries were severe, it would be difficult for him to keep his life, so how would he be able to find Ningling? The purple gold-crowned cultivator smiled. I don't know why, but I feel like fellow Taoist is somewhat familiar. Forget it, let's take the item first. He waved his hand and two Tao protectors stepped forward. As they walked past Qin Yu, they glared at him with icy cold eyes. The two of them walked to the center of the deserted street and each took out a bronze mirror. They injected their transcendence energy, and a remnant soul flew out from each mirror. These two souls were extremely damaged, and they were only barely able to take form after borrowing the power of the copper mirror and the two Tao protectors. However, they were constantly trembling as if they would shatter at any moment. Their eyes were glazed over and it was clear that they had already lost consciousness. But as they appeared in Bronze Bell Ancient City, they instinctively revealed looks of panic. They all turned their heads to look in a certain direction. It's here. The two Tao protectors were pleasantly surprised. The purple gold-crowned cultivator revealed a smile. Let's go. Qin Yu followed behind from a distance. At this time, he didn't want to leave, otherwise these cultivators would definitely attack him like crazy. I'll wait for them to take the treasures before I leave. If these people change their minds at that time, then I'll let them have a taste of what it's like to lose what they've gained. The two Tao protectors walked in front, following the directions of the remnant souls. They soon arrived at the center of the city, in front of the collapsed bell tower. The remnant soul screamed in pain, as if it had felt an extreme fear. The two Tao protectors turned their hands and put away the copper mirror. They turned around and said, "Young master, it's here." Everyone in the group was overjoyed. Even the eyes of the old woman, who had been silent the entire time, flashed with a bright light. Qin Yu knew that the place they were looking for was the bell tower in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense anything strange. The pretty female cultivator called Xie Yu saw the confusion in his eyes and sneered, "Don't waste your energy. If you didn't follow us, you wouldn't be able to find this place even if you had 100 years. The purple gold-crowned cultivator was no longer in the mood to care about his cousin. He said in a low voice, "Be careful. I'll have to trouble the two protectors to take action. Everyone else, stay back." He took the lead and drew back 1,000 feet. The old woman followed him. As Qin Yu drew back, a pair of cloudy eyes locked onto him. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He felt an increasing dread towards this old woman. At this time, the two Tao protectors began to move. With dignified expressions, they carefully took out metal components from their storage magic tools. These things were only arranged halfway, but they already caused ripples to appear in the void. What a tyrannical array formation! The two Tao protectors were fast. After several breaths of time, the entire array formation was laid down. As one of them placed a fist-sized fiery red crystal into the core of the array formation was thoroughly activated. In that instant, with the bell tower as the center, the surrounding space for thousands of feet was shaken to pieces. Within the dark void that was revealed, there were actually countless black and white threads tangling together. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these weren't black and white threads at all. Rather, they were the hair of countless people gathered together, wrapping around each other in layers. Qin Yu's mind trembled and a chill rose in his heart. With just a glance, he could feel a great terror emanating from these strands of hair. The array formation had already been activated and didn't need to be controlled at all. The crystal at the core erupted with a dazzling crimson light that turned into raging flames in the air, wildly burning away the tangled strands of hair. Ah! Countless mournful screams sounded out. It was like these countless strands of hair had their own souls that were painfully struggling in the flames. These screams were sharp and grating, able to evoke the greatest fear in one's heart. Xiaoyu, who had taunted Qin Yu just now, shivered and her face paled. Even with Qin Yu's firm will, he couldn't help but frown. He had to summon the entirety of his divine sense in order to suppress his feelings of fear. The only one who wasn't affected was the old woman. Her cloudy eyes had long since begun to shine with a sharp light. The space above her head twisted and the phantom of a giant scholar tree flickered in and out of existence. Suddenly, from within the countless strands of hair, there was a deep roar. This was different from the screams of the hair. This sound was incomparably rough, like two stones wildly grinding against each other. But it was even more terrifying, causing one's scalp to tingle. "Who is it that dares to disturb my slumber? All of you deserve to die." The strands of hair that had been burned away by the flames began to rapidly disperse. A terrifying aura erupted. Qin Yu's heart shrank. Above Bronze Bell Ancient City, massive black clouds gushed out in the skies. Lightning arced through the skies and with a loud rumbling sound, the suppression of the 5 elements arrived. The suppression of the infinite realm's rules. In other words, this aura had already surpassed the limits of what it could withstand. The complexions of the 2 Tao protectors changed. "This is bad." The 2 of them took a step forwards and were about to retreat. But at this time, 2 terrifying strands of hair howled forwards, wrapping around them. In the next moment, countless strands of hair drilled into their bodies, wildly swallowing up their flesh and blood. "Die for me. Screw off." The auras of the 2 Tao protectors erupted. Brilliant divine light erupted from their bodies. Their combat strength directly surpassed the peak divine soul realm, reaching the strength of 10 dragons. This was already the combat strength of the Blue Sea realm, reaching the limits of what the infinite realm could withstand. Most Tao protectors had a combat strength of around 10 dragons. Any stronger and they would be suppressed. Countless strands of hair were shaken off and turned to dust. But even more strands remained in their bodies. Despair filled the eyes of the 2 Tao protectors. If this continued, in at most several dozen breaths of time, their flesh and blood would be sucked clean, and even their souls wouldn't be able to escape. "Young master, we cannot continue protecting you. Young master, please take care of our family." Before their voices fell, the 2 Tao protectors blew themselves up. A terrifying strength instantly destroyed all the strands of hair. The remaining strands shrank back as they howled in pain. How could this be? How could this be? Xiaoyu was panic-stricken. The intelligence clearly said that after refining a dead evil spirit, one could obtain a treasure. But it is actually alive, and its strength is so terrifying. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator shouted out loud, "Everyone attack! We must kill it, otherwise we will all die." He lifted his hand and a sword appeared out of thin air. He raised his hand and slashed down. Space collapsed. The might of this sword strike was comparable to that of the 2 Tao protectors, and it was even stronger in terms of killing power. But this sword strike only cut off some strands of hair. Then, from the blazing flames of the array formation, a terrifying shadow appeared. It was a gigantic head, and its face was covered in wounds and cracks. There were traces of stitching everywhere, as if it was sewn together from countless faces. But the most terrifying thing was its extremely thick hair, which was at least a few hundred meters long behind it. It was a mixture of black, white, and gray. Some of it was dry and lusterless, some of it was dark and elastic, and some of it was even tender and small. These strands of hair grew together, but it was clear that they didn't belong to the same person. Or, it was more accurate to say that the hair of millions of people had grown together. When these strands of hair and the sewn faces were placed together, they formed the greatest horror in the world. Just a single glance was enough to make one's mind tremble. The giant mouth opened, emitting a thunderous roar. Strands of hair drilled out, You will all die! Bang, bang, strands of hair smashed into the ground. The metal components that formed the array formation began to violently tremble and hum. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator's pupils shrank. It wants to break through the array formation. Stop it! Without needing to be urged, a radiant divine light covered the giant head. Even Xie, who had the weakest mental fortitude, erupted with an 8th-level divine soul cultivation. If everyone joined forces, their killing power would naturally be astonishing. The metal components stopped trembling. Everyone's eyes brightened. Could this wave of supernatural attacks have already killed this monster? Qin Yu stepped forwards and his figure exploded backwards. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator followed close behind, grabbing onto Xie Yu. As for the other cultivators, their reactions were a step too slow. The metal components that formed the array formation broke apart without warning. Then, the ground began to crack apart and terrifying strands of hair shot out, wrapping around the cultivators that attacked it. Ah! Save me! With mournful cries, 6 cultivators were swept away. The hair drilled into their bodies, and they rapidly withered away. Whoosh! A massive mass of hair swept towards the silent old woman. As if this ugly head knew that she was the most terrifying, it summoned the most hair. The old woman slammed her walking stick into the ground. With her as the center, a terrifying wave rose up, roaring in all directions. Countless miserable screams rose up from the ground. The hair that tried to sneak attack her was shaken to pieces. She stretched out a wrinkled palm and pressed forwards. Green runes appeared, erupting with a radiant divine light that burned away the hair. But at this time, the old woman's complexion changed. She shifted dozens of feet to the side and a column of gray energy fell down. The ground was quietly corroded away, forming a bottomless pit. Humph! The old woman coldly coughed. She lifted the walking stick in her hands and the phantom of an ancient scholar tree appeared in the void behind her. Vast and mighty divine light erupted, shining on the ugly head. This divine light contained a massive amount of life aura. But as it fell on the head, it was like acid. Massive tracts of flesh and blood were corroded and hair fell off. Xie Yu had yet to recover from her shock. She was overjoyed as she saw this. How fierce! She is truly worthy of being called Granny Ancient Scholar. She directly suppressed this monster and burned it to death. Burn it to death! The purple-gold-crowned cultivator's eyes were still dignified. If this evil spirit was able to easily kill 2 guardians, then its strength was definitely far greater than what it was now. Qin Yu also thought the same. Now that Granny Ancient Scholar had the upper hand, he feared that this evil spirit had other methods. But at this time, a change occurred. The ugly head that was being burned by the divine light suddenly opened its eyes. Unlike its terrifying appearance, this pair of black and white eyes actually gave off an extremely beautiful feeling. They were gentle and affectionate, making one feel close to them. Xie Yu was instantly lost in them. But in the next moment, a pitiful scream woke her up. Then, her entire body shivered and fear filled her eyes. Granny Ancient Scholar's old appearance began to decay at a crazy speed. Wisps of white gas gushed out from her body and then vanished from sight. Killing curse! She screamed, fear in her eyes. This was because the white gas that constantly emitted from her body was the little bit of vitality she had left. This time, she had paid a great price to escort a group of juniors into the infinite realm. She thought that with her cultivation, she would be able to suppress all dangers. But she had been too careless. She had actually encountered an evil spirit that knew how to kill with a curse. She was simply powerless to resist it. Leave! With a scream, the ancient scholar tree phantom behind Granny Ancient Scholar suddenly ignited. These flames were clearly invisible, but they wrapped around the ugly head and caused it to scream out in pain. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with shock. The burning ancient scholar tree phantom of Granny Ancient Scholar had actually erupted with a terrifying aura comparable to a revered blue sea. In the next moment, he turned and fled without hesitation. Kacha, kacha, the entire world around Bronze Bell Ancient City was like a shattered mirror. Countless terrifying cracks appeared all over it. The strength of a revered blue sea had surpassed the limits of what the infinite realm could withstand. This space would soon collapse. Moreover, above their heads, the tumbling black clouds had already condensed into a massive blurry face. This was the appearance of the remnant rules of the infinite realm. If they continued to stay here, then even if they withstood the world-shattering attack, they still wouldn't be able to escape the suppression of the infinite realm's rules. The purple-gold-crowned cultivator grabbed Xie Yu and rapidly fled. Sword shadows formed on the surface of his body, wrapping around the two of them. His speed was astonishing, and he managed to escape the range of the ancient city a step ahead of Qin Yu. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forwards and smashed into the cracked protective energy barrier, forcefully rushing out. In the next moment, with the walls of Bronze Bell Ancient City as the boundary, the entire space collapsed. In the skies, the face formed by the black clouds emitted a pained and angry roar. The collapsed space suddenly shrank to 1,000 feet in size, forming a black sphere. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc on its surface, its aura leaving one in despair. This was the obliteration of the infinite realm's rules. Chapter 377. If the three of them were still within the range of Bronze Bell Ancient City, then under the obliteration of the infinite realm's rules, all that awaited them would be death. It should be dead, Xie Yu said with a trembling voice, her eyes filled with fear. The purple-gold crown's complexion darkened. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. I am Qin Hanshi. I ask fellow Taoist not to blame us for the previous misunderstanding. With the strength of this evil spirit, it was naturally impossible for Qin Yu to touch what they were searching for. Qin Yu shook his head. In the previous situation, the fact that fellow Taoist Qin didn't attack has already surpassed my expectations. He paused for a moment and then said, I am Qin Yu. Qin Hanshi. Qin Yu. The two fellow Taoists glanced at each other. There was a dazed look in their eyes, as if they were familiar with each other. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound coming from the black sphere. The thunder that wove on its surface began to rapidly collapse and dissipate. This is bad. Hurry and run. But it was already too late. A strange fluctuation suddenly arrived from nothingness. Space seemed to freeze, and even the wind and the swaying branches fell silent. Qin Yu, Qin Hanshi, and Xie Yu all turned to flee, but they couldn't move at all. Large patches of charred hair drilled out from a crack in the black sphere. As if two hands were forcefully tearing at it, the ugly head squeezed out with difficulty. It had shrunk to half its original size and large patches of bald spots had appeared on its thick hair. Its face was covered with traces of stitches and dozens of wounds crisscrossed each other. Its flesh and blood had turned black and decayed, with mucus constantly dripping down. A mass of hair was suddenly thrown out. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. It was a shrunken and withered ancient scholar tree. A pained face appeared on the ancient scholar tree's trunk. It was Granny Ancient Scholar. She wasn't human to begin with, but was formed from an ancient scholar tree. Now, all of her essence energy had been plundered and swallowed by the evil spirit. If it weren't for this ugly head, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the obliteration of the infinite realm's rules. You will all die. A deep roar filled with hatred caused one's soul to tremble. Qin Hanshi felt bitter in his heart. If it weren't for Granny Ancient Scholar, they wouldn't have been able to live until now. Seeing the charred hair curl up, a decisive look appeared in his eyes. Bang! A rich purple light erupted from his body, shattering the world-suppressing might. Qin Hanshi raised his sword, his eyes blazing with purple light. Die! Shwa! The long sword slashed down, and the purple sword light was like a tide, instantly tearing through everything, emitting a rumbling roar like a raging river. Qin Hanshi cultivated the purple world myriad sword Dao. Every time he stabbed out with his sword, he would use the power of the rules to mark a sword phantom within his sword heart. Although it was only a sword shadow, it contained all the sword intent. As the number of sword shadows increased, the sword heart gradually solidified, became stronger, and finally completed the transformation. This was Qin Hanshi's road of ascension. At this time, he released all of the sword shadows in his sword heart, erupting with an incomparably terrifying killing power. But this was also his final trump card. In the future, he would need to spend countless years to condense enough sword shadows to advance once more. Although he had paid a heavy price, it was not worth mentioning in the face of death. As long as he did not die today, he could regain everything he had lost. Qin Yu's eyes brightened and he revealed a look of praise. He had already decided to go all out, but he never imagined that Qin Hanshi would have such a powerful trump card. This purple river was formed from pure sword intent. Its killing power was terrifying. Although it was inferior to a revered blue sea super powerhouse, it wasn't much worse. The ugly head screamed out in anger. The curling hair instantly retracted, wrapping around it in layers. In the next moment, the purple river submerged it in a grand and majestic manner. Qin Hanshi's complexion was deathly pale. His body shivered, but he forcefully propped himself up and didn't fall down. He stared ahead. If this sword couldn't kill the evil spirit, then they would all die here. The purple river gradually dissipated, revealing the ugly head that had been in a miserable state. It was originally bald, but now less than 10% of its hair remained. The rampaging sword intent had left behind countless spiderweb-like wounds on its surface, as if it would shatter at any moment. But it was still alive. Its warm eyes were filled with endless hatred. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. Faint traces of an icy cold aura invaded the three people's bodies. The power of the killing curse. It had already given up on swallowing these three hateful little insects. Instead, it chose to make them suffer the greatest pain before their souls perished. Xieyu was the weakest. Black lines appeared on her face and her face was twisted with pain and despair. Even so, she couldn't move or make a single sound. Qin Hanshi closed his eyes. Although he was filled with unwillingness, this was how the world was. No one had the chance to choose again. Since he had come here, death was his choice. He couldn't blame anyone else. But as he was waiting for death, a shocking aura erupted from beside him. His eyes widened as he saw Qin Yu step forwards. Kacha, the power imprisoning him was forcefully torn apart. As his second step fell, his aura rose up once more. As his third step fell, his strength had reached an inconceivable level. The void began to tremble. An invisible strength spread outwards, breaking apart the frozen space. Then, spatial cracks recklessly stretched out like tentacles, crushing everything within range. Qin Hanshi's face was filled with shock. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be hiding a strength even more terrifying than his own. But he reacted quickly. Before the strength reached him, he grabbed onto the screaming Xieyu. With a stuffy cough, the two of them were sent flying far away. Qin Yu felt unprecedentedly powerful. A terrifying strength raced through his body, making him feel as if he could step on the entire world beneath his feet. The power of the burning heavens. Blood-stained, magic power burning, life burning, these three powers all detonated at this time. But the pain he imagined didn't appear. In fact, his entire consciousness became unprecedentedly calm. Qin Yu could clearly feel his blood boiling in his blood vessels. It was so hot and violent that it surpassed the limits of his mortal body. His body was constantly being damaged from the inside. Within his Dantian Sea, the five-element nascent souls burned with five-colored flames. They revealed expressions of enjoyment, but there was actually a painful struggle in their eyes. And the most mysterious thing was that for the first time, Qin Yu could clearly feel his own lifespan. It was invisible and intangible, fusing into a cultivator's flesh and blood, existing everywhere. At this time, faint traces of white gas were constantly dispersing. He could feel his life force diminishing at a terrifying speed. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't feel any fear. He only calmly calculated how long he could maintain the power of the burning heavens in his current state. He soon obtained a result: 10 breaths of time. At most he could last 10 breaths of time. This was a degree he could only achieve if his demon body collapsed, his nascent soul dissipated, and his lifespan dried up. If he didn't want to cause too much damage to himself, then he only had 2 breaths of time. Bang! Although all of this took time to describe, the truth was that the moment Qin Yu took his third step, his entire body accelerated. Like a meteor, he smashed into the ugly head. 5 colored sword lights flashed, submerging into its body. After a breath of time passed, a thought suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's calm mind. With just the 5-element sword secret technique, he couldn't kill this evil spirit. He withdrew his palm, leaving only a finger. It shot out like a bolt of lightning, landing between the ugly head's eyebrows. A black light flashed. 2 breaths of time. The terrifying aura around Qin Yu rapidly faded away like a falling tide. His body became thinner and his sunken eyes were filled with exhaustion. He could no longer maintain the black hair on his head. It instantly turned a deathly gray. Before returning to the beast hunting battalion, in order to avoid drawing attention, Qin Yu had stimulated his vitality to turn his gray hair black. Now that his lifespan was depleted once more, it was difficult to conceal it any longer. The ugly head's eyes widened, filled with a cruel killing intent. Its scorched black hair curled towards Qin Yu, but before it could touch his body, it fell to the ground. No! With a deep roar filled with unwillingness, the stitched-up face suddenly split open. This wasn't just a wound, but a wound that reached the deepest depth. From this crack, a man's head flew out. He was extremely young and handsome, and between his eyebrows there was a bright red dot of light. But just as it flew out, this beautiful head revealed a look of panic. The red dot of light between its eyebrows dimmed, losing all luster. With a gust of wind, the flesh and blood on the surface of the head instantly turned to ash. All that was left over was a beautiful jade-like skull. That's right, what should have been a terrifying skull now only gave off an exquisite and beautiful feeling. Qin Yu's body swayed. He could no longer resist the weakness in his body, and he fell to the ground. At almost the same time, there was the sound of something falling to the ground. Lying on the ground, Qin Hanshi cut a sorry figure. He looked up, and the two of them glanced at each other and laughed. It really wasn't easy to survive. Xie Yu fainted. As the evil spirit died, the killing curse power also dissipated. She fell into an incomparably deep sleep. Between the heavens and earth, there was only the heavy panting of the two people. After a long time, Qin Yu struggled to sit up. He took out a pill and swallowed it down. He heard the sound of footsteps and saw Qin Hanshi dragging his sword towards him. Fellow Daoist Qin, don't think too much about it. This skull is a rare treasure. He struggled to pick it up and formed a law formula. The sword flew up and cut off the skull, revealing a crystalline blood-red light. An alluring smell wafted out from within. Just a single breath caused Qin Yu to feel incomparably hungry. His stomach rumbled like thunder and he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. He would actually have an appetite for something like this? Damn it, was I poisoned and was I hallucinating? As his thoughts raced, he saw Qin Hanshi take a deep breath and reveal an expression of incomparable enjoyment. His eyes were filled with excitement. He turned around and saw Qin Yu's expression. He immediately guessed what he was thinking and his happy face stiffened. He roared out loud, "I am not a corpse-eating demon, don't look at me like that." Qin Yu awkwardly smiled. He also didn't think it was possible. Qin Hanshi walked over and sat down on the side. This simple movement caused him to gasp for breath, but the hand that held the skull was extremely steady. Chapter 378. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He was no longer the little greenie of the past. He now had a certain understanding of all sorts of precious treasures in the land of divinity and demons. He knew that this blood marrow was a transcendent treasure that could strengthen a cultivator's mortal body and even heal injuries. Its value was unimaginably high. Qin Hanshi smiled. Do you know what it is now? There is more blood marrow here than I expected. We'll each take half. You must take good care of it. The true use of blood marrow is not to strengthen the body or heal injuries, but to activate a cultivator's bloodline. The half I give you can't even buy it with 1,000,000,000 spirit stones. Qin Yu was a bit moved. He didn't know about the existence of blood marrow. If Qin Hanshi wanted to take it all for himself, he could do so. Suddenly, he felt a bit like a friend. Qin Hanshi quickly took out 2 jade bottles and divided the blood marrow in half. When the blood marrow was completely taken out, the crystalline jade-like skull instantly lost its luster and turned into powder. Here's your share. I specially prepared this jade bottle. It can seal away the aura of the blood marrow so it won't emit any effects. Qin Hanshi handed a bottle to Qin Yu. Let's hurry and leave. The disturbance here is too great. If others are drawn over, that would be too miserable. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He put away the jade bottle and climbed up. The 2 of them helped Xie Yu up and left with difficulty. The 3 of them were lucky. Or perhaps it was because the aura of their previous battle had been too terrifying that all the surrounding monster beasts had been scared away. They walked 10 miles without encountering any dangers. I can't hold on much longer. Let's rest here. Qin Hanshi took out a palm-sized stone and tossed it out. It grew in the wind and turned into a small courtyard. He turned to look at Qin Yu, whose face had regained a bit of color. Qin Hanshi's eyes lit up with admiration. This sort of recovery speed was rare. However, this might involve Qin Yu's secrets, so he naturally wouldn't ask. Let's go in. The 3 of them pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Qin Hanshi took out an array disc and controlled it. The courtyard immediately emitted a layer of light that wrapped around it and sank into the ground. Through the layer of light, one could clearly see large tracts of earth and rock. But now, they had become as soft as water and could be easily pushed aside. After sinking 3,000 feet underground and activating a concealing array formation, Qin Hanshi relaxed. We're safe for now. Let's hurry up and restore ourselves. Qin Yu nodded. He chose a room and pushed open the door. Qin Hanshi settled Xie Yu down and then hurriedly began to cultivate. He released all of the sword intent that was marked in his sword heart. Luckily, he had obtained the blood marrow, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. In his room, Qin Yu carefully sensed his own condition. After a long time, he opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. Although the power of the burning heavens was tyrannical, the consumption of blood essence was also terrifying. In just 2 breaths of time, the amount of blood essence he consumed was equal to refining 10 storm flow magic tools. His cultivation had fallen to the early 4th level of divine soul, nearly falling to the 3rd level. As for his vitality, although he couldn't sense it clearly, it had been lost for at least a dozen years. This was only 2 breaths of time. The longer he maintained the power of the burning heavens, the more terrifying the losses would be. If he maintained it for 3 breaths of time, he would have to pay at least double the price. There was no need to mention the 4th or 5th breath of time. He was really risking his life. Qin Yu took out a pill and swallowed it down to refine. In other words, he had enough pills so that he could quickly restore his condition. If it were a relatively poor divine soul cultivator, the wounds they received today would require at least a year or even longer to recover. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked out. He walked to the center of the courtyard and looked up at the mud and stones above his head. Creak, Qin Hanshi opened the door to his room, a smile on his face. Qin Yu, your injuries have healed? He walked over, a look of praise on his face. Your recovery speed is truly fierce. Qin Yu smiled, not explaining. At this time, Xie Yu walked out from another room, a look of shock on her face. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, if I offended you before, I hope you don't mind. She was well aware that if it hadn't been for Qin Yu's final eruption, they would have all died in Bronze Bell Ancient City. Qin Yu nodded. It's fine. I never minded. Xie Yu relaxed a bit but also felt a bit disappointed. She didn't dare to reveal this on her face. She bowed and returned to her room. Qin Hanshi suddenly said, "In truth, this cousin of mine is quite good." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a look from Qin Yu. He coughed and calmly changed the topic. "Qin Yu, what do you plan on doing next?" Qin Yu said, "The reason I came out today is to bid my farewells to you." Qin Hanshi hesitated for a moment. He said, "The infinite realm is incomparably dangerous, and you have personally experienced it. If you aren't careful, there is the risk of dying. You and I have already obtained the blood marrow, and this harvest is enough to make one envious." Qin Yu shook his head. "I have other matters to attend to." Qin Hanshi was helpless. "Everyone has their own ambitions, so I can't force you. Be careful when you leave. My cousin and I will stay here and wait for the infinite realm to close." He took out a jade slip. "There is a map inside. It should be much better than the ones on the market. I have no use for it here, so I'll give it to you." Qin Yu didn't decline. Since he regarded him as a friend, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Qin Hanshi patted his head. "Also, directly refining something like the blood marrow is far too wasteful. If you know a demonic path alchemist, you can ask them to help you refine a blood marrow pill. Only then can you fully stimulate the efficacy of the blood marrow and restore your hair." Qin Yu's gray hair was far too eye-catching. It was hard not to see it. He could faintly guess the reason, but he didn't ask. Qin Yu smiled. "All right, I understand. Fellow Taoist Qin, we will meet again if fate wills it." As he spoke, his figure flickered and he flew out from the protective barrier of the courtyard. A yellow light flashed around him, and he melted into the earth, vanishing from sight. Qin Hanshi revealed a look of praise. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu truly had many methods at his disposal. He even had such exquisite earth attribute methods. But he had no idea why he had lost so much of his lifespan. Xie Yu pushed open the door and walked to his side. She said in a low voice, "Cousin, the blood marrow is incomparably important to you. No matter how much you have, it won't be enough. Qin Yu doesn't even know, so why did you give him half?" Qin Hanshi smiled. "Even if it's only half of the blood marrow, it's more than enough for me to use. Moreover, Qin Yu helped us a great deal. Without him we would all have died." There were some words he didn't say. This fellow Taoist Qin Yu gave off a rather wonderful feeling. He faintly felt that they would meet again. A yellow light flashed on the ground and Qin Yu's figure appeared. He looked up towards Bronze Bell Ancient City and saw several faint black spots in the air. With a flash of light, Qin Yu turned and left. Qin Hanshi and Xie Yu were underground. Although he wanted to look for the immortal sect disciples, he couldn't stay here for too long. In the skies above Bronze Bell Ancient City, several cultivators noticed Qin Yu's departing figure. But as they looked around and saw that he only had a second-level divine soul cultivation, although they were surprised, they didn't care too much about it. Every time the infinite realm opened, there would be some lucky fellows that managed to sneak in. But their final fates were never too wonderful. Now, the most important thing was to search for the secrets of Bronze Bell Ancient City. Just what sort of lucky chance could trigger such a terrifying slaughter? After flying out several hundred miles, Qin Yu took out the map that Qin Hanshi had given him. Because he had already activated it, he only needed to pour in magic power to display it. As he thought, this map was much larger than the one he used. There were also more red danger zones, and there were even some markings of the gathering points of the native life forms. Qin Hanshi was quite thoughtful. He hadn't found Ningling, but he had gained a friend. This sort of feeling wasn't bad. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure flew far away. Above the black swamp, Qin Yu flew at a low altitude. Suddenly, he frowned. With a flick of his sleeves, he killed the strange fish that had ambushed him, and a wisp of smoke fused into his body. He paused for a moment and looked over the boundless swamp, a bit of anxiety in his eyes. This was the 3rd month since he had entered the infinite realm. Qin Yu had walked through many places and hunted down many monster beasts. He had found several precious treasures and precious spirit plant seeds, and he had even fought with native life forms that cultivated the mortal body. But he hadn't encountered a single immortal sect cultivator. Although the infinite realm was large, there would always be many immortal sect cultivators that came in every time it opened. There was no reason he hadn't encountered any after so long. It was highly likely that the immortal sect cultivators had gathered together to obtain some precious lucky chance. There was a precedent for this. After all, with the immortal sect's methods, it wasn't difficult to investigate the infinite realm. This was also a situation that Qin Yu didn't want to see the most. The infinite realm would remain open for at most a year, and a quarter of that time had already passed. If he couldn't find Ning Ling before it closed, all of his efforts would have been in vain. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anxious thoughts. His figure flashed and he continued forward. After flying for another 2 days, he saw the edge of the swamp. At this time, a group of cultivators suddenly flew over. As Qin Yu saw them, he turned to leave. In these last 3 months, he hadn't bothered with anyone. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." A figure howled over, as fast as a shadow as it blocked his path. Qin Yu frowned, a cold intent in his eyes. He hadn't been able to find anyone from the immortal sect and was already feeling a bit depressed. At this time, he found it a bit difficult to restrain himself. The cultivator's heart chilled. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just that we have discovered a secret zone and need the help of a cultivator skilled in water attribute magic arts. I saw fellow Taoist fly through the swamp and water vapor lingered around your body. It's clear you are a master of this field. I wonder if you could help us? If fellow Taoist is interested, we can discuss the conditions." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "I have important matters to attend to. You should find someone else." The cultivator revealed a helpless expression. "All right." Qin Yu rapidly flew away. At this time, the dozen-plus cultivators that were waiting behind him flew over. "He actually refused?" A young man frowned. "Brother Su, did you not give him any promises?" Su Wenze forced a smile. "He didn't even give me a chance to state my conditions." The person shook his head. "That's troublesome. You and I aren't skilled in water attribute magic arts. It will be difficult to find a suitable helper." It's good that he left. If that person really agreed, I would have stopped him. A woman suddenly said from the crowd. Su Wenze was surprised. "Why?" The woman revealed a look of disdain. "Not too long ago, outside Square Wave City, when my uncle brought me to compete for the infinite token, I saw this person. It's just that his hair had changed color. When he saw 2 blue sea cultivators fight, he was so frightened that he fled far away. What use is there in having such courage? Moreover, this person only has a mere 2nd-level divine soul cultivation. Even if he helped, he wouldn't be able to help us." Su Wenze was startled. He thought that Qin Yu really did seem to be at the 2nd level of divine soul, but his eyes were truly terrifying. A middle-aged cultivator suddenly said, "Miss Feng, you cannot be careless. That person who left isn't simple at all." Feng Yunyun curled her lips. She had to respect the guardian that her uncle had sent. Even if she didn't think much of it, she could only nod in agreement. Su Wenze smiled. All right. Let's hurry up and find a helper. Perhaps there might be some good treasures inside." Schwa, schwa. Chapter 379. Another 10 days passed. A seemingly tranquil mountain valley attracted Qin Yu's attention. He carefully looked around and finally discovered something strange. Quiet, incomparably quiet. Time seemed to come to a standstill in this mountain valley. There wasn't the least bit of wind, and all the branches and leaves of the ancient trees were still. It was like he was only looking at a painting. Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. He took out a map and looked over it. This was a white area without any markings, but it was clear that this place wasn't ordinary at all. As he thought of the immortal sect cultivators that had disappeared without a trace, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he quietly flew over and landed outside the mountain valley. Even here, Qin Yu hadn't sensed anything different. If he hadn't been careful enough, he wouldn't have discovered anything strange about this mountain valley. Standing at the entrance of the valley, he saw that it wasn't too large. It was only around 1,000 feet wide, and the oval-shaped space was unobstructed. There wasn't anything strange about it. Qin Yu took a deep breath and carefully entered the mountain valley. He had already prepared himself to deal with any dangers, but what he didn't expect was that everything was calm. The mountain valley was still quiet, so quiet that one could only hear the sound of Qin Yu's footsteps rubbing against the grass. But at this time, not only did he not feel relaxed, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. As he walked in this quiet and unchanging environment, he felt as if he were stepping on raging waves, as if he would be swallowed up if he wasn't careful. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the end of the mountain valley. The stone walls weren't too steep and were covered with green moss and vines. Occasionally, the stones below would be exposed, like sunken eyes. Qin Yu frowned. He stared at the stone wall in front of him. After a long period of silence, he lifted a hand and his fingertips cut through the void. Qila, like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the mountain wall, vines, and green moss were like a painting, and a crack the size of a person was torn open. A wild aura surged out, instantly breaking the tranquility of the mountain valley. Space shattered and the camouflage was shed, revealing the true appearance of the mountain valley. The entrance turned into a vortex, making it impossible to see the outside world. For 1,000 feet around Qin Yu, everything was the same as before. The only difference was that all the soil, stones, and vegetation had turned black, as if they had been invaded by some evil aura. The stone wall in front of him had long since disappeared, revealing a narrow opening. The wild aura that shattered the camouflage of space had erupted from this opening. However, the strange thing was that this valley seemed to be in some kind of special sealed state. The aura inside was extremely violent, but it didn't leak out in the slightest. Qin Yu looked up at the skies. He reached out and grasped a black stone, tossing it into the air. As it flew out of the mountain valley, a black light appeared and the stone quietly disintegrated into powder. His pupils shrank. Although this black light didn't emit the least bit of aura, he could still feel a great terror from it. With his powerful king-step demon body, if he were to be swept by that black light, he would likely suffer the same fate as the black stone. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. As expected, this was a danger zone of the infinite realm. Only by isolating it from the outside world could it shield itself from the infinite realm's rules. And in these danger zones, most of them were extremely terrifying existences slumbering. Qin Yu had the combat strength of a revered blue sea, but in front of these slumbering existences, he was far too weak. He couldn't help but feel a bit of regret, but he immediately suppressed it. He stared at the mountain valley in front of him, clenched his teeth, and carefully walked in. Since he was already here, he would only be able to find a way out if he truly ventured deeper. The moment he stepped into the mountain valley, Qin Yu stiffened. In the distant black fog, 4 lantern-like eyes instantly locked onto him. A second-level Divine Soul Jr. isn't worth worrying about at all. I'll kill it first and then deal with that little baby. 2 thought fluctuations transmitted out at the same time. Then, the 4 eyeballs vanished from sight. There was a heaven-shaking rumbling sound in the black fog. The terrifying aura seemed to be absorbed by the black fog, but just a trace of it was enough to set off the terrifying fluctuations that Qin Yu felt just now. If it weren't for the black fog, the entire mountain valley would have been broken apart by both sides. Qin Yu took a deep breath. His body regained its freedom. His heart raced like thunder and his face was pale with fear. Although he hadn't seen their true bodies, just those 4 eyeballs alone allowed Qin Yu to feel a nearly tangible aura of death. He didn't doubt that the master of any one of these eyes had the ability to destroy his body and soul with a wave of their hands. Luckily, both sides were in the middle of their battle and neither of them cared about Qin Yu's weak cultivation, so they didn't care about him at all. But this was only temporary. Once the battle ended and either of them won, they absolutely wouldn't mind eating a post-battle dessert. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. But soon, he discovered that it was impossible for him to escape. The entire mountain valley was sealed away by an invisible will. Even if he erupted with the power of the burning heavens, he still wouldn't be able to break free. Looking at the black fog in the distance, Qin Yu paled. Did he have to wait here for death to arrive? No. Absolutely not. There had to be a chance, there had to be a chance. Qin Yu forcefully suppressed his fear and anxiety. He took several deep breaths and his thoughts raced. Soon, he found the only hope that wasn't completely hopeless. It was clear that these 2 terrifying existences were currently engaged in a brutal battle. If they perished together, Qin Yu would be safe and sound. Of course, the chances of this happening were extremely small. But, if the winning side was severely wounded, Qin Yu still had a chance to live. The power of the burning heavens. Qin Yu never thought that he would be forced to use it again so soon after using it. Moreover, this time it might not be the same as when he killed the evil spirit. It would only take a short 2 breaths of time. With a bit of bitterness in his heart, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He took out a pill and swallowed it down. Since he had no other choice, he could only work hard to make himself stronger. Even if it was just the tiniest bit of improvement, he might be able to survive when his life was at stake. Within his soul space, Spirity's aura became increasingly ethereal. Her appearance hadn't changed at all, but she seemed to have gained an infinite charm. Just a single glance was enough to enchant one's mind. At this time, she frowned, a dignified expression on her face. Shuare's shadow appeared. It laughed and said, "The little master seems to be in trouble." Spirity's frown deepened. "It's not convenient for me to do anything. Are you going to stand idly by?" This shadow was the summoned life form that had fused into Qin Yu's shadow. Its laughter was filled with happiness. "Although I was summoned by the little master and I will suffer a backlash if he dies, you should know that it isn't difficult for me to live on. As for you, as a partner soul, once the little master perishes, you will vanish into thin air." Spirity's eyes shined with a cold intent. "What conditions do you have?" The summoned life form proudly said, "Simple. Tell me who you are. I only have one condition. Otherwise, you can make a bet. Perhaps I will suddenly change my mind and help the little master survive." Spirity didn't have any expression. "All right, I agree." With several more chuckles, the summoned life form vanished from sight. From start to finish, Qin Yu's soul didn't sense any of this at all. The slaughter in the black fog continued. What Qin Yu didn't know was that before the Infinite Realm's annihilation arrived, these 2 terrifying life forms had joined forces to lay down this sealed space. They had fallen into a deep slumber, waiting for a chance to survive. Endless years passed and the Infinite Realm's rules became increasingly broken. They were no longer willing to endure these terrifying slumbering life forms. They were roused from their slumber and discovered the situation they were in. Unless their strength could rise a step further, they would die soon. Forced into a deep slumber, it was already difficult for them to maintain their strength and prevent it from fading away, much less take another step further. Thus, there was only one choice left: swallow the other. No matter which one it was, as long as they ate the other they would be able to rise in strength and survive. But the reason they chose to join forces was because their strengths were similar. It wouldn't be easy to determine a winner or loser in this battle. Before Qin Yu entered the mountain valley, they had already fought for 3 days. And now another 5 days had passed. After fighting for an entire 8 days, both sides were exhausted. But their movements were still as swift and powerful as before. They each had cards in their hands that they hadn't used yet, because only at the best opportunity would they be able to erupt with a sure-kill might. On the 12th day, Qin Yu was suddenly awakened from his cultivation. His eyes widened in amazement as he looked at the black fog deep within the mountain valley. An unimaginably terrifying aura wildly erupted from within. One blue and one blue, each of them occupying half of the black fog as they crazily slaughtered each other. Qin Yu was well aware that if he fell into the range of this battle, even if he erupted with the power of the burning heavens, he would only be able to last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before being blasted to pieces. He was going all out. His eyes lit up with anticipation. It would be best if they perished together, but at the very least the victor would be severely wounded. Only like this would he have a chance of surviving. Blue and blue light collided. Such a terrifying might naturally couldn't be maintained for too long. The blue light gradually weakened, and when half of it faded away, the blue light brightened. In an instant, most of the blue light trembled and collapsed. Ah! I can't accept this. As a despairing thought fluctuation spread out, the black fog quieted down. The battle had come to an end. The victor had appeared and the loser had died. Qin Yu was so nervous that his palms began to sweat. At this time, the black fog began to recede like a tide, and the figures of 2 massive beings began to appear. When all of the fog was sucked into the terrifying life form's body, its eyes instantly fell on Qin Yu, killing intent blazing in them. As expected, this sort of terrifying existence wouldn't be careless at all. Once the battle ended, it would immediately choose to kill Qin Yu. To not leave behind even the slightest hidden danger, this was something that any powerful life form that had lived for a long time would have. He had to fight. Qin Yu stood up. His heart wildly beat and the power of the burning heavens erupted. His blood, magic power, and vitality burned together. Bang! A powerful aura crazily erupted. The victor's giant eyes revealed a trace of surprise that immediately turned into mockery. With its strength, even if it was severely wounded, it could still easily kill a revered blue sea. This little foreign cultivator had actually hidden such strength. This was actually a pretty good dessert. It would be able to replenish its lost strength. It opened its great mouth, and a terrifying blue light appeared. The shadow beneath Qin Yu's feet began to wriggle as another figure appeared. Bang! With a loud explosion, most of the victor's head was blown apart. Its massive body swayed for a moment before it crashed to the ground. The already dead loser actually opened his eyes and let out a maniacal laugh. You will die in front of me in the end. Chapter 380. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. He quickly extinguished the power of the burning heavens. He only maintained it for a breath of time, so it didn't cause too much damage to him. They had died, they had actually died. Even he never imagined such an ending would occur. But soon, ecstasy replaced his astonishment. A brilliant smile lit up Qin Yu's face. Within his soul space, Spirity's eyes widened. She chuckled. Her master's luck was truly unimaginable. She looked down, her eyes seeming to pierce through all as they fell onto the shadows on the ground. The corners of her lips curled up. The summoned life form was already prepared to attack. Its lips twitched and it couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise deep in its eyes. In its understanding, anyone with a terrifying amount of luck would have astonishing growth attributes and would be favored by a transcendent will. This sort of person, as long as they didn't perish along the way, would eventually become an extremely terrifying figure in the endless years to come. Perhaps its attitude towards its little master could change a little, and it could help him a little. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the summoned life form appeared. Congratulations, Master, I need their souls. I ask Master for permission. Within his soul space, Spirity sneered. She said with a sound transmission, Master, this summoned life form has a mysterious origin. But, since you summoned it, it has a restrictive ability. As long as you don't allow it to swallow you, there is nothing it can do. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Spirity was clearly saying that this was an excellent opportunity to extort him. His thoughts raced and he made a decision. He said, Although you call me Master, I still don't know your name, where you come from, or what methods you have. The summoned life form gnashed its teeth in hatred. Spirity's sound transmission couldn't be hidden from him, but the souls of these two terrifying existences were indeed important to him. He could only squeeze out a laugh. I have just awakened and lost a great deal of my memories. I only managed to restore some of them not too long ago. Master can call me undead, but I cannot say where I came from, otherwise there will be great karma. It is best if Master doesn't know. As for my abilities, I am skilled in dealing with souls and I also have methods to escape. For instance, these two dead souls. After I swallow them, Master can shadow step to 20 miles away. Within his soul space, Spirity revealed a dignified expression. She said with a sound transmission, Master, although he didn't say much, he should be trustworthy. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Awakening, an unspeakable land, the origins of this summoned life form were becoming increasingly mysterious. Fortunately, Little Spirit's words implied that he could restrict the summoned life form. The partner spirit shared weal and woe with him, so it naturally wouldn't lie to him. I hope you won't hide anything from me in the future. Go, they are yours. The summoned life form was overjoyed. Its body twisted slightly and appeared beside the two enormous corpses, directly entering one of them. Qin Yu's soul asked, Spirity, these two terrifying life forms had at least peak blue sea strength and their souls had already condensed, so why did they die along with their mortal bodies? Spirity explained, reporting to Master, in order to escape the obliteration of the infinite realm's rules, they fused their souls with their mortal bodies. When their mortal bodies died, their souls also died. This dead soul is hidden within their mortal bodies. While the two of them were talking, the summoned creature had already crawled out of the corpse and impatiently entered another one. Soon, all the souls were cleanly swallowed. The summoned life form flashed and appeared beside Qin Yu. Master, there seems to be another reason why they are hiding here. You can go look for them. Perhaps there will be some harvest. I need to hurry up and digest them. As it spoke, it melted into a shadow and vanished. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He stepped forwards and arrived beside the two massive beings. He didn't look for lucky chances, but used a secret technique to appraise them. Soon, the terrifying life form that died first began to emit a thick blood-red light. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. This secret technique could determine whether or not a corpse could be refined into a storm flow magic tool. When he participated in the South Shine Nation's youth alchemy competition, he had passed through the wilderness and obtained some suitable materials. But with his current strength, even if he refined these materials, they wouldn't be of much help to him. The giant corpse in front of him was different. It was suspected to be a terrifying peak blue sea life form. If it was successfully refined, the might of this super storm flow magic tool would reach an unimaginable degree. It could even contend with a tribulation immortal level existence. Of course, even if it was strong enough, with a tribulation immortal's control of the world's rules, they could instantly use the power of the rules to offset most of the damage. The remaining parts would naturally lose their threat. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He never thought of using the superstorm flow to resist a tribulation immortal. Once this thing was activated, even a peak blue sea existence would suffer greatly. This was a trump card. Even if he didn't have any other harvests, just this corpse was an unimaginable harvest. 5-colored sword light appeared. Qin Yu lifted his hand and pressed down. The sword point pierced through his skin, emitting the sound of iron. Feeling the trembling and the pain, Qin Yu was shocked. This terrifying life form's mortal body was actually powerful to such a degree. He erupted with the 5-element sword with all his strength and borrowed the invisible sharpness of the sword, but he was only barely able to cut through its flesh and blood. Luckily he could, otherwise the situation would be awkward. Could he maintain the state of detonating the heaven-burning lands and cut through it? He feared he would die before he could even cut open this terrifying life form's belly. Qin Yu rejoiced inwardly. He buried his head in the giant corpse of this terrifying life form. It looked like a giant cocoon, and besides its teeth, it didn't have a single bone. What could be used to refine a storm flow magic tool were actually hidden deep within its flesh and blood, where soft blue veins could be seen. These blue veins grew out from the flesh and blood and were incomparably tough. Even though Qin Yu used the 5-element sword with all his strength, he still had to expend a great deal of effort to cut off the first one. The originally soft and tough blue veins instantly became incomparably hard after separating from the terrifying life form's corpse. With Qin Yu's cultivation, even when his hands erupted with all his strength, he still couldn't bend them in the slightest. From this, it could be seen just how hard they were. If he used this as a material to refine the superstorm flow, its might would leave one looking forward to it. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He buried his head in the stinking flesh and blood, transforming into the most terrifying corpse-tearing demon, not letting go of even a single hidden blue vein. He hadn't slept or rested for 3 days and had swallowed dozens of pills. Then, he cut off the last piece of flesh and carefully examined it once more. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he let out a long breath and stood up. Within his mortal body, there was a loud, crackling sound. Even with Qin Yu's powerful demon body, maintaining this state of full strength for 3 days still left his entire body aching. But all of this was worth it. Within this terrifying life form, he had found a total of 1,024 blue veins. Not only were these the strongest materials Qin Yu had obtained so far, but they were also the most numerous. The might of this superstorm flow left him filled with anticipation. Qin Yu had an impulse to immediately refine it, but he finally suppressed this thought. Refining materials that were suspected to be at the peak of divine soul was bound to be difficult. If he wanted to refine over 1,000 of them, he would need to spend a massive amount of time. The infinite realm was only open for a limited time. He couldn't delay here. Looking at the other corpse, Qin Yu twisted his aching body and light began to circulate around his fingers once more. Although it wasn't suitable to refine a storm flow magic tool, this terrifying life form was extremely powerful and the materials from its body were bound to be precious. After spending 2 hours, Qin Yu obtained a horn as well as a pair of eyes. The horn was crystalline and translucent. He could clearly see that there were runes contained within, and he could faintly feel the faint destructive aura it emitted. After the eyes separated from the corpse, they turned into 2 round beads. Fog lingered around them, making them seem unpredictable. As for the other materials, Qin Yu glanced at the claws and fangs that caused one's heart to race. He revealed a helpless expression. This was because this corpse had an even more astonishing degree of toughness. Only the horn and eyeballs were easy to obtain. If he wanted to obtain the other materials, he would have to slowly grind them down bit by bit. That would take far too much time. After placing all the materials into his storage ring, Qin Yu let go of the 2 corpses and began to search through the mountain valley. Since the summoned life form had spoken, it had clearly sensed something. He easily found the 2 terrifying life forms' lairs. But they were completely empty without anything at all. Qin Yu frowned. He carefully searched through the first lair. Looking at the scales that had fallen off in a corner, it should be the terrifying life form that had died first. He searched every corner and swept through every inch of the place with his divine sense, but he found nothing. Qin Yu turned and flew out. He entered the second lair and searched even more carefully. This was because the terrifying life form in this lair was clearly weaker. Yet, it was able to suddenly attack after faking its death and kill an existence stronger than itself. Perhaps it was because it had grasped something extremely powerful. Nothing. Qin Yu turned the entire lair upside down but didn't find anything. He wanted to ask the summoned life form, but it had already fallen asleep in the shadows. Why wasn't it here? Could the summoned life form have sensed something wrong? There was a light sound beneath Qin Yu's feet, as if he had kicked something. But, when he looked down, there was nothing there. Nothing? Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He squatted down and rubbed the ground. Soon, he felt an icy cold sensation. He had grasped onto something that was half a disc. Moreover, there were extremely complex lines on the surface of this object. But, he still couldn't see them. Even when he swept his divine sense through it, there was nothing. He couldn't see it and he couldn't sense it with his divine sense. If he hadn't caught it in the book, he would have never believed that such a strange object existed in this world. This must be what the summoned life form was talking about. Spirity, do you recognize what this is? Qin Yu asked with a soul sound transmission. Spirity hesitated. This seems to be the method of some powerful cultivators from ancient times. But I have no idea what it is. Qin Yu nodded. No matter what it was, this object was absolutely abnormal. He could wait until the summoned life form woke up and ask it then. At this time, the strength that imprisoned the entire mountain valley began to rapidly dissipate. Qin Yu looked down at the half-disc that he couldn't see. He faintly felt that this seal might be related to it. It seemed that there was only half of it left in the mountain valley. But, to be cautious, Qin Yu returned to the first lair and quickly searched through it. Not finding anything was within his expectations. He didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Not long after Qin Yu left, two figures appeared outside the mountain valley. Just as they revealed a happy expression, their complexions changed. Schwa, in the blink of an eye, the two people rushed into the mountain valley. As they saw the corpses of two terrifying life forms, their pupils shrank in endless shock. Chapter 381. These two people were cultivators from a large sect. Many years ago, a master from this sect had entered the infinite realm and inadvertently entered the mountain valley. Afterwards, this master didn't die. Rather, he reached an agreement with these two terrifying life forms. In the future, every time the infinite realm opened, this sect would send disciples in and give these two terrifying life forms some treasures in exchange for scales and other things that they shed. Because of this, the cultivators of this sect were well aware of just how strong these two terrifying life forms were. When the infinite realm opened this time, these two people were extremely unlucky. They were transmitted to an extremely remote place, and in addition to some accidents, it took them nearly 4 months to arrive. But what did they see? The mountain valley seal had vanished and the two terrifying life forms had died. Even their corpses had been cruelly disintegrated. How could such a powerful existence appear in the infinite realm? The two people didn't dare to think about it any further. They entered the mountain valley and searched for treasures. Then, they hurried away with ecstatic expressions. After Qin Yu left the mountain valley, he cultivated for a short period of time. Although he only maintained the power of the burning heavens for a single breath of time, he still used up some of it. 3 days later, he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. When he entered the infinite realm this time, he hadn't planned on searching for any treasures. But in the end, he had obtained many harvests. Could this be considered an unintentional willow growing into a shade? Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. But at this time, his complexion changed. There were cultivators fighting nearby. This sort of matter was common in the infinite realm, and he simply didn't want to pay attention to it. But soon, Qin Yu revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He flicked his sleeves and put away the array disc before howling away. In the air, several figures were fighting together. 5 people had joined forces to besiege a white-haired old man. This person's expression was cold and his attacks were tyrannical. Even though he was fighting 1 against 5, he actually held the upper hand. A golden-robed youth stood on the ground. The phantom of a palace was embroidered on his chest. He coldly said, "The treasures I see are mine. You dare to compete with me? You have no idea of death or danger." Across from him, 7 or 8 cultivators had pale complexions and blood trickled down the corners of their mouth. They were the group of people that Qin Yu had fought at the edge of the swamp. Feng Yunyun and Su Wenze were among them. At this time, their eyes were filled with anxiety and anger. When they found the secret zone, they were pleasantly surprised. There was actually an ancient treasure inside that seemed to contain a powerful inheritance. However, they had not expected that the moment they took out their secret treasures, they would be snatched away by the person in front of them. Although he was alone, his strength was enough to suppress all of them. Moreover, this person's Tao protector was even more terrifying. All of their Tao protectors working together could only barely hold on. But what was even more terrifying was this person's identity. The golden robes were ordinary, but in addition to the palace embroidered on the chest, this represented a supreme influence in the land of divinity and demons, the Immortal Sect. This cultivator was a disciple of the Immortal Sect. No wonder he had such strength, and his Tao protector was even more terrifying. Could it be that the disciples of the Immortal Sect also want to forcefully rob others? Su Wenze roared. The Immortal Sect cultivator sneered. The strong eat the weak, what does that have to do with status? Since you've found the treasure for me, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You! Feng Yunyun was enraged, but she was held back by Su Wenze. Don't be rash. He sucked in a deep breath. Protectors, come back. We admit defeat. The 5 Tao protectors, who were already struggling to hold on, heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this and hurriedly retreated. But at this time, the Immortal Sect Tao protector suddenly shouted out loud and thrust out his palm. The middle-aged cultivator in front of him stuffily coughed and was sent flying backwards. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth as he smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Feng Yunyun cried out, "Protector Li!" Her face was filled with anger. We already admitted defeat, so why must we be so heavy-handed? Is this how the Immortal Sect does things? The Immortal Sect Tao Protector's voice was gloomy. To fight with us is to disrespect the Immortal Sect and must be punished. Little girl, do you have any objections? Protector Li hurriedly stopped her. Miss Feng, I'm fine, cough cough. I just need to rest for some time. Don't provoke the Immortal Sect fellow Taoists. Humph. The Immortal Sect Tao Protector turned and landed on the ground. The Immortal Sect cultivator smiled in satisfaction. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Why did you have to put yourself in such a difficult situation and suffer so much pain? He turned to leave. Qin Yu rapidly flew over. He stopped in the distance and cupped his hands together. This Immortal Sect fellow Taoist. Before he finished speaking, the Immortal Sect cultivator flicked his sleeves and the phantom of a great wave appeared, crashing down upon him. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He punched out a fist and the great wave phantom trembled and collapsed. He took several steps back, a gloomy expression on his face. He took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist from the Immortal Sect, I have no ill intentions. I just want to inquire about some matters." The golden-robed Immortal Sect disciple coldly smiled. "Don't think that just because you blocked my attack you have the qualifications to speak. Just who do you think you are to ask me questions?" The reason he didn't kill Su Wenze and Feng Yunyun was because these people all had extraordinary backgrounds. As a disciple of the Immortal Sect, although he didn't fear them, it was inevitable that he would provoke trouble. But this person in front of him actually dared to block his path. He was simply seeking death. Qin Yu took a deep breath and his eyes turned cold. He didn't like the way this Immortal Sect cultivator did things to begin with. It was only because he needed help from this person that he forced himself to endure. Now, it seemed that this person was simply a rabid dog. It was impossible for him to obtain information about Ning Ling through him. But in the end, he was still an immortal sect cultivator. Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of becoming enemies with such a colossus, and Ning Ling was also someone from the immortal sect. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Then, he turned to leave. But what he didn't know was that his cold eyes had already angered this immortal sect cultivator who was in a very bad mood. The immortal sect cultivator coldly said, "You want to leave? Get the hell down here." He lifted a hand and powerful fluctuations of strength erupted between the heavens and earth. A giant blue hand appeared and grasped at Qin Yu. Before it arrived, a terrifying feeling already descended. Even a 4th or 5th level divine soul cultivator would be directly killed. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He smiled and welcomed this attack. This immortal sect cultivator had directly attacked him, and now he was even more heavy-handed, wanting to kill him. Humph! Qin Yu took a step forwards. Between his fingers, 5-colored light erupted. Puff! The giant blue hand trembled. Several cracks appeared on it before it collapsed and dissipated. What? The immortal sect disciple's complexion changed. You were actually hiding your cultivation to block my high mystic blue origin hand. No wonder you dared to disrespect my immortal sect. But today, I will let you know what it means to seek your own death. Qin Yu was so angry that he laughed. This immortal sect disciple was truly shameless. He had directly labeled him as disrespecting the immortal sect. But soon, a dignified expression appeared on his face. Invisible threads seemed to appear between the heavens and earth. They circled around each other and came from all directions. These threads were invisible and intangible, but Qin Yu felt a great threat. They were like sharp blades that could easily cut apart anything. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped out. The 5-element swords erupted. 5-colored divine light instantly swept out in all directions. He revealed a helpless look. He had just broken into divine soul and hadn't had time to perceive the rules and create new magic arts. If he fought with others, he could only rely on the 5-element swords. His methods were far too simple. Once the matter of the infinite realm was over, he would have to go into seclusion for some time. Hum, hum, in the void, phantoms of threads appeared, colliding with the 5-colored divine light. But the powerful 5-colored divine light wasn't able to stop them at all. The phantoms rapidly pierced through, hurtling straight towards Qin Yu. The immortal sect disciple coldly sneered. What he used was a secret technique of the immortal sect. This was more than enough to roll over the vast majority of those at the same level. Although this person was hiding his strength, beneath this secret technique, all that awaited him was death. Qin Yu did indeed feel an intense threat. With a loud shout, he lifted a hand and pointed outwards. Strong winds stirred up and the clouds above his head tumbled backwards. The phantom of a finger appeared, stirring up the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. It rapidly grew in size and collided with the phantoms of threads. The complexion of the immortal sect disciple changed. He watched as the phantoms of threads that disregarded the 5-colored divine light seemed to suffer a heavy blow as they began to tremble and collapse. In the blink of an eye, a gap was torn open and the phantom finger broke through, shooting straight towards the immortal sect disciple. Puff! The immortal sect disciple spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with disbelief as he screamed out, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" The immortal sect protector coldly snorted. He stood in front of the disciple and lifted a hand. In space, a cross-shaped black crack appeared. In the next moment, the phantom finger collided with it. Without a sound, the cross-shaped black crack and the phantom finger vanished from sight. The immortal sect protector's confident face stiffened. He cried out, "Secret rule art!" His eyes instantly revealed a burning heat. The immortal sect disciple's eyes widened. "Protector, what did you say?" The immortal sect protector hurriedly sent him a sound transmission. Gong Hai, the power of this person's magic technique is far inferior to my annihilation cross/. If it can disappear together with it, then it must be because of the power of the rules. Thus, it is highly likely that this person has grasped some formidable secret rule art. The immortal sect disciple Gong Hai's eyes brightened. As an immortal sect cultivator, he naturally knew just how precious secret rule arts were. Even within the immortal sect, secret rule arts were considered extremely precious secret inheritances. Only core disciples, those that had great merits, or those with outstanding potential would have a chance of being bestowed them. When Gong Hai was in his hometown, he was a peerless proud son of heaven. He passed through layers upon layers of difficulties and was accepted into the immortal sect. But in the immortal sect, his talent could only be considered average, perhaps even a bit lower. In the last several dozen years, he had only obtained a low-level secret art, the mystic blue origin hand, and a low-level secret art, the void thread slaughter. With these two methods and his 9th-level divine soul cultivation, as well as a series of explosive abilities, he could easily roll over the vast majority of divine soul cultivators. Above secret arts were secret arts, and once a secret art reached a certain degree of profoundness and contained the power of the rules, then it could be called a secret rule art. The power of the rules here wasn't something that could be guided or controlled. Rather, it was something that was automatically derived from the secret art. It had certain powerful attributes, and those that could create secret rule arts were at least at the tribulation immortal level. To a certain degree, secret rule arts already possessed an extremely small portion of the might of a tribulation immortal and possessed all sorts of inconceivable strengths. With Gong Hai's talent, it was impossible for him to obtain a secret rule art in 100 years or even several hundred years. But today, in the infinite realm, a nameless cultivator had actually managed to display one. Gong Hai was so excited that he found it hard to keep calm. I can't be impulsive. This person might have changed his appearance, but the truth is that he has a great background. If I were to kill such a person, I fear there would be a great calamity. He formed a law formula with his hand. A strange fluctuation swept over Qin Yu and then everything calmed down. Gong Hai couldn't help but laugh. The immortal sect's secret detection technique could find any hidden marks within a cultivator's body. Since there weren't any, then this cultivator wasn't a disciple of any transcending influence. There was no need for him to have any scruples. It seemed that this boy had stumbled upon a great stroke of luck and had inadvertently obtained a secret rule art inheritance. But after today, this inheritance would be his. Protector, this person has disrespected my immortal sect. Quickly seize him and punish him. With a loud shout, Gong Hai took out a token and crushed it. Bang! Chapter 382. This was a life-saving treasure that the immortal sect bestowed upon all disciples that entered the infinite realm. After activating it, an enchantment would descend. Within this enchantment, the immortal sect cultivators would obtain an increase in strength and all other life forms would be suppressed. Moreover, this enchantment also had an imprisoning effect. If there was a great danger, the immortal sect disciples could easily escape the scope of the enchantment. As for all other life forms, they would be imprisoned within. Even a blue sea-level powerhouse would have to expend a great deal of effort to break free. This was Gong Hai's greatest trump card. But, he activated it without hesitation in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. A chance to obtain a secret rule art was worth it for him to give it his all. Protector, if we can obtain a secret rule art, we can share it. Gong Hai clenched his teeth and sent out a sound transmission. A protector didn't have the qualifications to struggle for any good fortune with the person they were protecting. Before entering the infinite realm, the immortal sect had already laid down a formidable spell to prevent any accidents from occurring. But, Gong Hai taking the initiative to share it was different. This was something that the spell allowed. As expected, The immortal sect protector revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He said in a low voice, "Thank you." He looked up and his eyes fell on Chinyu. "Kneel." With a loud shout, the immortal sect protector took a step forwards. Brilliant golden light erupted from his body and condensed into an incomparably majestic phantom behind him. This phantom was only 1,000 feet tall, not even reaching the height of the several ancient trees in the distance. But it gave off a feeling as if it could support the heavens and earth. Bathed in this golden light, awe and submission rose up from the depths of one's soul. This is bad, this is the immortal sect's secret art, myriad submission. In the distance, a protector's complexion changed beside Su Wenza. He flipped his hand and took out a lotus throne-shaped treasure. "You three, lend me a hand." The three protectors nodded. They each took a corner and lifted their hands, their strength surging outwards. With the combined strength of the four protectors, the lotus throne-shaped treasure suddenly erupted. A giant translucent lotus phantom covered the group. The golden light was shielded outside. Even so, several juniors with weaker cultivations were still affected. They gasped for breath and sat down, resisting with all their strength. The immortal sect's secret technique, all things bowed, was famed throughout the land of divinity and demons. 10,000 years ago, there was a peerless powerhouse of the immortal sect who used this secret technique to instantly control all life in a large city. Over 1 trillion cultivators were reduced to puppets of this immortal sect powerhouse. That was because this secret art targeted the will of a cultivator. If a cultivator couldn't withstand it and lowered their head, they would be branded with a brand, and become completely loyal to the user. Even if they were told to kill themselves, they wouldn't hesitate. Su Wenza's complexion paled even further. He resisted the urge to worship in his soul. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Feng, this person doesn't seem the same as you described him to be." Feng Yunyun also found it difficult to resist. She revealed a bit of embarrassment and confusion filled her eyes. That timid and cowardly cultivator from the past, how could he have dared to fight with the immortal sect cultivators? Did he suffer some kind of shock and go crazy? Or had she misunderstood him from the very beginning? He shook his head. Thinking about these things was useless. After falling into the myriad submission mystic art, it was impossible for a divine soul cultivator to resist it. He would soon become a puppet and his life or death would no longer be in his hands. Gonghai's eyes widened in shock. The protector had actually hidden his strength so deeply that no one knew that he had already cultivated the myriad submission mystic art. It had to be known that amongst the numerous mystic arts of the immortal sect, besides a few that reached the peak, the myriad submission mystic art was the most powerful existence. He immediately understood that the protector had hidden his strength and was chosen to join the team of protectors in order to enter the infinite realm and obtain all sorts of lucky chances there. After all, with the terrifying myriad submission mystic art, as long as he didn't touch those danger zones, he was nearly an invincible existence in the infinite realm. Luckily, he had taken the initiative to share it with him, otherwise the protector would have had ways to force him to agree. But if that happened, the situation wouldn't have been too good. Gonghai secretly rejoiced. His shock soon turned into joy. The protector was so powerful that it would be easy for him to suppress this cultivator. As long as he was subdued by the myriad submission mystic art, he could easily obtain all of his secrets. The secret rules were within reach. Humph humph. You all despised me for being weak and abandoned me outside, not allowing me to participate in obtaining good fortune. But I, Gonghai, have an even greater lucky chance. Just you wait. When I rise in the future, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Gonghai's heart became increasingly anxious. Don't resist, hurry and submit. Within the golden light, Qin Yu was dripping with sweat. His body shivered and he felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. A voice kept repeating itself in his ears. Give up. As long as you kneel down you will be freed. You will become a follower of the unsurpassed ruler and obtain his protection and blessings. This voice was extremely tempting. If it weren't for Qin Yu's firm will, he feared he would have already been convinced. He didn't know that what he was experiencing was the immortal sect's myriad submission mystic art. But his intuition told him that if he really knelt down, he would forever lose his freedom. Persist. I absolutely cannot lower my head. I can definitely do it. Qin Yu grit his teeth and struggled to stand up beneath the golden light. But this sort of resistance caused the golden light to instantly turn into raging flames. These raging flames didn't harm the mortal body or soul. Rather, they directly affected the level of a cultivator's will. Like a blunt knife scraping against bone, the more he persisted, the more painful it became. The immortal sect protector revealed a look of shock. This cultivator had an incredibly strong will. Even after falling into the myriad submission mystic art, he was still able to persist for so long. But it was useless. Humph! With a light cough, the immortal sect protector galvanized the mystic art with all of his strength. The dignified figure suddenly grew to 2,000 feet tall, and the golden light became increasingly rich. Within Qin Yu's soul space, Spirity's eyes revealed an icy cold light. She lifted a hand and pointed towards the void. Between the heavens and earth, the 2,000-foot dignified figure opened its eyes. Divine light erupted from them and thunder sparkled within them, seeming to contain a world-destroying might. A finger reached out from the void. It pierced through the layers of divine light and crushed apart the endless thunder before falling between the figure's eyebrows. The dignified figure emitted an angry roar that no cultivator could hear. I will definitely find you! Bang! The figure disintegrated and all of the golden light vanished. Spirity paled and her eyes dimmed with exhaustion. She took a step back and vanished from sight. The immortal sect protector cried out miserably. He fell to the ground and wildly rolled about. Black blood flowed out from between his eyebrows and he instantly aged. The myriad submission mystic art was terrifyingly powerful, but once it was unraveled, the backlash was equally terrifying. Gonghai was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to succeed with his secret rule art, the protector had fallen to such a state. Just what had happened? Suddenly, his heart trembled. He looked up to see a pair of icy cold eyes staring at him. This is bad. This cultivator is too strange, and he might have other methods. I am not his match. Run! Gonghai grabbed onto the immortal sect protector. Golden light ignited on the surface of his body, and his speed reached unimaginable levels. He instantly rushed out of the enchantment and fled without looking back. He ran away. Su Wenza mumbled, his face filled with shock. Feng Yunyun also had a dazed expression. As she looked at Qin Yu, her eyes became incomparably complex. This was the person she thought to be as timid as a mouse? How laughable! Her other companions and Bao Kua's 5 protectors were also shocked speechless. Qin Yu took a deep breath and barely suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Not to mention whether or not he could break through the enchantment, even if he did chase after them and kill the immortal sect cultivator, that would be an unwise decision. Although he wasn't weak right now, in front of the transcendent immortal sect, he was still as weak as an ant. They could send him beyond redemption with just a single thought. But he had already firmly remembered these 2 immortal sect cultivators. Once he was strong enough in the future, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them then. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. A bit of doubt rose in his heart. Just what happened just now? The supernatural powers of the immortal sect protector had actually been forcefully interrupted. There was definitely something he didn't know about. Qin Yu's thoughts rapidly transmitted. He tried to send a sound transmission to Zhao's soul, but he didn't obtain a response. This caused Qin Yu to subconsciously form some guesses. But he wasn't in a hurry. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, restoring his exhausted mind. In the distance, Feng Yunyun and the others who had been watching Qin Yu relaxed. They had been worried that Qin Yu would vent his anger on them. A moment later, the enchantment's strength was exhausted, and it quietly shattered. Qin Yu stood up, howling into the distance. Su Wenzi sighed. A master. No wonder he looked down on us before. Feng Yunyun lowered her head. She subconsciously bit her lips, her face pale. Protector Li coughed. Miss Feng, there is no need to worry. This fellow Taoist was hiding his strength. Even I wasn't able to see through it, much less you. But, strictly speaking, you and I both owe him a favor today. To dare to fight with someone from the immortal sect and break through that protector's myriad submission secret art, I admire him greatly. I will also acknowledge this favor. Su Wenzi smiled. We can't compare with the immortal sect, but if there is a chance in the future, we will repay him as much as we can. Qin Yu's complexion darkened as he flew at a low altitude. It wasn't easy to find an immortal sect cultivator, but who would have thought this would be the result? Did he really not have a chance to find Ning Ling in the infinite realm? In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The infinite realm had been open for nearly half the time. Of the cultivators that entered this space, as long as they survived, most of them obtained harvest. Of course, there were also many people that died on the spot, becoming corpses, rotting into skeletons, or becoming food for monster beasts. At this time, in the distant depths of the infinite realm, on a lake island that didn't exist on the map, there were over 100 cultivators facing each other. On one side, divine light shined like a great sun. It sprinkled down 1 trillion rays of light, as if all evil and sin would be purified. On the other side, black clouds wove together above their heads. From time to time, demon phantoms would condense, opening their bloody mouths and roaring. Both sides were incomparably strong. As their invisible auras collided, the entire lake surged. Through the billowing waves, one could faintly make out a palace at the bottom of the lake. On the withered yellow grass, Qin Yu clenched his fist and punched out. Across from him was a native life form. Its appearance was nearly the same as a human's, but its body was 20 feet tall. Only its key areas were wrapped in beast skin, and its naked body seemed as if it were cast from steel. At a glance, one could tell that it was incomparably powerful. The native life form didn't resist this punch at all. It roared and punched out. Bang bang, 2 dull thumping sounds erupted at the same time. Qin Yu coughed and blood tumbled in his chest. Just now, he had clearly heard his chest bones creak. A king-step demon body was said to have the strength to kill an ordinary divine soul with just their mortal body. From this, one could see just how powerful it was. Yet, this native life form's bones creaked with a single punch. The strength of this native was truly terrifying. Chapter 383. Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. This sort of thick-skinned blood cow was the most troublesome to deal with. Unless one dealt a heavy blow, it was impossible to injure them. But these native life forms had a special blood energy. Once they were killed, they would be entangled by this blood energy. At that time, if one ran into another native, they would be relentlessly hunted down. In addition, these natives didn't cultivate magic power and didn't understand the rules. Besides their powerful mortal bodies, they had nothing else. If one killed them, they wouldn't obtain any rewards. Instead, they would provoke a whole host of troubles. Thus, cultivators that entered the infinite realm weren't willing to kill unless they had no other choice. Qin Yu stepped forwards, the strength of the demon body erupting. With a loud bang, the earth instantly caved in and countless cracks spread out. The native's pupils shrank and he revealed a dignified expression. But he wasn't scared away like the other natives he had encountered before. Instead, he began to stutter. "You are very strong. I brave warrior. Tuba, challenge you." As he finished speaking, he fell to his knees, a pious expression on his face as he began to recite short and strange syllables. As these syllables fell into the ears, they caused one's throat to dry up and their heartbeat to accelerate. Qin Yu revealed a shocked expression. This was because at this time, the body of the native that was kneeling on the ground was undergoing a terrifying change. With loud crackling sounds, the native's mortal body grew to nearly 30 feet tall. Every muscle bulged out and blue veins bulged out, thick and fierce. Every breath he took stirred up a gust of wind. Dong, dong, the beating heart in his chest was like the beating of a drum. As the last syllable fell, the transformed native stood up from the ground and roared into the heavens. Bang! An impact visible to the naked eye swept through the surroundings. Endless withered grass was twisted apart and the ground shook. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Flesh and blood domain. When his demon body reached the king's step, he had obtained a great deal of information. One of them was related to the flesh and blood domain. This was a battle zone that was naturally formed when a body transformation cultivator's mortal body reached the limit. In this area, a body transformation cultivator's combat strength would be greatly increased. They wouldn't feel pain and their recovery speed would be faster. But according to what Qin Yu knew, only when the demon body reached the sovereign step would it be possible to form a flesh and blood domain. Although this native's aura was terrifying, it was far from reaching the sovereign step demon body. Otherwise, all he could do right now was run as far away as he could. Bang! The ground began to tremble and collapse. Mud and stone flew in all directions. The native creatures rushed over, their speed increasing by several times. Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. The strength of his demon body erupted as he thrust out his palm. Like two mountains colliding, a terrifying echo echoed through the air. Qin Yu was forced back again and again, each step leaving behind ankle-deep footprints in the withered grass. Wild strength surged out like a tide, crashing into him in waves. Qin Yu could hear the sound of his flesh and blood breaking apart. On the sixth step, Qin Yu forcefully stopped. He took a deep breath and the damaged parts of his body began to rapidly regenerate, restoring him to his original state. As expected, although this native had formed a flesh and blood domain, it was far from reaching the level of a sovereign step demon body. Even so, this native's mortal body was inconceivably strong. Even though Qin Yu erupted with the strength of 100 dragons, he was still at a slight disadvantage. Delightful! You have to be careful. Different from the native's stuttering voice, his attacks were swift and powerful. He was like a cheetah on the prairie, every strike carrying a fatal threat. Ka-cha, ka-cha, as the two fought with all their strength, space began to collapse. Giant cracks spread out in all directions. In the skies above, black clouds rapidly appeared. Lightning snakes wildly jumped about, emitting loud rumbling roars. After another collision, both sides were sent flying backwards. They crashed into the ground, creating two terrifying craters. The native at the bottom of the crater didn't attack again. Instead, he smiled. "You are very strong. I admire you." He frowned, as if he didn't know what to say. "You come with my tribe, let's have a good competition." As he finished speaking, he looked up at the black clouds that appeared above his head, a trace of fear and helplessness in his eyes. The native life forms also knew of the obliteration of the infinite realm's rules. Most of them suppressed their strength and didn't dare to break through to a higher boundary. Once they grew to a degree where they posed too much of a threat, they would be mercilessly killed by the rules. From this point of view, the truth was that the native life forms were a group of pitiful people. Qin Yu let out a breath of relief. He flicked his sore wrist. "Forget it. I'm not going to your tribe." Although this native life form was the strongest one Qin Yu had ever encountered, who knew how many powerful warriors were hidden in his tribe, he didn't want to make things difficult for himself. The native life form had an ugly complexion. But he knew that he couldn't do anything to Qin Yu. He looked deeply at Qin Yu and his body rapidly returned to normal. Then, he turned and ran away. With loud rumbling sounds, he was simply a vicious beast in human form. Qin Yu looked up at the rapidly dissipating black clouds above his head. His eyes flashed. He had already discovered that the infinite realm had a certain degree of tolerance towards strength that exceeded its limit. As long as the space itself wasn't harmed, it wouldn't truly obliterate it. Perhaps this was because the rules of the infinite realm didn't want to waste its own strength. Of course, this tolerance had its limit. For instance, in the Battle of Bronze Bell Ancient City, when Granny Scolatry fought with the evil spirit, the infinite realm had immediately obliterated it. If his guess wasn't wrong, then the infinite realm's rules were incomparably weak. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to last much longer before it completely collapsed. If the rules collapsed, then this spatial fragment would also be thoroughly destroyed. At that time, all the natives and monster beasts would die. Qin Yu shook his head. These weren't things he could interfere with. His feet moved and he rapidly flew away. Soon, another month passed. Although the infinite realm could remain open for a maximum of a year, most of the time it would close in advance. A conservative estimate was that there were only 4 months left until it closed. Qin Yu didn't encounter another immortal sect cultivator. He felt helpless and didn't have much hope of finding Ning Ling. It was just that as he thought about how it was likely that the two of them were in the same spatial fragment and couldn't find each other, he felt a bit depressed. However, he did have many harvests during this month. For instance, in his storage ring, there was a heavily corroded bell that even had many holes in it. This was something Qin Yu had obtained from the remains of a cultivator. Looking at the integrity of the skeleton, it shouldn't have been torn apart by monster beasts after death. But where the remains were found, there were many monster beasts. This was abnormal. It had to be known that because a cultivator's mortal body was washed in the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth, their flesh and blood contained a massive amount of spiritual strength. To monster beasts, this was the best tonic. Those that entered the infinite realm were at least at the divine soul realm. A divine soul corpse was an unbearable temptation to monster beasts. There could be many reasons why the monster beasts didn't touch the corpse, but Qin Yu felt that it might be related to this broken bell. He bent down and a sword light flashed from his fingertips. It instantly sank into the soil and dug out the entire Black Mountain ginseng along with all its roots before placing it in his storage ring. This sort of Black Mountain ginseng contained boundless spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. It could be directly refined and absorbed to rapidly increase one's magic power. It was a good cultivation resource. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. His palm flashed with a light. Although there was clearly nothing there, he could see that the flesh and blood of his palm were flat, as if there was something extra there. This object was the half-disk that couldn't be seen or sensed with divine sense, but it truly existed. Now, this half-disk emitted a faint trace of heat, as if it were guiding something. Qin Yu revealed a look of hesitation. But as he thought about the mysteries of this half-disk, he finally made a decision. Since he couldn't find Ning Ling, he would work hard to obtain lucky chances in the infinite realm. Shua Qin Yu's figure rapidly moved. Sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, sometimes to the back. His speed was so fast that he left behind afterimages. But soon, all of these afterimages vanished from sight. He stopped and his eyes brightened. This direction. Whoosh! Qin Yu hurried forwards. Sure enough, the heat emitted by the disk became increasingly strong as he moved forward. He crossed over tall mountains and crossed long rivers. The distance he traveled was far beyond his expectations. Moreover, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or some other reason, but he didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Yes, not even a single monster beast appeared to block his path. This was simply unbelievable. The infinite realm was known as a place where if a stone were to fall from the heavens, at least 3 monster beasts would die. Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. He stared at the half-disk that he couldn't see in his hand. Could this be its function? If it could even accomplish such an unimaginable feat, then its origins likely surpassed his imagination. This caused Qin Yu to be extremely curious. Just what was it that the half-disc could sense? He leapt up and landed on an ancient tree that supported the heavens. His eyes pierced through the layers of branches and looked towards the distant earth. A canyon appeared in his line of sight. The two sides crisscrossed as if they had been torn apart. It was several hundred miles wide and so long that he couldn't see where it ended. The surface of the canyon was incomparably desolate. There wasn't a single plant growing here, and the bare stone had been through the passage of time. Large cracks had appeared all over it. The thing that had reacted to the half-disc was in this canyon. Qin Yu carefully swept his eyes around. There was nothing in the canyon. Strong winds howled as they stirred up sand, causing his line of sight to dim and blur. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. It was just an astonishingly large and incomparably barren canyon. But after his previous experience of obtaining the half-disc, Qin Yu didn't dare to believe his own eyes and senses. He stepped forwards and his figure rose several times. Soon, he was 1,000 feet away from the entrance of the canyon. With a flick of his sleeves, he tossed out a stone that was half the size of a person. He stared at it intently as the stone fell into the canyon, smashing a deep hole in the sand and burying half of it. There was no problem. Qin Yu's complexion didn't relax at all. He lifted a hand and grabbed a second stone, throwing it even further away. He stared at the stone. As it flew into the canyon, ripples appeared in space and swallowed it up. There really was a problem. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He rapidly retreated. Even though he knew that the half-disc was extraordinary and that what it sensed might be some great good fortune, he didn't hesitate at all. The reason he was able to obtain the half-disc alive was because of luck. If he had to do it again, he would absolutely die without a doubt. Lucky chances and good fortune were good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Qin Yu reacted quickly. The moment the stone disappeared, he had already retreated. Not too far away there was a shadow behind him. As long as he stepped into it, he could immediately use shadow step to escape. But at this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He came to a sudden stop. To his horror, he discovered that even though he was retreating, the distance between him and the canyon was constantly shrinking. Chapter 384. His eyes flashed and his focus was restored. Qin Yu saw a pair of angry eyes glaring at him, a look of annoyance on his face. Looking at the blue marks on his face that hadn't faded yet, as well as the familiar large stone on the ground, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened just now. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. He cupped his hands together towards the native cultivator and said, "I accidentally injured you. I really apologize." He swept his eyes around. The giant canyon was filled with lush vegetation and the spiritual strength in the air was clearly much richer than outside. There were even white clouds and blue skies above his head. There were massive stone and wood buildings that extended into the depths of the canyon. There were so many that it was impossible to count and countless native life forms lived here. This was clearly the interior of the canyon. The only thing that comforted Qin Yu was that this wasn't a danger zone, but a large native life form tribe. But as he thought about how he had fallen here despite being extremely careful, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. "Humph!" The unlucky native who had been struck by a stone roared out in anger. He was incomparably angry, but besides the first word, Qin Yu didn't understand anything else. But in this situation, he didn't need to be an idiot to know that these words weren't good. Qin Yu could only express his apologies again and again. Suddenly, another native cultivator opened his mouth and began to blabber on. The roaring native was stunned for a moment before he shut his mouth, as if he knew that no matter how much he said, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to understand him. "Human outsider, I am the brave warrior of the Titan race, Tuzan." This native was actually able to communicate. Although his voice was a bit strange, his words were smooth. It was good that they could communicate. What Qin Yu feared was that they wouldn't be able to communicate and they would only be able to argue with each other. He didn't fear anyone in the infinite realm, but in this tribe, he could be beaten up by hundreds of strong fellows at any moment. The psychological pressure was great. "Warrior Tuzin, how are you? My name is Qin Yu and I unintentionally intruded into your tribe. If possible, please allow me to leave." Tuzin's eyes were cold. "Human outsider, tell me, just what did you rely on to find my tribe?" Qin Yu's heart chilled. His intuition told him that he absolutely couldn't reveal any information about the half-disk. He said with a blank expression, "I inadvertently came here because I felt that the canyon was unusual, so I decided to give it a try. I didn't know your tribe was here." The last sentence was true. In addition to Qin Yu's sincerity, although Tuzin had some doubts, he still believed most of it. That was because their tribe was the best hidden in the entire broken world. This was the best proof of their long period of peace. But today, it just happened to be the most important day of the tribe, and yet two groups of human outsiders had arrived. This was just too much of a coincidence. Although Tuzin hadn't had any dealings with human outsiders, he had heard from other tribes that they were all incomparably despicable and cruel. According to his temperament, it would be best if he killed this human to prevent the tribe's location from being revealed. But now the will of the totem could not be disobeyed. Even if he was the strongest warrior in the tribe, he did not dare to violate it. "Human outsider, consider yourself lucky. Come with me." Tuzin turned and walked deeper into the tribe, a cold smile on his face. Although he couldn't kill him, this human outsider had an incomparably weak mortal body. It was simply impossible for him to withstand the test of the totem. At that time, he would still become food for the fish. Qin Yu was stunned. He wanted to say, "Can I exchange my good luck for a chance to leave?" But as he swept his eyes around, he saw several ridiculously strong native life forms glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. He rationally swallowed his words. At the very least, they hadn't directly attacked, so this wasn't the worst possible situation. Moreover, looking at Tuzin's intentions, it didn't seem as if he wanted to attack. Otherwise, he only needed to shout, and even if Qin Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being beaten to a pulp. Since he had come, he might as well follow him to see just what was going on. The place he had been at just now could only be considered a sentry post at the entrance to the tribe. This was the true entrance to the tribe. Although it was called the entrance, there was no one guarding it. Who would dare to come here and cause trouble? Tuzin's legs were long and his feet were fast. Every step he took caused the ground to shake. Without pausing, he entered the tribe. Qin Yu didn't slow. Although his steps didn't seem fast, he easily followed behind. But the moment he stepped into the tribe, his complexion changed. His pupils shrank and he revealed a look of shock. The native life forms didn't cultivate magic power, and they didn't comprehend the rules, so they didn't conceal their auras. The moment Qin Yu stepped into the tribe, he immediately sensed 13 terrifying blood energy fluctuations. The weakest of them gave off a feeling like that of an ancient vicious beast. As for the strongest one, Qin Yu subconsciously looked up at the canyon walls. There was a cave that had been cut into the canyon walls. The blood energy fluctuations inside were unimaginably strong, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than his king step demon body. He feared that the native life forms inside could easily grind him to pieces with a single finger. Body cultivators only had a single method of attack, and their methods were crude. But as long as they occupied the upper hand, they would often become the nightmare of their enemies. Any method they used would collapse beneath their iron fists. They could only bitterly resist the barrage of attacks until they died. Moreover, when these native life forms fought against Qin Yu, it wasn't as simple as just occupying the upper hand, but absolutely crushing him. Tuzin turned his head and coldly glared at Qin Yu, his eyes full of warning. He wasn't surprised that Qin Yu was able to discover the great priest's position. After all, these human outsiders always had all sorts of method. This was also good. With the deterrence of the great priest's aura, even that fierce boy from the group of human outsiders who had arrived first was scared to the point of not daring to move. This person naturally didn't dare to play any tricks. And indeed, as they walked along the road, the human boy behind them became much more well-behaved. Although the tribesman pointed at him, he lowered his head and pretended not to hear anything. Tuzin revealed a smug look, but it immediately dimmed. Even someone as powerful as the great priest could only hide in the tribe. If so, just where would the future of their Titan race be? Thinking of this, Tuzin's complexion became increasingly ugly, and an icy cold aura erupted from his body. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't know what was going on with this big fellow who had been so smug just a moment ago. Luckily, he remained silent and Tuzin didn't have a chance to vent his anger on him. The Titan tribe was extremely large, and the place they were going to seemed to have to pass through the entire tribe. Qin Yu lowered his head, but his eyes swept around, seeing through the entire tribe. Behind him, there was a group of Titan children, all of them curious and playful as they followed behind Qin Yu. Although they were children, they were already around his height. As they pushed and shoved, the ground trembled. From this, it could be seen that each and every one of these young-looking children could tear apart tigers and leopards. Although the Titan race only cultivated their physical bodies, their strength was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Tuzin stopped. He turned and angrily shouted, "You little brats, hurry up and get the hell out of here. If you follow me again, I'll give you 12 stone cudgels each." Bang! The Titan children revealed looks of fear. They turned and fled without a trace. Tuzin looked at Qin Yu and coldly snorted. He continued to lead the way, but after a moment, he stopped. A great lake appeared in front of them. What was startling was that the water in this lake was black, as thick as ink. Currently, the banks of the lake were filled with adult Titan men and women. Many of them had already entered the lake and were desperately swimming towards an island at the center. The Titan race had powerful mortal bodies, and every movement they made contained the strength of 10,000 caddies. But the Titan men and women in the lake seemed to be straining themselves. Every time they splashed the water, it was difficult. It was as if the black water in this lake was unusually heavy. "Tuzin, how come there's another human outsider? Did he land just now?" A Titan who was sitting on the lakeside asked, gasping for breath. Tuzin said, "He just broke in." These words left many Titans surprised. But since the great priest didn't warn them, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, they all relaxed. Many bell-like eyes looked at Qin Yu. This boy is incomparably thin and his aura is even weaker. If he enters Lord Totem's lake, all that awaits him is death. Humph humph, these human outsiders all have weak mortal bodies. Even if they are lucky enough to catch up to today's grand event, they can't change their fate. Hurry up and toss him down. Let us watch the fun. Although Qin Yu didn't understand what these Titans were saying, their playful, mocking, and indifferent gazes caused his heart to sink. Tuzin coldly said, "Human outsider, you intruded into our tribe, so by right you should be killed. But you ran into the day when Lord Totem opens the sacred lake. We will abide by Lord Totem's will that any life form can enter the sacred lake, so we will give you a chance to live. As long as you can step onto the island at the center of the lake, you can live. But remember, if you cannot withstand it, all that awaits you is death. Now go down." Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. But without much hesitation, he took a deep breath and jumped into the lake. He had no other choice. Since this was the case, he might as well be straightforward. Putong, there was a dull thumping sound, but there was almost no splash. A terrifying weight came from all directions, firmly pressing down on Qin Yu. His complexion immediately changed. Every single drop of the black lake water weighed 500 kilograms. Falling into it felt like a mountain was pressing down on one's body. If he didn't want to sink to the bottom of the lake, he could only struggle to move his hands and feet. But every movement was extremely difficult. Qin Yu finally understood why these titans found it so difficult to swim in the lake water. And what was most terrifying was that in this lake water, magic power was imprisoned and even soul force couldn't be used. All he could rely on was the strength of his mortal body. Qin Yu looked down into the depths of the lake. Although it was pitch black, he could still see black shadows rapidly shuttling through. Although he didn't know what these black shadows were, Qin Yu believed that they wouldn't be pleasant answers. If it were any other divine soul cultivator that fell into the black lake water, they might only be able to last for a moment before being swallowed up by it. But Qin Yu was different. He had a king-step demon body. In terms of pure mortal body strength, he was similarly fierce and formidable. So soon, he slapped the black lake water and stabilized his body. This result clearly surpassed the expectations of the titans on the shore. Their faces revealed looks of shock. But Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of looking at their expressions. He used his hands and feet to rush towards the center of the lake. Tuzan had clearly said that unless he reached the island at the center of the lake, all that awaited him was death. The strength of the demon body was limited. He had to cherish every ounce of strength he had in order to succeed. At this time, the advantage of Qin Yu's small body was displayed. Compared to the titans, the pressure he had to withstand was much less. Moreover, his speed was relatively faster as he soared towards the island at the center of the lake. Tuzan, this human outsider seems to come from a body refinement background? A titan asked with a worried expression. Tuzan sneered. Even if he comes from a body refinement background, it is impossible for him to reach the island at the center of the lake. Only the strongest warriors of our Titan race can accomplish this. That's right, he will soon learn that the sacred lake opened by the totem is not as simple as he thinks it is. Chapter 385. Qin Yu didn't know whether or not he would become food for the fish that the native life forms were anticipating. All he knew was that he was exhausted. Ever since he obtained the demon body, he rarely felt this way. His hands and feet felt as if they were covered with stones and tossed into an astonishingly sticky swamp. Every movement required all his strength. His arms, waist, thighs, ankles, every inch of his muscles, bones, and flesh was incomparably sore. He gasped for breath like a broken bellows. As for the island at the center of the lake, it was still far away. Even though he had swum for so long, he hadn't been able to approach it at all. Suddenly, an undercurrent rushed up from beneath the lake. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his body was instantly swept up and pulled underwater. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his chest. In the pitch-black darkness, there was a stifling feeling that made one instinctively feel fear. Qin Yu struggled to stabilize his body. His hands and feet thrashed about, and after several breaths of time, he finally broke free from the undercurrent. His feet felt cold as if he had kicked something. Then, a stabbing pain spread through his body, and a faint blood-red color floated up in the darkness. The smell of blood spread through the black lake water. The fish that were hidden in the depths of the lake began to swim over in excitement. The entire lake violently tumbled about as if it were boiling. Many of the native life forms in the water cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach this area. Although they had blood energy protecting their bodies, if they weren't careful and were entangled by the fish, it was possible that they would be gnawed to bones. Beside the lake, Tuzan laughed. I told you that it was impossible for him to reach the island. He couldn't even last half the distance. How about it? He had a smug expression. The surrounding titans also laughed happily. Although they didn't know why the totem allowed all life forms to have the qualifications to enter the sacred lake, in the eyes of the titans, the sacred lake was a lucky chance that belonged exclusively to them. If this human outsider died, they would only be happy. But at this time, the tumbling water surface suddenly broke apart. Qin Yu stuck his head out, gasping for breath as he used his hands and feet to resist the pressure in the water. His face was pale and there was fear in his eyes. Although he didn't know what he had stepped on just now, there was no doubt that it was a vicious creature. In just a single step, a long gash had been torn open in his foot. Moreover, this creature's teeth must have carried some sort of poison. The area around his wound was numb and he couldn't feel anything at all. Even the healing speed of his wound had slowed down and blood constantly seeped out. Because of this, a large number of ferocious underwater creatures were attracted over, resulting in the current situation. Fortunately, these ferocious creatures were suppressed by some kind of power in the depths of the lake. Otherwise, if they were allowed to swim up, everyone in the lake would die. Qin Yu tried his best to float on the surface of the boiling water. At the same time, he galvanized his blood vitality, slowly expelling the toxins from his body along with his blood. The wound gradually felt pain, followed by a slight itch. The flesh wriggled and grew back together. The smell of blood gradually vanished and the surface of the water became calm once more. Qin Yu let out a long breath, his taut heart relaxing a little. The surface of the water was tumbling, and it was even more difficult to deal with underwater. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He looked up at the island at the center of the lake. Then, he clenched his teeth and swam forwards, a little at a time. On the shore, Tuzin's lips twitched and his complexion paled. Those words just now were still echoing in his ears. This was truly a resounding slap to his face. Humph! Even if you escape this calamity, it's absolutely impossible for you to reach Lake Heart Island. You haven't encountered the real difficulties yet. Qin Yu swam forwards with all his strength. He actually overtook many native life forms. These large fellows with incomparably powerful mortal bodies revealed strange expressions as they saw a human outsider even fiercer than them. There were also many native life forms that were originally beating the drums of retreat. With a loud roar, their hands and feet wildly swam forwards, overtaking Qin Yu in a single move. Human outsider, you are far worse than us. You want to reach Lake Heart Island? Keep on dreaming. The native life form roared out loud. In the lake and on the shore, many titans loudly cheered. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't understand what they were saying. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Right now, every bit of strength was incomparably precious. He didn't even want to waste the strength to turn his head or say a single word. Floating in the black lake water was a vine that was over a dozen meters long. It had broad and massive leaves that emitted a faint green light. It was actually able to counteract the pressure of the lake water. Vine tendrils stretched out, wrapping around 7 cultivators so that they wouldn't sink to the bottom of the lake. But the buoyancy of the vine was limited. Even with the vine tendrils pulling them, they still needed to constantly beat against the lake water in order to barely maintain their floating state. The source of this vine was a dignified young cultivator. Countless roots tightly wrapped around him, constantly absorbing the strength of his blood vitality to resist the pressure of the lake water. The cheers of the titans echoed out from afar. The young cultivator opened his eyes. They were dim and weary, and he struggled to look up. Suddenly, his complexion changed and he revealed a happy expression. Qin Yu! A weak shout mixed with excitement suddenly entered Qin Yu's ears. As Qin Yu was rushing towards Lake Heart Island, he suddenly froze. He looked up at the source of the voice and immediately recognized who it was. Tianyun. It was the captain who had helped him join the beast hunting battalion in the southern Overwatch Pass and helped him avoid the Yu family's pursuit. Qin Yu already knew that there were several other human cultivators before him who had inadvertently entered the Titan tribe and been thrown into the sacred lake. But he never imagined that he would be one of them. Soon, surprise filled Qin Yu's eyes once more. He saw the green vines floating in the lake as well as the other cultivators struggling to survive. There was actually an old friend amongst them. Xiong Yuena originally had a happy expression like everyone else. Since this person was someone Tianyun knew and also had the ability to swim in the sacred lake, Perhaps he had the ability to save them. But when she saw Qin Yu's figure, all the blood drained from her face. She was so frightened that she nearly forgot to move her hands and feet. It was only when she sank into the lake that she managed to emerge. It was him. It was actually him. Wasn't it said that once a devil apostle began to transform into a devil, they would lose all reason and eventually self-destruct? How could he still be alive? Moreover, she couldn't see any signs of him transforming into a devil. Xiong Yuan's mind was in chaos. She desperately lowered her head, afraid that Qin Yu would see her. But very quickly she felt a gaze fall on her. It was over, it was over. If he saw me, he would definitely kill me to silence me. Xiong Yuan's eyes filled with despair. It's really you? Tianyun was pleasantly surprised. Qin Yu, I can barely keep the green vines afloat. Please help us and send us to the island at the center of the lake. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and furrowed his eyebrows. This green vine was already pushing them to its limit. In addition, he was about to sink into the water. If he couldn't borrow strength from the green vine, then if he wanted to carry it forward, the amount of strength he would consume would increase. Soon, Qin Yu came to a conclusion. There was no way he could bring them to the island at the center of the lake. If he really tried to help them, they would all die together. Tianyun had shown graciousness to him, so he naturally couldn't stand by and watch them die. Now, the only thing he could do was to reach the island and think of a way to save them. Qin Yu looked away. His arms and legs slapped against the lake water as he continued to rush towards the island. His speed was a bit faster than before. He could see that Tianyun and the others had lost a great deal of their strength. They likely wouldn't be able to last much longer. Fuck, he actually left like this. Bastard, for better or worse we are all humans and Tianyun knows him. How could he be so heartless? Even if he couldn't save us, he should have at least said a few words. How could he just leave like this? How hateful. The cultivators that relied on the green vine to struggle for survival all began to angrily curse. Tianyun bitterly smiled and shook his head. This Titan race's sacred lake was far too terrifying. It was already difficult enough for Qin Yu to protect himself, so how could he possibly save them? But even though he thought this, Tianyun still felt a bit uncomfortable. It had to be known that in a way, he had saved Qin Yu's life. Even if he couldn't save me, there was no need for him to be so cold and heartless, right? Only Xiong Yuan relaxed as she saw Qin Yu leave. She even felt a bit happy. She swept her eyes around and saw all the cultivators cursing at her. She sneered inwardly. What a bunch of idiot. If Qin Yu had come here, you would have been the ones to die. Qin Yu heard the curses coming from behind him. He bitterly smiled but didn't explain. He had to conserve every bit of his strength in order to have a chance to reach the island at the center of the lake. Taking advantage of a gap in his movements, Qin Yu looked up at the island at the center of the lake. His heart skipped a beat and his complexion became extremely ugly. This lake didn't seem too large, and he had already swum for some time. Even if his speed wasn't fast, he should have at least covered half the distance. But looking at it now, the island at the center of the lake was still as far away as before. It hadn't changed at all from when he stood at the edge of the lake. Although the black lake water was terrifying, he could still overcome it. What truly left him in despair was that he couldn't see any hope of survival. Although he still had some strength left, his mortal body was exhausted. If he was optimistic, he estimated that he could only last for another hour. If he still couldn't reach the island at the center of the lake, then the consequences. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. He suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and slapped the lake water. Human outsider, the brave warriors of our giant tribe will never lose to you. You think you can reach the island at the center of the lake? Keep on dreaming. Titan warriors, we are the true believers of the totem. How can we be defeated by a human outsider? We must rush to the island at the center of the lake. Rush! The 6 Titans roared. They struggled forwards in the black lake water, their eyes red, and they were doing their best. Qin Yu listened to their roars. Although he didn't understand what they were saying, he still felt a bit comforted. At least these titans were still soaking in the lake water like him, and their positions weren't too different. In other words, he hadn't fallen into a hopeless situation where he couldn't escape. This was still within the scope of the so-called test of the totem. As long as he persisted, there would surely be a chance of survival. He didn't believe that he would be dragged to death by a lake. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. A Titan warrior not too far away suddenly sank into the lake. Following that, another female Titan also roared out and vanished from sight. Undercurrent. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He only had time to tense his body before he was swept up by a terrifying current and his field of vision fell into darkness. This undercurrent was even more terrifying than the one Qin Yu encountered just now. Moreover, what left him in despair was that there was more than one undercurrent. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the lake, it suddenly turned into a tyrant. Undercurrents roared and roared, fusing together or colliding with each other, stirring up the heavens and earth. Qin Yu was forcefully wrapped up within. He felt dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, an undercurrent attacked him, colliding with the undercurrent that wrapped around him. Qin Yu felt as if he had been struck by a mountain. His chest tightened and there was the sound of bones breaking. Chapter 386. He was already struggling in the terrifying undercurrent and his sternum had been shattered. Even the slightest movement left him in excruciating pain and his mortal body's strength greatly weakened. Qin Yu couldn't break free. He could only curl up and protect his vital points, allowing the undercurrent to push him forwards. Suddenly, pained roars passed through the lake water and entered his ears. Qin Yu widened his eyes. His amazing eyesight was in full effect at this time. He could faintly see that 100 feet away, a Titan was surrounded by several strange fish. These strange fish were extremely fast, and he could only see their blurry figures. But every time they approached, they would tear apart a massive chunk of flesh. Blood wildly gushed out, causing the black lake water to become even darker. The Titan crazily struggled, erupting with a terrifying mortal body strength as he tried to float to the surface and escape from the strange fish's bite. But the strength of the undercurrent was far too terrifying. In addition to the interference of the strange fish, he had many chances to rush out, but in the end he failed. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He could already see far away in the tumbling lake water, a series of black shadows rapidly breaking through the surface. The Titan also seemed to feel the approaching danger. He roared out loud and his body grew 10 feet in the air. He punched out his fist. The black lake water exploded, forming a giant splash that pushed his body upwards. He broke free from the strange fish, his hands and feet wildly slapping outwards. Unexpectedly, before the school of strange fish reached him, he managed to rush out. The school of strange fish that followed the scent of blood actually emitted angry screams. Qin Yu frowned as he heard this. But soon, his complexion changed. This was because some strange fish were wrapped up in the undercurrent and were rushing towards him. Damn it! Qin Yu punched out his fist. His arm groaned and shattered. He forcefully collided with the undercurrent, causing it to slightly change its trajectory. It was this change that allowed him to brush past the terrifying fish. At their closest, they were less than 10 feet apart. Luckily, these strange fish's vision had completely deteriorated. Qin Yu restrained his aura and was able to dodge them. But at this time, a pitiful cry sounded out from behind him. Qin Yu turned his head and saw a slightly smaller Titan fall into the school of strange fish. It was the female Titan that had been dragged into the water by the undercurrent. It was clear that she was the same as Qin Yu just now. Unfortunately, while Qin Yu had escaped, she had been discovered by the school of strange fish. Terrifying flowers of blood quickly blossomed at the bottom of the lake, and a large portion of the lake water turned dark red. More and more strange fish were stimulated and rushed over. In just a few breaths of time, the female Titan could no longer be seen. She was completely surrounded by strange fish. Her pitiful screams quickly weakened and eventually disappeared. Dead. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. He didn't have time to sympathize with her, because his current situation was similarly dangerous. This female Titan had attracted a massive number of strange fish at the bottom of the lake. All of them were crazily devouring and fighting over her flesh. But as soon as they finished eating, they would disperse once more. He had to hide further away or float to the surface of the water in order to avoid them. Otherwise, in his current heavily injured state, once he was discovered by the strange fish, faster, faster, faster. Qin Yu didn't care about the excruciating pain coming from his broken bones. He crazily struggled, and the undercurrent seemed to calm down a great deal. There were even faint signs of collapse. He was overjoyed, but at this moment, a large group of strange fish suddenly appeared in his line of sight. They seemed to have smelled something. They moved their bodies like arrows shooting through the water, rapidly approaching. "Ah! Open it!" Qin Yu roared out loud. He punched out with his intact arm. The undercurrent violently shook and then collapsed. But this fist actually affected his mortal injuries. His chest tumbled as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Qin Yu's face flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the pain in his chest had subsided by more than half, his face was ashen, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. As expected, the approaching strange fish at the bottom of the lake let out excited cries, and their speed suddenly increased. Qin Yu used his hands and feet to float upwards. As long as he left the bottom of the lake, these strange fish wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was enveloped by the undercurrent and pulled to the depths of the lake. In addition to his current state of injury, the explosive power of his body was extremely limited, so he couldn't rush up for a while. Seeing the strange fish at the bottom of the lake come closer and closer, a cruel light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't resign himself to death. Suddenly, his body seemed to pass through some invisible barrier. The black lake water in front of him became incomparably clear. Qin Yu was startled. He turned his head and saw a school of strange fish crashing into the invisible barrier. Pa, pa, the strange fish exploded, turning into bits and pieces of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, they were cleanly swallowed up by their fellow clansmen. Then, these strange fish turned and left, vanishing without a trace. He survived. Qin Yu was stunned. He hurriedly rushed towards the surface of the lake. The clear lake water lost its terrifying weight and he easily broke through the surface. As he gasped for breath, he looked at the island in front of him and couldn't help but smile. It really was the island at the center of the lake. It seemed that his luck was quite good. When he was swept away by the undercurrent, he hadn't been swept backwards. Instead, he had been sent to the edge of the island. Not too far away, 3 Titans appeared at the edge of the lake, their faces full of excitement. As for the 2 that had disappeared, it was likely that they had encountered some sort of accident. Qin Yu took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. He used his hands and feet to crawl out of the lake. His body slumped down on the shore, not even willing to move a finger. But at this time, a cool aura shot out from the island and fused into Qin Yu's body. Then, all of his injuries began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. In just several breaths of time, he had completely recovered and was even stronger than before. Qin Yu was stunned. After leaving the lake, the soul seal had disappeared, and he could clearly feel that his mortal body was much stronger than before. He turned over and stood up. Not only were his injuries healed, but all of his exhaustion had vanished. He was brimming with energy and his condition was unprecedentedly good. Moreover, there was still a cool aura lingering in his body, slowly nourishing his flesh and blood. Humph! Lucky human cultivator, you have passed the test of the sacred lake, so you can naturally obtain the great totem's blessing. A Titan warrior sneered from the edge of the island, his eyes filled with indignation. Beside him stood 3 other Titans, all of them with ill intent. In their opinion, only Titan warriors were worthy of the totem's blessing. This human outsider simply didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. But he had obtained it. Moreover, they couldn't do anything about it. This left the Titan warriors depressed. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He could see the dread in these Titans' eyes, and they clearly didn't dare to attack him. Since that was the case, he didn't need to care about their expressions. He turned and looked at the lake behind him. Standing on the island at the center of the lake, he could clearly see that within 100 feet of the island, the water had become incomparably clear. Outside of that, it was pitch black like ink. Many Titans had swum halfway to the island. They frequently looked up, but there was no joy on their faces. Instead, there was anxiety and a desire to retreat. As Qin Yu thought back to what he had experienced before, he had some speculations. It seemed that as long as he entered the lake, unless he swam past the Black Lake, he would always find the island at the center of the lake out of reach no matter when he looked up. This could also be considered a test. He gathered his thoughts. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. Qin Yu turned and said, "Several of my friends are still in the Black Lake. Can you rescue them?" A Titan that understood the human language sneered. "Human outsider, the reason you stepped onto the island at the center of the lake is so that you can live. It doesn't mean that you have the qualifications to rescue others. If they cannot cross the sacred lake, then all that awaits them is death. They will become food for the fish." He turned and spoke several more words. The other Titans sneered again and again, all of them revealing mocking expressions. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, "It's you, human outsider." The Titans that had gathered together quickly retreated to the side, lowering their heads in awe. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Tuba," he hurriedly said, "brave warrior Tuba, I have some friends that accidentally intruded into your tribe. They are still in the sacred lake, and will soon be in mortal danger. I hope that you can rescue them." Tuba frowned. "Tribe traditions. I can't change them," Qin Yu said in a low voice. "If you agree to rescue them, then I will accept your challenge." Tuba's eyes brightened. "All right." He turned around, his voice deep and dignified. Although the Titans weren't willing, they didn't dare to disobey him. One of them walked to the edge of the lake and roared out several words towards the other shore. The other side quickly responded. Then, several Titans jumped into the lake and swam towards Tianyun and the others. Qin Yu relaxed a little. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Thank you." Tuba grinned. "I can't wait to fight with you." His eyes blazed with heat. He licked his lips and stepped forwards. But at this time, he frowned, revealing a distressed expression. After hesitating for a long time, he resentfully gave up. "When we're done, let's fight again." Qin Yu didn't know what would happen next. He nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Tuba was strong, but that didn't mean he was hiding his strength. If they really fought, even if he could win, he feared he would have to pay a tremendous price. Before the situation became unclear, keeping himself intact was certainly the best result. Tuba turned and walked away. His feet were like the wind as he soon vanished from the island. The several Titans by the lake looked at Qin Yu. There was no longer any contempt in their eyes, but a faint awe. They already knew that the reason Tuba agreed to rescue them was because Qin Yu had agreed to his challenge. With Tuba's status, he disdained making excuses to save others. Since he did this, it meant that Qin Yu had strength that he valued and could even pose a formidable threat to him. This was why Tuba valued him so much. The Titans worshipped strength and had a deep awe in their hearts towards powerhouses. Although Qin Yu was a human, he still obtained their respect. Qin Yu didn't care about the change in attitude of these Titans. He kept looking at the lake, and only when he saw that Tianyun and the others had been rescued did he truly relax. After being rescued, Tianyun and the others were all confused. They couldn't understand why the Titans who had been so indifferent to them, as if they wished for all of them to die, would suddenly show such kindness. But this didn't stop them from returning to the shore. They were all excited, nearly crying tears of joy. Only when they approached death did they realize how precious life was. "This is great. This is great. I knew I wouldn't die here. Ha! That Chin you cruelly left just now. He probably didn't think we would be rescued. The Titan race's sacred lake test isn't as simple as what we experienced. Even if that person has some strength, he still might not be able to pass it. This is life. I hope he fails the test and is buried in the Black Lake." Perhaps because they wanted to vent the excitement in their hearts, all of the cultivators pointed their spears at Chin Yu. Their resentment soared to the heavens, all of them wishing for him to die here. Tianyun frowned. Although he also felt a bit uncomfortable that Chin Yu didn't save them, thinking about it afterwards, he knew that it would be difficult for him to survive alone. He feared that he wouldn't be able to save them at all, and if he saved them he would have to pay with his life. Although he had helped Chin Yu, Tianyun didn't believe that Chin Yu needed to repay him with his life. Although his methods were cruel, they weren't wrong. Xiong Yuena remained silent. She only thought that with the strange behavior Chin Yu had revealed, he wouldn't easily lose his life. Tuzan stood at the side, a strange expression on his face. He sneered, interrupting the chattering crowd. "I'm really curious. Why would that human outsider called Chin Yu save you as soon as he stepped onto the Holy Island?" Chapter 387. Tianyun's complexion changed. "It was Chin Yu who saved us?" Tuzan mocked. "Otherwise, do you think we suddenly had a kind heart? I really want to know what kind of expression Chin Yu will have if he hears what you're saying." Their faces flushed red and their embarrassment nearly condensed into essence. The several people who had been talking loudly just now wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. How shameful! They had been cursing and cursing Chin Yu just now, but who knew that the only reason they survived was because of Chin Yu? Xiong Yuena revealed an expression as if she already knew. How could someone who had transformed into a devil and then recovered to their original state die so easily? But she immediately felt a headache. If Chin Yu didn't die, what would she do if he killed her to silence her? But if he really wanted to kill her, all he needed to do was stop the Titans from saving her. Just what was this person thinking? Xiong Yuena's mind was in chaos. Tianyun's complexion paled. He angrily glared at his companions, incomparably disappointed. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt. He faintly guessed that the reason Chin Yu hadn't said a single word was because he wanted to save energy. It was clear he didn't have any confidence he could cross the Black Lake on his own. Perhaps he already wanted to move. Only after he passed the Black Lake's test would he have a chance to save them. But before this, he had actually been secretly dissatisfied with Chin Yu's actions. Thinking of this, Tianyun's guilt deepened. He looked towards the island at the center of the lake and faintly saw a figure looking in his direction. "Chin Yu, I'm sorry. You must come back in one piece. I owe you an apology." Tianyun clenched his fists within his robes. On the island at the center of the lake, Chin Yu smiled as he saw Tianyun and the others being rescued from the Black Lake. He had finally repaid a favor. He never imagined the reactions of Tianyun's companions. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This was because the one he wanted to save was Tianyun alone. The others were just incidental. He didn't care if he didn't know them. He turned and walked deeper into the island. Chin Yu's expression was calm. After avoiding all the Titans, his hand flashed and he took out the invisible half-disc. At this time, it emitted a burning heat. Even with Chin Yu's powerful demon body, he still felt a bit of pain. A strong feeling surged into his mind. The thing it sensed was on this island. Chin Yu maintained his composure. He used his divine sense to probe his surroundings. After he didn't sense anything wrong, He followed the directions and headed deeper into the island. The island at the center of the lake wasn't too large. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the core of the island. But what left him frowning was that there were actually several titans resting here. Tuba's figure was within. As Qin Yu arrived, these titans swept their eyes over him. Some revealed playful looks, some mocking looks, some filled with fighting spirit. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He could feel a tremendous pressure from the eyes of these titans. Each titan was no weaker than Tuba. Without using the power of the burning heavens, dealing with one of them was probably his limit. Humph! Tuba coldly snorted, his eyes sweeping around. The Titan warriors looked away, but there wasn't much awe on their faces. They didn't want to provoke Tuba, but they also didn't fear him. Without expression, Qin Yu walked straight towards a large stone and sat down cross-legged. Even Tuba couldn't help but frown at this action. A Titan warrior shouted, "Human outsider, this isn't a place you can come to. Leave immediately." Qin Yu's complexion darkened. "I passed the totem test, so why can't I come here? I don't dare to go against the will of the totem, but if you dare to offend it, then I, Tutu, will punish you." Tuba said in a low voice, "You should leave." Qin Yu shook his head. "I have the qualifications to be here." Tutu sneered. "Tuba, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but this human outsider doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth." He suddenly stood up and took several steps forward. The earth rumbled and trembled as he hurtled forwards like a bolt of lightning, his fist punching out. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He never thought that Tutu would dare to attack him. He hurriedly raised a hand to block. With a loud explosion, he stuffily coughed. The stone beneath him shattered and he was forced backwards. Tutu coldly said, "Leave this place." Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Without a single word, he turned and left. The Titan warriors behind him roared with laughter. Soon, Qin Yu was far away from this area. The anger and gloominess on his face instantly vanished. He lifted his hands, excitement in his eyes. In his left hand was the half-disc he had obtained in the mountain valley. In his right hand there was also a half-disc. Just now, Qin Yu had sensed that the source was in that stone. He had no choice but to lure Tutu into attacking, but he never thought that there would be a second half-disc hidden in that stone. As he pretended to be shaken backwards, he followed the guiding strength and grasped the disc in his hand. 2 half-discs. This was a bit of a tongue-twister, but Qin Yu couldn't care less. He subconsciously licked his lips, a bit of hesitation in his eyes. He didn't know what would happen if he connected them together. If there was too much movement, then that would be bad. Whatever, he would endure it. Once he left the Titan tribe, he would connect them. But at this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. The 2 discs in his hands forcefully pulled his hands together, causing them to collide. There was a light cracking sound in his ears. Qin Yu's back was instantly covered in a cold sweat. His body stiffened like iron, and it was only after several seconds that he began to gasp for breath. Luckily, when the 2 discs merged together, there wasn't any movement at all, otherwise. Qin Yu rejoiced inwardly. He quickly traced the disc. After they merged together, there wasn't the slightest crack in the middle, as if they had truly fused together. But that was it. He still couldn't see it, couldn't sense it, and there was no response when he poured his magic power into it. Besides 2 becoming 1, there was no change at all. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the disc. He determined that this object had a great origin. It didn't matter if he couldn't find a way to activate it. He would have plenty of time in the future. He casually found a place and sat down. He carefully sensed the cool energy coiling around his body. It was slowly increasing the intensity of his mortal body. He estimated that at this rate of consumption, he could maintain it for at least half a year. During this period of time, Qin Yu's mortal body would continue to strengthen. Perhaps he would be able to reach the small success boundary of the King Step demon body. The General Step and Commander Step demon bodies didn't have different grades. But, after stepping into the King Step, the demon body would truly enter a profound boundary, and there would be all sorts of mysteries. For instance, the King Step demon body had a chance of awakening a demon body combat skill at the small success, large success, and perfection levels. This sort of combat skill, when combined with the demon body, could erupt with an extremely fierce attack. In its natural state, the demon body would constantly grow stronger over time. In around 30 years, one could reach small success. The energy provided by this island shortened this process by dozens of times. Unfortunately, he didn't know where this cool energy came from. If he could obtain a bit more of it, he might even be able to grow his demon body to large success or even perfection in a short period of time. Qin Yu cautiously probed out with his divine sense. Although native life forms didn't cultivate the soul, after experiencing the heaven-shaking blood energy fluctuations of the tribe, he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew whether or not these titans, whose mortal bodies had reached an inconceivably terrifying boundary, would develop some sort of divine sense detection ability. The island at the center of the lake wasn't too large. With Qin Yu's current soul cultivation, he could easily cover it with his divine sense. He searched bit by bit but found nothing in the end. However, with the disc in his storage ring, Qin Yu didn't dare to completely believe that his divine sense was completely blank. Since he couldn't find anything, Qin Yu retracted his divine sense. He no longer wasted any energy and closed his eyes to meditate. Although he didn't know what he would face next, it wasn't wrong to maintain his peak condition. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at the bright skies. Although he was already used to this, he still couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This should have been a time of thick darkness, but it was still daytime in the infinite realm. Or, it could be said that within the infinite realm, there was no concept of night at all. At the very least, since Qin Yu entered, he hadn't seen night fall. His thoughts stirred and he suddenly thought of the little blue lamp's characteristic. If the world was always bright, could it still emit that ghostly blue light? As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's heart inexplicably throbbed. He couldn't help but feel an impulse. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu left behind a trace of his divine sense. With a thought, his consciousness blurred and he seemed to cross through endless space. When he opened his eyes once more, he had condensed a figure with the help of his blood and appeared in the distant nothingness, in the massive space connected by the sealed dimension ring. After entering the infinite realm, dangers could arrive at any time. This was the first time Qin Yu's consciousness had arrived. He soon discovered that the entire space was different. Although the earth was still broken, it was much better than before. The speed of repair far surpassed his expectations. Even at the distant edges of space, the cracks that had collapsed had completely vanished. Qin Yu's divine sense body revealed a look of shock. He looked up at the great sun that emitted endless light and heat. His eyes pierced through all illusions and fell onto the core of the little blue lamp. At this time, the little blue lamp had turned a ghostly blue color for 2 feet around it. This light seemed the same as before, but Qin Yu could feel that it was vastly different. Moreover, the light of the little blue lamp could actually extend out 2 feet. This in itself was inconceivable. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped the air. The only living being in the sealed realm, that green grass, appeared in his hand. The grass swayed in excitement. It wrapped around Qin Yu's arm, sending out a message of joy and submission. This green grass was more than twice as large as before. Moreover, the veins in the center of the grass had turned a faint silver color. This silver color was extremely thin, but Qin Yu could feel an extremely terrifying aura coming from it. After a long time, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and his divine sense body vanished from sight. On the island at the center of the lake, he opened his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. Although he didn't know why the little blue lamp had suddenly become so formidable, there was one thing he was sure of. This was related to the infinite realm. Qin Yu looked up at the bright skies, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Up until now, the little blue lamp had given Qin Yu the greatest help. But it had always been mysterious and unfathomable. Besides the will of the world wanting to erase it, there was nothing else he knew. But today, Qin Yu felt as if he had truly touched upon a secret that belonged to the little blue lamp. As for what this secret was, he would need to slowly unravel it. At this time, a strange fluctuation suddenly arrived at the island at the center of the lake. A bubble appeared and wrapped around Qin Yu. His complexion changed, but he didn't resist. He allowed the bubble to wrap around him and fly him into the air. Sure enough, from other parts of the island, bubbles rose up one after another, each bubble wrapping around a titan. The bubbles rose higher and higher, faster and faster. The island at the center of the lake, and even the entire canyon of the Titan tribe, all of it became incomparably small before finally vanishing from sight. The bubbles tore through the clouds and fog, rising upwards and upwards, as if they wanted to break through the barriers of space and reach another world. ######. Chapter 388. Qin Yu's eyes shook. The bubble rapidly shuttled through the clouds, its speed so fast that it was hard to see what was happening outside. Even so, it continued to accelerate without any signs of stopping. Looking from afar, the 17 bubbles in the sky were moving forward at an astonishing speed, tearing and piercing through the clouds and mist, leaving behind long white traces. It was like 13 paths leading to heaven, reaching the end of the world. After an unknown period of time, the fog that filled his vision suddenly vanished. An incomparably horrifying gale appeared outside the bubble. This was the astral wind of the highest heavens. It had the power to destroy flesh and blood and extinguish the soul. Not even blue sea cultivators dared to easily touch it. Qin Yu's heart raced several times. If this bubble burst open at this moment and he fell into the astral winds of the 9 heavens, then no matter how powerful his mortal body was, he would still turn to ash. Fortunately, it was unknown how this bubble was condensed. Although it looked thin and weak, it actually possessed unimaginable power. It shuttled through the astral winds of the 9 heavens without trembling in the slightest. In fact, after it entered the 9 heavens' astral wind, its speed of ascending suddenly increased by a large margin. The friction between the bubble and the astral wind produced a terrifyingly high temperature. The surface of the bubble actually ignited with raging flames. The 17 giant fireballs continued to ascend with indescribable power. The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. He was well aware that if he were to come into contact with even a trace of it, he would be burnt to ashes by the flames outside the bubble. However, such a terrifying flame still couldn't shake the bubble in the slightest. This shocked him, and at the same time, he finally realized something. The mysterious totem in the giant tribe was much stronger than he had imagined. Its power had reached an unimaginable realm. He suddenly thought of something. The infinite realm had already collapsed, and not even the blue sea realm could withstand the power of rules. Could this totem with transcendent methods have perished in the endless river of time? As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's expression darkened. He faintly guessed that in the current land of divinity and demons, even the most powerful calamity immortal realm cultivators couldn't compare with totems. Just what sort of calamity could cause such a supreme existence to perish? On the road of cultivation, once one reached the divine soul realm and had many hidden cards in their hands, they would be considered a powerhouse of their own domain and would have the strength to protect themselves. But now, it seemed that this path was even longer and longer than what he knew. Perhaps what he saw now was only the tip of the iceberg that was revealed amidst the lingering clouds and mist. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. With his current boundary, it was far too early to consider these things. As long as he lived and walked forward step by step, There would come a day when he would arrive. The blazing flames outside the bubble illuminated Qin Yu's face. His expression was firm and tranquil, his eyes surging with confidence. At this moment, the bubble trembled violently, as if it had hit some sort of shackle. Its speed rapidly decreased, and the burning flames on the outside quickly extinguished. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. He saw 17 air bubbles gathering together and crazily rushing outwards, like a bowstring being pulled tighter and tighter. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion exploded in Qin Yu's mind. It was fierce and terrifying, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. His ears buzzed and his face paled. The next moment, all the bubbles seemed to have broken free from all restraints and floated in the boundless nothingness. Everywhere one looked, one could only see boundless darkness. The void in the outer world. This thought subconsciously appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Then, the bubble he was in suddenly sank. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, all the bubbles passed through the confinement. It seemed to refuse the things inside from leaving, but it didn't stop the outside from entering. The bubbles sank faster and faster until they entered the astral winds once more. Blazing flames burned around them, and when the flames vanished, all that was left was the familiar clouds and fog. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Could it be that the powerful totem that the Titans believed in, after setting up the test of the sacred lake, was only sending them up into the heavens to gain some experience? He turned to look at the other bubbles. As they fell into the world, the bubbles separated once more. It was impossible to see the expressions of the other Titans. Qin Yu could only suppress his thoughts and helplessly wait. Finally, the earth reappeared in his line of sight. This was a boundless lake, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a sea. But Qin Yu inexplicably knew that this was really just a lake, just a bit larger. Qin Yu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but reveal another look of shock. The bubble flew straight through the world and then fell straight back down. But, the place where it finally landed was no longer the canyon where the Titan tribe was. This sort of mystery was far from what the current Qin Yu could understand. And in this inconceivably large lake, there was also an island. On this island, lush forests and palaces could be faintly seen, their edges propping up the heavens. The atmosphere was extraordinary. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. The invisible disk in his storage ring appeared in the outside world without warning. In the next moment, it appeared in his line of sight for the first time. Its surface was covered with countless exquisite runes that emitted a faint light. Shwa, the disk and Qin Yu vanished from sight at the same time. Deep within the infinite realm, on the island in the middle of the lake, two cultivators from both sides had their complexions change, joy in their eyes. It had opened. The two people glanced at each other and shouted out together, "Activate the array!" Bang bang! The cultivators on both sides each activated their own secret art. A black and a white beam of light shot up into the skies, crashing into the void above the island. Then, a black and white vortex condensed in the skies. Within the vortex, the black and white lights were like fish, howling in the air. "Let's go! Step into the mystic realm and obtain good fortune." Over 100 cultivators on both sides howled into the black and white vortex. In the skies above the incomparably massive lake, 17 bubbles slowly fell down. When they were dozens of feet from the ground, they quietly burst apart. The sturdy bodies of the Titan warriors heavily fell onto the ground. With a loud rumble, the earth shook and the surrounding ancient trees rustled. Tuba took a deep breath. Ever since he was born, the annihilation aura that had shrouded him had completely disappeared. A feeling of freedom swelled up in his heart and he couldn't help but grin, revealing a brilliant smile. He swept his eyes around and his complexion changed. The 16 Titans were all here, but Qin Yu, who had come with them, was nowhere to be found. But at this time, before Tuba could speak, above their heads, a black and white light suddenly appeared. With a loud rumble, it expanded, turning into a vortex. Whoosh, whoosh, figures flew out from the vortex. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people appeared. As they swept their eyes over the island below them, excitement filled their eyes. Tuba angrily roared, "Human outsiders!" The eyes of the 16 Titan warriors instantly turned red. Terrifying blood energy fluctuations erupted from their bodies. This was a transcendent lucky chance bestowed upon the Titan race by the totem. Everything here could only be obtained by the Titan warriors. "We'll be leaving first. I'll leave these big fellows to you all." The handsome youth nodded. He crushed a jade talisman in his hand and a white light wrapped around everyone around him. Then, with a slight distortion, they vanished from sight. On the other side, the black-robed cultivator coldly hummed. "Let's go too." Without any movement from him, a black hexagram appeared on the ground. With a flicker, everyone was teleported away. Damned human outsiders! How did they get in here? Qin Yu, that human outsider called Qin Yu, has disappeared. It's him, it must be him. I will definitely kill him. The Titan warriors angrily roared. But they couldn't find the human outsider that had teleported away. They could only grit their teeth and walk deeper into the island. In a state where Qin Yu didn't know what was happening, he had already shouldered a great blame. But even if he knew, he couldn't care less about it. When the air bubble arrived in the skies above the island, the disk suddenly appeared, teleporting him away. The moment he vanished, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This was because all of this seemed to be saying that he had walked into a great stroke of luck and that he was about to obtain a great harvest. But reality gave him a rude awakening. After arriving in this incomparably massive arena that resembled a coliseum, a terrifying divine sense impact directly descended upon him. His mortal body wasn't injured, but his soul felt as if it had been tossed into a storm. Qin Yu could only bitterly persist. Any mistake would mean death. And what was most terrifying was that this divine sense impact seemed endless. Qin Yu had already persisted for nearly 2 hours, and it still hadn't stopped. He was secretly anxious. If this continued and he couldn't resist it, his soul would be instantly torn to shreds. He tried to move his body, but the air was as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't move it at all. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Could it be that he had obtained the strange disc through a lucky chance, but in the end, he was going to die because of it? Another hour passed. Qin Yu's complexion was deathly pale and blood began to seep out from his nose and mouth. Layers of shadows appeared in front of him and his vision darkened. He was about to reach his limit. Within his soul space, Spirity's face was filled with anxiety and anger. But she was still in the position of raising her hand, unable to move at all. A boundless aura was suppressing her. The shadow beneath Qin Yu began to wriggle like water. The face of the summoning god appeared. As it looked at Qin Yu, its eyes flashed. It was unknown what it was thinking. "Hold on. I can do this. I cannot fall." Qin Yu bit his lips, his body shivering. But at this time, the terrifying divine sense impact suddenly vanished. His feet buckled and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Shua, a figure appeared in front of him. It was translucent. It was clearly only an image. Only by resisting the divine sense impact will you have the qualifications to open the true test. You have 2 hours to rest. This is your reward. The phantom flicked its sleeves and a purple light fell into Qin Yu's body. As the purple light entered his body, it appeared in Qin Yu's soul space and turned into a purple rain. Spirity's eyes widened, a look of shock on her face. As she looked at Qin Yu's soul, there was even a bit of envy in her eyes. Unfortunately, this purple rain was bestowed upon Qin Yu. Even though she was his partner soul, she had no way of obtaining it. All of the raindrops seemed to have a mind of their own. They fell onto Qin Yu's soul, and every time a drop was absorbed, his soul would gently tremble. A crescent purple moon shadow appeared above Qin Yu's soul. As the purple rain was absorbed, it became increasingly solid. But when the purple rain disappeared, this crescent purple moon shadow was still a bit short of condensing. After losing its strength to supplement itself, it began to rapidly shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. Spirity took a deep breath. She stepped in front of Qin Yu's soul and lifted a hand. Kacha, the surface of the soul bead that the good fortune tablet helped condense, was instantly covered with cracks. In the next moment, it exploded, turning into a massive amount of pure soul force. Then, all of this soul force was like a river returning to the sea, instantly absorbed by the purple moon shadow. After obtaining this soul force, it finally stepped into the critical stage of its transformation. It turned from illusory to real, sprinkling down a pale purple light. Spirity's body swayed and her complexion paled. But as she looked at the moon shadow, she revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 389. Shua Qin Yu's soul opened its eyes and looked at Spirity. After a moment of silence, it earnestly said, "Thank you." Spirity smiled. "As a partner soul, my fate is one with yours. Helping you is the same as helping me." She paused for a moment and continued to say, "When you are strong enough, I will tell you everything. The most important thing right now is to find a way to pass this test. Believe me, this is the greatest good fortune you will ever encounter. You must do your best to obtain it." She turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu's soul revealed a dignified expression. He looked up at the purple moon in the skies. Bathed in its purple light, the damage to his soul was being restored at an astonishing speed. And this was only the reward for passing the test's threshold. Once he truly passed the test, what he obtained would surely be astonishing. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The phantom punctually said, "Time's up." This was a black-haired old man. His back was straight and his face was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeves, a black cage appeared out of thin air and covered Qin Yu. In a moment, underworld guards will appear in the cage. Kill them with all your strength. The more you kill, the more likely you are to pass the test and the more generous your rewards will be. If you cannot withstand it, shout out that you admit defeat and you will be transmitted out. The black-haired old man vanished. He coldly said, "Begin." Shwar within the cage, black fog suddenly gushed out and a figure walked out. Its facial features were blurry and one could only see a pair of crimson eyes. Its 30-foot-tall body crazily released a cruel and destructive aura. This was an underworld guard. With a loud roar, it lifted a hand and grasped out. A saber appeared in its hand. The saber burned with black flames, icy cold and without heat. The saber slashed down. Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. A wild strength erupted, instantly shattering the saber and crushing it. The underworld guard instantly collapsed, turning into black fog that dissipated. It was actually so weak? Qin Yu was startled. But at this time, another underworld guard appeared from the black fog. It also condensed a saber and chopped down. Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. But after punching out, the underworld guard was instantly killed. This was the test? It was too simple. Outside a giant temple, thousands of feet high, it seemed to be the residence of a heavenly deity. Although it was empty, it still emitted a heaven-shaking aura. At the entrance of the hall there were 2 black sculptures. One was an ape holding a stick, and the other was an eagle with its wings spread. Not far away, dozens of cultivators stood together. The leader of the group looked at the 2 statues with a solemn expression. He turned and chatted with several people around him. After finishing his preparations, he smiled at a female cultivator not too far away and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Ning Ling, don't get too close. After all, your strength still has a more critical use." In the crowd, many female cultivators revealed looks of envy. Although their senior brother was gentle, he had never been so concerned about them. Although he was jealous, he didn't dare to reveal any of it. This was because this junior apprentice sister Ning Ling had the most noble divine Tao bloodline flowing within her. It was rumored that once she fully awakened, she would have the chance to inherit 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. At that time, she would be a peak character within the immortal sect. As the crowd approached, the 2 statues quickly came to life. The black stones on their surfaces fell off, revealing their true forms. Rumble, the terrifying aura was like a surging tide, erupting without restraint. Outside the black rockery, another group of human cultivators stared at the base of the mountain, at the blooming purple flower, their eyes blazing hot. This is truly worthy of being a legendary space fragment that comes from beyond the world. There is actually such a wondrous treasure like the demon origin flower. The young cultivator in the lead had an overbearing aura. He coldly said, "Kill!" Bang, billowing demonic energy shot into the skies. The space around the demon origin flower twisted and 2 phantom life forms appeared. With a loud roar, they hurtled towards the crowd. Qin Yu punched the saber-wielding underworld guard. Then, he stepped forwards and punched the underworld guard's chest. The underworld guard's body instantly disintegrated, turning into black energy that vanished from sight. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't have the least bit of joy on his face. Instead, he bitterly smiled. He finally realized just how freakish this test was. The underworld guards were endless. They were indeed weak at the start, but as Qin Yu killed more and more of them, the strength of the underworld guards increased. Now, Qin Yu needed at least 2 punches or even 3 punches to kill one. But as long as one died, the underworld guard would immediately reform. There was no time to catch his breath. Schwa from the black fog, another underworld guard walked out. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. This was because this underworld guard was wearing a suit of armor. He lifted a hand and condensed a saber. Black flames ignited around it as it fiercely cut down. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He could feel a threat from this saber. He lifted his hand and a sword appeared. It erupted with blinding sword light, incomparably sharp. 5-element sword, metal. The saber and sword collided. The saber broke in half and the sword light cut through the underworld guard's neck. A head shot into the skies. Whoosh, the underworld guard's body collapsed. In the blink of an eye, another one walked out. Outside the giant temple, the stick-wielding ape and Rock's corpses lay on the ground. Their bodies were covered with wounds but not a single drop of blood flowed out. In fact, there was even a strange dark silver color to their flesh. This sort of puppet technique is truly inconceivable. Even in my immortal sect, we are far from being able to compare. The senior apprentice brother had a look of praise on his face. He ordered the 2 puppets to be placed into his storage ring. He lifted a hand and the phantom of an oil lamp condensed in the air, flying into the temple. After several breaths of time, the senior apprentice brother faintly smiled. "There's no danger. Let's go in." Beneath the rockery, the last phantom life form had its chest pierced through by a fist. Its sharp claws stiffened and it immediately dissipated into gray energy. Humph! The overbearing young cultivator drew back his fist. He lifted a hand and the demon origin flower flew into his hand. After looking at it for several moments, he revealed a satisfied expression and then placed it into his storage ring. "Let's continue forward." A group of cultivators walked past the rockery. A stone wall appeared in front of them. 5-colored sword light swirled, turning into a vortex that covered the underworld puppet. With a cruel roar, the 5-colored sword light vanished from sight. The underworld guard had been killed. Qin Yu's complexion paled and he bitterly smiled. Ever since he put on the armor, the strength of the underworld guard had rapidly increased. It was only now that he erupted with the 5-element swords that he was able to smoothly kill it. Roar from the black energy, a new underworld guard walked out. Its crimson eyes shined with a faint silver light. As this silver light locked onto him, Qin Yu's heart shrank. Without hesitation, he stepped forwards. The 5-element swords erupted, turning into a vortex that fell down. But this time, the underworld guard was actually able to resist the murderous attack of the 5-element swords. It roared out again and again, the saber in its hand constantly chopping down. Qin Yu's complexion soon changed. This was because he discovered that as the saber chopped down more and more times, it erupted with an even more terrifying strength. It was as if each saber could superimpose its strength. According to this rate of increase, the Underworld Guard would soon be able to tear apart the 5-element swords. Not daring to delay any longer, Qin Yu roared out loud. The strength of his demon body surged out and his combat strength instantly rose. Puff, puff! The Underworld Guard's body disintegrated, turning into fog and vanishing. But in the blink of an eye, a new Underworld Guard walked out. The silver light in its eyes became even brighter. The 5-element sword's vortex arrived. As the Underworld Guard walked out of the black fog, it was killed where it stood. Then there was a third, a fourth, a fifth, all the way until the 9th Underworld Guard appeared. Qin Yu's all-out 5-element swords was blocked by the saber in its hand. Then, it slashed out a second saber, a third saber, a fourth saber. Qin Yu paled. The Underworld Guard's saber potential became increasingly strong, each saber more ferocious than the last. Unless he erupted with the power of the burning heavens, that would be his limit. 172 Underworld Guards. He had no idea whether or not this was enough to complete the test. As he thought of Spirity's solemn warning, he hesitated. But soon, Qin Yu suppressed the thought of using the power of the burning heavens. The consumption of this technique was far too terrifying. He could only maintain it for 2 or 3 breaths of time. At most he would be able to kill several Underworld Guards. Just as Qin Yu was about to shout, "Admit defeat," the summoned life form suddenly appeared in the shadow beneath him. The 100 nether sword in its left hand struck out like a poisonous tongue, instantly piercing through the Underworld Guard's body. The Underworld Guard trembled and collapsed into black fog. But at this time, the summoned life form sucked in a deep breath. A trace of black fog flew over and fell into its mouth. Qin Yu could clearly feel the excitement in its heart. Shuar, the black-haired old man, appeared. His sharp eyes stared at Undying. Anyone that interferes in the test will be considered a failure and will be severely punished. Undying's voice was calm. I am Master's summoned battle general, so I can naturally step in on Master's behalf. Is this also against the rules? The black-haired old man frowned. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he lifted his palm and a black sphere of light appeared. He respectfully said, "May I ask, my lord, is it allowed to summon battle generals during the test?" The black sphere of light was quiet, without the least bit of response. The black-haired old man waited for a moment. Then, he formed a hand seal and the black sphere of light changed color. Motes of silver light appeared within the pitch-black light. His voice became even more respectful. "Forgive me for disturbing the commander. Is it allowed to summon battle generals during the test?" There was still no response. The black-haired old man hesitated. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and formed another hand seal. The silver sphere of light shined with a bright golden light. "This subordinate has been rude and disturbed the temple master. This is a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. But there is one matter that this subordinate needs to confirm. Is it allowed to summon battle generals during the test?" There was complete silence. The black-haired old man paled and sweat dripped down his forehead. He looked at the golden sphere of light and hesitated several times before putting it away. His expression became indifferent once more and he coldly said, "According to the rules, Shangguan's silence can be regarded as tacit agreement. So, summoning battle generals is in accordance with the rules. The test will continue." Shua, the black-haired old man, vanished from sight. Undying strangely chuckled. He threw himself at the Underworld Guard that emerged from the black fog. The 100 nether sword was like a bolt of black lightning as it pierced through its head. Then, with a deep breath, a wisp of black fog fell down and it let out an excited roar. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. That extraordinary black-clothed old man phantom seemed to be a very rigid program, Thus Undying was able to find a loophole. However, this was clearly a good thing. As Qin Yu watched Undying cut through the underworld guards as if they were vegetables, his eyes gradually lit up with excitement. In a short period of time, the number of underworld guards he killed had broken past 200. Undying was still relaxed and satisfied. Moreover, as he swallowed the black fog, his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. If this continued, completing the test would be far too easy. ######. Chapter 390. I found it! With a shout of joy, an immortal sect disciple crushed a jade slip in his hand. Soon, a massive number of cultivators from the same sect gathered from all directions. Senior apprentice brother! Greetings, senior apprentice brother! Wenren Dongyue smiled as he walked forwards. After carefully inspecting the node, he patted the shoulder of the disciple who found it and warmly said, "Very good." The immortal sect disciple seemed as if he had received the greatest encouragement. His face flushed red with excitement. The surrounding immortal sect cultivators all revealed looks of envy. To be praised by senior apprentice brother Wenren was enough to brag about for dozens of years. Wenren Dongyue turned. Junior apprentice sister Ningling, I'll have to trouble you. Ningling nodded. She arrived beside the node and closed her eyes to sense it. Then, she pointed a finger. In the void, layers of golden light gushed out, forming phantoms. Each one had a boundless aura and released endless dignity and dignity. Wenren Dongyue revealed a look of praise. This was truly worthy of being the bloodline of God that even his teacher held in such high regard. Its might was inconceivable. He could actually feel a bit of suppression from this golden light. The other immortal sect cultivators were the same. Their faces were filled with shock and awe. The bloodline of God was something they had only heard rumors about. Today they had personally experienced the power of this bloodline. It was truly incomparably formidable. The node gently trembled. A faint light appeared, condensing into a large door. Ningling took a step back and the golden light around her vanished. Her expression was still calm, but her face was a bit pale. It was clear she had consumed a considerable amount of energy. Wenren Dongyue cupped his hands together. I've troubled junior apprentice sister. He took out a pill. This pill can help junior apprentice sister quickly recover. Please accept it. Ningling hesitated for a moment. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Wenren Dongyue smiled. He turned and said, I will lead the way. Junior apprentice brothers and sisters, follow behind me. As he spoke, he was the first to step into the door of light. The immortal sect cultivators all revealed looks of admiration. With their senior apprentice brother's honored status, he actually didn't hesitate to take the risk to lead the way. Just how rare was that? One immortal sect cultivator after another entered the door of light. Ningling fell in the center. Several immortal sect disciples followed at her side with vigilance. They had received orders from senior apprentice brother Wenren to protect junior apprentice sister Ningling with all their strength. This was because the immortal sect was going all out today. After entering the door of light, everything turned dark and light returned. Everyone found themselves on a massive chessboard. The horizontal and vertical lines on the chessboard stretched as far as the eye could see. This chessboard was so large that they couldn't see the end. At this time, Wenren Dongyue's eyes had turned a faint gray color. A strange and mysterious feeling exuded from his body. He was still standing there, but the feeling he gave off was incomparably distant, as if he weren't in the same world. After a long time, his eyes returned to normal, and there was a look of praise in them. The Heaven and Earth chessboard is named after heaven and earth. Although it is a bit exaggerated, the mysteries within are truly inconceivable. Senior, your strength is exceedingly high. It's not something that I, a junior, can imagine. I'm impressed. Beside him, a female cultivator looked at him with adoration in her eyes. She smiled and said, Senior Brother Wunren, the ancestors of my sect peered into the mysteries of heaven, but they could only deduce this much. As for how to solve this chess game, it's up to you. Wunren Dongyue smiled and shook his head. Junior apprentice Sister Ding praises me too much. Not even the ancestors of my sect were able to see through this game, so how could I possibly do it? I only thought of some tricks, but I don't have much confidence in whether or not these tricks will work. Senior apprentice brother's plans are flawless. We all know that. Although this chess game of heaven and earth is mysterious, it absolutely cannot block our path forward. Another immortal sect cultivator said. This person had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were sharp and bright. It was clear he was someone with a firm will. Senior apprentice Brother Jing is right. We will definitely be able to break through and obtain the greatest lucky chance in this land of the outer realms. The female cultivator surnamed Ding earnestly said. Wunren Dongyue laughed. I am a disciple of the immortal sect, so I naturally have this kind of courage and boldness. Then, I will fight with my fellow junior apprentice brothers and sisters. At this time, his eyes flashed. Our old friends aren't slow either. A huge black hexagram appeared, tearing the space apart. Many stern figures walked out from it. The overbearing man in the lead raised an eyebrow. He coldly said, Wunren Dongyue, although you aren't too good at fighting, your ability to run isn't bad. You actually managed to catch up to me. The immortal sect disciples were all enraged. But as the overbearing man swept his eyes around, the immortal sect cultivators all lowered their heads, none of them daring to meet his gaze. He sneered and revealed a look of disdain. But soon, he discovered that there was actually a woman who wasn't affected by him at all. His eyes flashed and he suddenly said, could this be the rumored junior apprentice Sister Ning Ling that the immortal sect obtained from the land of exiles with the bloodline of God? Ning Ling had a calm expression. Greetings, senior apprentice Brother Wuma of the demonic path. How interesting, how interesting. Amongst a group of commoners in the immortal sect, there is actually such a lovely and charming little girl as junior apprentice Sister. I, Wuma Sijan, would like to court junior apprentice Sister. I wonder if junior apprentice Sister would be willing to become my Dao companion? Wuma Sijan smiled as he spoke. Wunren Dongyue lightly said, Wuma Sijan, although you are the leader of the demonic path's demon son, you should still feel awe towards my immortal sect. Wuma Sijan laughed. If I don't, what can you do? Wunren Dongyue took a step forwards. His aura erupted and a great sun descended. Boundless momentum swept through the highest heavens. Across from him, the elite disciples of the demonic path and their guardians all revealed looks of shock. The smile on Wuma Sijan's face vanished. His overbearing and disdainful aura was like endless black clouds that blocked out the skies. Both sides faced each other. The air was so heavy that it seemed as if it would freeze over. The immortal sect and demonic path cultivators behind them all found it hard to breathe. Only a few of the more powerful cultivators on both sides had cold eyes that shined as they prepared to fight. The immortal sect and demonic path were both extremely strong. They were both transcendent influences in the land of divinity and demons. Normally, they maintained peace on the surface in order to prevent chaos and order from collapsing. But the cultivators of both sides fought in secret, killing each other without end. Both sides' hands were stained with the blood of the other side. It was only because this matter was kept secret and the immortal sect and demonic path intentionally suppressed it that the outside world didn't know of it. Now that they had stepped into the outer realms, although the immortal sect and demonic path had to join forces to open the channel, they were already nearing the final good fortune. If there was a chance, both sides wouldn't mind heavily wounding the other side and eliminating them early, or even completely exterminating them. At this time, in the skies above the chess game of heaven and earth, another channel appeared. This channel was crimson red. 16 tall Titan warriors with eyes as large as bells walked out. As they saw the immortal sect and demonic path cultivators, they angrily roared out, "Human outsiders! How dare you come here? This is blasphemy against the great totem. Only your blood can quell the anger of the totem. Titan warriors, kill them and defend the dignity of the totem." Bang bang, after passing through the screening and arriving here, every Titan was a true warrior of their tribe. Now, killing intent erupted from their hearts, and billowing blood energy fluctuations caused one's heart to tremble. In particular, Tuba and several other Titans. Their blood energy was so strong that even Wunren Dongyue and Wuma Sijan frowned. "Calm down," Tuba roared out loud. He stubbornly pulled back the red-eyed Tutu. "Do not forget why we came to the Holy Land today." The enraged Titan warriors revealed unwilling expressions. They gasped for breath, their eyes still as fierce as before. Tuba took a deep breath. His icy cold eyes swept over the crowd. "Intruding, my tribe. Totem Holy Land blood enmity. We will definitely take revenge." He turned around, about to lead the Titan warriors into the chess game of heaven and earth. When Rendonyue's figure flashed, and he blocked in front of them. He cupped his hands together and said, "We took the risk to intrude into this place in order to seek lucky chances. We have no intention of making things difficult for the Titan warriors, but we do not have the means to pass through the chess game of heaven and earth. I ask fellow warriors to help us." What he spoke was actually the language of the Titans. Hearing his words, the Titans sneered again and again. Tutu crazily roared, "Human outsiders, we have received the approval of the totem, so we can naturally pass through here. You can just wait for your deaths here. You want us to help you? Dream on. Stop dreaming." When Rendonyue's complexion was calm, he lightly said, "Although we cannot enter, it shouldn't be difficult to stop you all. Your race's holy land is only open for a limited time. Once it closes, neither side will obtain anything." Tutu roared out, "You dare?" The Titan warriors all seethed with killing intent. Wuma Sijan laughed. "Wunren Dongyue, you immortal sect people are truly despicable. I can't believe you could think of such a method." He took a step forwards. "Then, count my demonic path's participation in this matter. If we cannot obtain any good fortune, then we can all return empty-handed." Tuba's complexion paled and his eyes filled with anger. But, he was well aware that if it was only the immortal sect blocking them, then the Titan warriors would have a chance to break through. But with the demonic path cultivators added in, it would be impossible for them to pass. "All of you shut up. We must agree to this matter, otherwise if we cannot obtain the blessing of the totem, our tribes won't be able to last much longer." No matter how angry or unwilling they were, they had to accept this. "Despicable human outsiders, we agree to bring you in, but you can only bring in 5 people at most, not one more." Unfortunately, this sort of unfair distribution trick was useless against the outstanding disciples of the immortal sect and demonic path. Wuma Sijan sneered, "My demonic path wants 5 spots." When Rendongyue lightly said, "The immortal sect also wants 5. Tuba roared, "Impossible! The Holy Land can only allow 17 people to enter at most. You have taken too many, it is impossible for us to agree." When Rendongyue calmly said, "You will agree. Because while we can withstand the consequences of failure, you cannot." Tuba's body shivered. The Titan race's current situation was their greatest weakness. His eyes turned red and he coldly said, "Fine, we agree." When had the dignified Titan warriors been reduced to the point of being forced by others? Many of them shed tears of humiliation. These damned human outsiders! Tutu suddenly roared, "Chin Yu! I, Tutu, swear on my honor as a warrior that I will tear you to pieces. Chin Yu, I, the Titan warrior Tuzan, swear that I will kill you. Human outsider Chin Yu." In the Titan warrior's opinion, the reason the immortal sect and demonic path cultivators could enter was because of this spy, Chin Yu. So at this time, The one they hated the most was Qin Yu. Qin Yu was an extremely unfamiliar name. The immortal sect and demonic path cultivators were surprised. They had no idea what this cultivator called Qin Yu had done to cause the Titans to hate him so much. Moreover, what did the current situation have to do with this Qin Yu? Only one person's eyes widened the moment he heard the name Qin Yu, revealing a look of disbelief. Shua,